I'll be alright. Yeah, thank you for the head pats. Yeah, that's the thing. I always try to monitor my health, but like, if the house and my parents do stuff and I don't know what's going on, I won't notice until I'm just like. This time I caught it though. If I get to a point where I get delirious from heat exhaustion, then that becomes a problem. Because I didn't notice that last year. This year, fortunately, I guess that AC's doing at least a little bit of work. So it allowed me to catch it because I forget what I was playing last year, but I said the same thing. The game's blurry. I can't concentrate. Something isn't right. And I'm just like, that's not the game. That's fucking heat exhaustion. Okay, so I've at least got the floor fan maxed out. I'm gonna kick the AC all the way to 75. I'm gonna go and take that trash bag downstairs. Anyways, so we know where we're getting back on track. Let's go ahead and go over to special events. Let me change out one of the milestones. It's so hot up here. What the fuck is going on? Let's go ahead and update that. I forgot, did I update it as 325 for today or yesterday? I don't think I updated it yet. Let me see. 19 minus 3 times 24. I didn't update it. I did actually. Oh, I'm behind on it. We've actually been live for over 375 hours. And that's without the time where I did take off and there was no stream, which is impressive. Wheel spins are next. We're gonna stick to light activities for maybe an hour or two, at least until we figure out what's going on with the airflow, room temperature, house temperature. It's 12 o'clock at night. If it's this toxic hot, I might have to check the rest of the house and see what's going on. Maybe it's just the upstairs that's not really getting airflow right now. But I've also cracked open a window. Given that it's 58 outside, that should be fine. Huh. Should probably get a bit of music going. Then we'll find some YouTube stuff in just a bit. Brave. Come over here. Make that 96 spins. I was gonna play. No, please don't give me exercise right now. That would be the worst fucking thing to do right now. Is exercise. I can do a 3D model though. I'll even give you some free timer on it. So I'll go see what's like downstairs. See if I can't find some like quick food and stuff like that. I imagine the will's gonna make us do some kind of food. So I don't want to get like make too much. So see what's in the fridge. See what's like kind of like a quick grab snack. And then we'll spin until we get like some food or something like that. Ah, she's behind me again, isn't she? Where are you? There you are. Okay, so she'll be there. Timer 20. What food options are there? We already did the Cheetos mac cheese. It'd be a good snack, but I definitely don't want to be chowing on that too much. The ghost pepper chimichangas are still in the fridge. No booze, not while heat exhaustion's at play. Double ghost pepper. Oh, those are the chimichangas. Oh, that's the chicken noodle soup. I'm gonna go make food. There's stuff on there I'll just have to be careful with, but I don't see anything that's like sustenance. I'll be right back. Okay, a little bit of an update. Thermostat is actually set kind of high, so I don't know if my parents intended to sleep hot or if they forgot to turn it down. 72 is not bad, but that does mean that the upstairs temperatures can get up to 82, and if there's not much circulation, then 80 to 90. I was right. So that's why I definitely need to crack the window and kick the AC into overtime. We're seeing summer tendencies early. That's really not a good sign. That's really not a good sign. So I decided to finish the rest of the pineapple turnover. There wasn't much to eat, but I feel like the food might just come from the will. I do want to focus on hydrating tonight. Most importantly. And supplement the lack of nutrition. Multivitamins. I think we're gonna get to Stanley tonight instead of doing more Pogo. That way we can bring back the funny things with the bucket and take a bit of a break from Arceus as well. I still have an itch for Relink, but I might play that another time. I'm also thinking of taking tomorrow off and prepare something special for Friday. But it might also be a good way to, one, keep an eye on the weather, and then two, whatchamacallit, grind Relink, basically. Okay, announcement made. Oh, that's right. We were gonna get to this next, weren't we? Alright, start the timer. I'll probably do a will spin as well while we're doing things anyways. But before then, let's finish what I've already put on my plate. Quite literally. The increased airflow is helping a lot though. Today 19? 1, 8, 15, 22, 21, 20, 19. It is 19. I also need to mix some more water. Oh, they must be making a chocolate crust. Let's see. Like 3 sweeps of this. Yeah, I just need to add some water. But it's a bit of a slow night after Stanley. I do have a couple of ideas. In addition to the Lego stuff, there's a chance we might end up getting the Huo Huo cosplay stuff from AliExpress. So depending on how shipping and stuff works out, it might make more sense to get everything as a batch whenever we do that one. Let's see. Chocolate! AI sponge is probably still a thing right now, huh? I see it on YouTube all the time. But given that it's a live feed channel. Glad to see Waifus is back to streaming and stuff. Oh, Aster and Nani are playing Sons the Forest. Cool. Let's see. If they're all playing Helldivers right now, I wonder what the balancing's like. Is there a new meta right now? I never watched the video to see what they did to the Bile Titans. Because they said something about, like, PS players? Had some sort of, like, weird buff and whatnot. Huh. Game's definitely going through a bit of a transitionary period. When's the last time I've had a cheesecake? Speaking of cheesecake, so I don't think I've ever had like a chocolate cheesecake. It'd be a very different combination. Hmm. It's almost funny to believe. Since we started this little anniversary shenanigan, we've gone up by like 12,000 watch hours, which is like literally 1/3 what I had before then in total. Marathons, they can mess with a couple of interesting statistics. Oh, that's not good. OBS, stop breaking chat. Almost looks more like a mousse cake than a cheesecake. Hmm. I love how those little... Are they called tonsils? Or like cat hands. Hmm. Okay. Let's get back to the unfortunate stuff.
The drive in your computer saves and stores your data, everything from documents to photos to software programs. The newer generation drives are solid state drives. They're
Also, I do not
gradually
know how my
replacing
microphone
traditional
quality
hard disk
is,
drives because they're
but with
compact,
double
more
fans
durable,
going,
and
it
process
might be a bit
information faster.
interesting.
Just like portable USB drives and social media websites, solid state drives store information to their memory chips whether you ask them to or not. Each chip is designed by a team of an Asian man and woman who know how to read a blueprint to each other. To make the memory chips, they begin with a chip-shaped silicone wafer. Silicone is a non-metallic natural element that conducts information and is highly susceptible to contamination. The factory is cleaned twice a day, including a good dusting, and all employees are required to wash their hands. An automated system moves the wafer through over 800 production steps, 500 if the factory is producing the parts in China. Each wafer receives a Krabby Patty secret formula of mystery liquids, which differs from factory to factory. These fluids direct the electrical conductivity of the memory chips. The wafer is then spun around to send in its college applications. This machine keeps track of which schools the wafer has been accepted into. Any wafer with less than 6 acceptance letters is deemed too slow to be of any value, just like most humans. Here, Diane checks her Facebook to see that 95% of people have responded maybe to her birthday party invitation. To assuage her sorrows, she heats up some Hot Pockets for herself in the company's science microwave. Meanwhile, the imprinted microchips have now been sliced apart. A cutting machine covers the wafer with blue plastic wrap to hold it in place. There is no reason for it to be blue, it's just this machine's favorite color. Over yonder, 6 circuit boards are covered in molten lead which, once semi-hardened, will act as a near unbreakable adhesive for the microchips to be bolted onto. This process takes a long time, so the employees often watch classic movies in the lounge to pass time. After about 2.5 Martin Scorsese films, the boards have been prepped long enough to have their microchips slotted in. Kevin here has just responded to Diane's birthday party request with maybe, even though he knows he's not going.
I always forget we still have the
The brains of the SSD are now complete, and it's time to make sure the microchips have learned to have a little fun. The microchips' photos are taken as they ride their Genesis roller coaster. They can later pick these photos up in the ride's exit lobby.
Sega.
The next machine X-rays the board to ensure everything is soldered on correctly. This X-ray is run by Justine, who is also not going to Diane's birthday party because she thinks she's a skank. The boards are cut apart and sorted by factory workers. Oh hey, is that Kevin? Look at him trying to sneak in extra shifts, that sly dog. You're not fooling us, Kevin.
Yeah.
SSDs are now typically half the size of traditional hard drives. Scientists theorize that SSDs may be small enough to fit directly on the computer motherboards in about 80 to 100 years.
Or, I don't know. What's a good Wednesday question?
Every solid-state drive is then labeled. Let's be honest, this is probably the only part of this process you won't need to rewatch to understand.
Now we're just kind of snacking, grabbing out the white cheddar popcorn again.
The drives are plugged into a bay to ensure they function properly.
I'm gonna miss
and
you.
then move to another bay to undergo stress
Definitely
testing.
come back, okay? I'll make all the time in the world for you. Once you're home and stuff like that.
Before they finally move into packaging, ready to be shipped out to a consumer.
Guild Wars 2, that's right.
To be sold in bulk to someone using
so is it like
bot
still
to auto-buy
updating
them
and stuff
the
like that?
instant they go up for sale, so they can be resold
Sleep well,
for 300%
sleep many good
markup.
dreams. Take it easy, be safe, and hang in there, okay, Ashy? We'll all be here waiting for you when everything's said and done, stuff like that. Take it easy. Take it easy. Okay, never mind. Did we do the yogurt one? I know we did bowling balls, but now I'm like... Oh, there's just too many good ones to figure this
Your
one.
mother probably told you not to put anything with germs in your mouth. Well, it
I
turns out she was wrong.
know.
Yogurt is one of the healthiest foods.
It's
you
like
can
if we
eat,
don't hear
yet it's chock full of
it's just
germs,
like
bacteria to be precise.
life just doesn't feel the
Bacteria that
same.
are actually good for your digestive
Be the
system.
same if anybody of you did, like any of you like disappeared and stuff like that. But just like when somebody actually is going, then it's just like, oh no.
With the fruit.
It's like a mini memorial, a mini send away, but they're coming back. It's not even a bus.
The most popular fruit flavors are strawberry, raspberry,
When it comes to yogurt, I'm not even sure what my favorite
and
flavor would be.
basilberry.
I'm not a
Different
big
types
yogurt
of
person.
sugars are combined with stabilizers and artificial flavorings. This blend is then mixed with water.
Probably raspberry, though.
For most fruits, artificial coloring is also added to make them more appetizing. Then comes two more kinds of sugars, sucrose and dextrose. You can remember these ingredients by remembering they rhyme with gross. The machine then adds spoiled milk to the batch. Its natural curdled consistency will help with the yogurt's texture and bacteria culture.
Texture.
More coloring is added, alongside fruit concentrate. This concentrate is usually made from the fruit imported to the factory. Usually. To prepare the yogurt, they mix powdered whole milk and cream with water. For low-fat and fat-free yogurts, they simply remove the milk and double the amount of cream.
Wait.
The milk mixture is heated to
Fatless cream,
165
maybe?
degrees Fahrenheit to pasteurize it and to create milk foam. This
Or is he
milk
just
foam
testing
will be
us?
shipped out to coffee shops across the country. While it's now bacteria-free, there's a new problem. The company's pipe organ is now full of milk and cream and is unable to be played when the factory workers gather for church service. This machine, called a homogenizer, solves the problem. The homogenizer's crushing pistons use a hypnotic rhythm to convert every factory worker to atheism. If the homogenizer ever stops pumping, the next crusade will begin. The yogurt mixture then goes into fermentation tanks. Workers pour in a container of those little white balls you find on your ceiling, finally giving them a purpose by helping the yogurt ferment. Fermentation can take 6 to 20 hours depending on how much attention the factory workers are paying. The factory manufactures the yogurt labels and containers in the same factory. If you think this machine looks complicated, don't worry, you're just stupid. Plastic is molded by this machine into the containers for the yogurt, while the underside applies the labels.
Oh, that was a 28-minute mission?
The yogurt is then dumped in the containers.
Almost feel like they've over-nerfed the rewards for missions.
The red dot on the yogurt is from a nearby army sniper.
I gotcha.
Ready to take out any
We'll
yogurt
finish that
evolves
out,
during production to have
and I'll get
thoughts
a new
of
will spin
political
on the board.
assassination. This yogurt may or may not be expired depending on when you watch this video. And finally, as the packing machine properly labels and portions out the yogurt, did anyone else get kind of excited seeing a brand they finally recognize? They're making Dannon yogurt here. Dannon! I mean, I've had Dannon before. Tons of people have. It's a big brand. Normally they get the most obscure unknown brand for this shit, like Klapsky's Yogurt or Within the Family Dairy Farms. Oh wait, no, what? Okay, hang on. Upon reviewing the footage, it seems that this is Dannon yogurt, not Dannon. You can go back to the beginning of the video and confirm that that's true. This is Dannon, not Dannon. Sorry for the false alarm, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay. You know the drill. Notepad, come here. Oh, the 1.0 model. Lily, how are you doing? How have you been? What have you been up to? Thank you for the headphones. What sort of game news or activities are you up to lately? I heard Clara got sick again. Everybody keeps getting sick, whether it's sinuses, colds, allergies. And God bless if it's COVID. I hope not, but it sounds like she just had a bit of a cold. I'm doing okay. Today I was like a little bit EP, then we were playing Pogo Stuck, which is really fun. And then without me noticing, we were getting a little bit of heat exhaustion. Then I noticed like, oh my god, it's fucking hot up here. It's like 80, 90 degree temperature in my room. Just like, what's going on? I go downstairs. I see the thermostat was never turned down. So everybody's just like sleeping in the heat downstairs. But because the upstairs rooms don't get enough circulation, it's at least 10 degrees hotter at all times. So I'm just like, oh god. I'm like having a very, 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 very minor heat stroke. Start cracking the windows open, cranking up the AC, blasting that out on the left, on the right, and just cracking open the windows, the doors. And I'm just like, oh my god, it's not even summer. Hey Gunter, thank you for the hydrate. Let me get that for you. Tells me it's just a cold. I hope it is just a cold. I hope she gets well really, really soon. I always worry about her. She always works so hard and then she gets so sick. I definitely need to watch over our little dragons. Especially now that she's got those adorable little ears, huh? So let me see if I can't bring out the 1.0 model real quickly. We're just doing a little bit of YouTube right now before we go over into Stanley. I think I'm just trying to regain a little bit of strength. Staying hydrated, eating some food, some popcorn. And just taking it easy. And then we're going to get into Stanley. And Stanley's probably going to blow our minds tonight. Like, we have to rest. We have to prepare. That game was just... Oh, man. That game devoured every thought of ours the first time we played it. And I know it's coming again. I know I'm going to get warped again. I'm going to be missing the bucket the entire time. Assuming I lose it in the first place. But I kind of feel like we at least have to see the bucket get crushed in one playthrough. But I don't know if you permanently lose it. I don't want to see that one just yet if we lose the bucket. I need my bucket endings. Messing around with streaming setups yesterday? Voicemeeter, since I heard it was good for audio mixing. Voicemeeter banana. It's one that I hear used a lot. So I would argue that it is viable, I think. I could never get it to work for me on my last PC. But these days I use Wavelink. It's doing this shit again. Hold on. Why are these two fighting so much lately? The phone's working fine, but like Vbridger is like being the problem. At first I thought it was just due to the one thing being set to pen. But I guess not. Could be that the game just not the game, the thing's just not too stable with additional models on the screen. But yeah. Okay, we'll get her right next to us. Let me see. But yeah. So you've got like the mixing, outputs, game, audio, all that stuff set up just the way you like. I think we did do magnets, but I don't think we did balloons just yet.
Balloons are used to mark special occasions.
Also, if my mouth,
or to brighten
my
up a
mouth,
day for young and old
my
people
audio sounds a
alike.
little weird.
But balloons weren't
That's
always so delightful.
instantly going to be
In
related to
earlier days, they were
whatchamacallit.
made from dried animal bladders. A bit of
What's
an
it called again?
unpleasant concept. In the 19th century, someone invented a rubber balloon, which we still use today.
Noise suppression. It'd be extremely noticeable if I took that off.
Balloons
but they need to stay
originally
on so I
began
can stay
mass
alive.
production in the 1930s, and today they're still being produced. To make balloons, they pour dye into a tank of latex. They filter it through cheesecloth to ensure there isn't any cheese in the latex.
I feel like there's ways to
agitators at the bottom of this tank mix together
make a cheaper
blue
mic
and
work.
white latex, creating
It's
blue
all
latex.
in the like the Reaper settings. Your compressors, your
Balloons come in very
equalizers,
many shades of blue.
and stuff like that. The type of noise suppressor you use.
Nozzles create mist to help obscure this factory's balloon.
On a cheaper mic, even having a
prototypes
basic
called
pop filter
balloon
helps.
forms.
There's a lot of factors I can go in and getting a cheap mic to not work and a cheap mic
A
to work.
mechanism then dips the forms into a tub of hot glue, which will be used to help stick the latex
I'll be
to
honest.
the forms.
My 2QU or whatever it was called again, it was pretty good for a $60 mic.
This machine is able to perform double duty with balloon forms on both top
I've seen some
and
people
bottom.
even get as far as
This means, in a similar
like using a
fashion to
headset
your
mic for a
brother,
while.
This machine can take it from
It's just if
both
you really want
ends.
to boost the quality, then it's gonna come from voice projection and then a better mic. But even a good mic can sound bad with the worst of
With
settings
this set of forms
or no
dipped,
settings
the
and
fixture
cables to
rotates.
support it.
With this, the balloon forms have survived their hazing and can properly
Just like the
graduate
ASMR
from
mic, for
balloon
example.
College. Just in time for the freshman
$70?
forms on the other side to take their inaugural
That's
dip.
not too bad then. I would think. I guess it just depends on the brand and
The latex dries
how they
quickly
did the
as
mic.
the balloons are then assaulted on their tips by a
if it's a
series
Razer
of
mic,
brush
then
rollers.
it's probably
The tips of the
not gonna be
balloons
great.
are their most sensitive, and should a balloon not be able to bear this, it will rip and be rejected from production. Here we can see the difference in balloon circumcision.
bruh.
The balloons nosedive into a hot water bath, where they soak for up to a few days. This step is crucial, as it leaches out impurities and latex allergens, and was the inspiration for the hit song 99 Wet Balloons.
Oh, I still want to listen to that song again. Da, 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 da.
Whoa, that's a fancy shade of blue. They should write a song about it. Not that blue, though. That blue is ugly. The balloons are then dipped again. They will be dipped again and again until they learn. This is a written threat.
I no worries. Have a safe drive to work. Have a good day at work and stuff like that. And we'll see you again, okay, Lily? Take
And
it
now
easy
it's time
until
for the
then.
forms to finally
We
take
will be
flight.
seeing you when we
No
see
longer
you.
constrained by gravity or earthly desires, the forms fly away in search of a higher calling. However, for 99% of balloon forms, a higher calling just means a sloppy ride on a conveyor belt. Next, the balloons turn an unknown color and are collected into an industrial washing machine. Liquid blue is added to help return the balloons to their natural color. The balloons are washed in the washing machine, in the biggest plot twist of the century. And finally, in a bit of testicular awareness, the factory blows up a massive scrotum balloon. Hopefully, this balloon will make you aware of testicles.
Bruh.
After all, statistically, every human on the planet has one testicle.
Pan pizza version 2. Speaking of pizza, the next video is literally frozen pizzas.
Millions of pizzas travel daily from the frozen food section of the supermarket to the
Oh, is it
dinner
out
table.
already?
Thick or thin crust, meat
Hey,
or
Zachy.
vegetarian.
How are you
Their
doing? Welcome in,
convenience
welcome
makes
in,
them
welcome
a
in.
staple in the freezer. But how do they end up tasting so fresh when
Also,
they
fuck it.
start out so frozen?
If it's already out, I'd have one more day to do so.
Cheese, sausage,
So, like, how long is it gonna
sausage
run
with
for?
carrots.
Do I need to start, like, the grind to,
All
like...
varieties of pizzas
Do I need to get to a
require
certain level of
maze
content so I don't miss
machines.
out on this?
To make the dough for the crust,
'Cause if it's
they
gonna be
combine
time
flour,
sensitive, then I might,
salt,
you know,
cornmeal, water,
I might just have to
yeast,
suck it up and start
flour
doing
in a
reading
large
tonight.
Mixer. Then they add a bit of
Start
cornmeal
pushing
for
the,
flavor.
second
A
half of the
mixer
game.
turns the ingredients for about 4 minutes. This powerful machine needs almost 30 horsepower to knead the dough.
But, like, is there stuff to get from the raid?
The dough rises into
Is
a
it just a
plump dough
special
anus
fight?
until it's fed into a chunking machine.
Is it missable
which divides
content?
the blob into smaller pieces.
I guess is the real question.
The chunks travel to a sheeting machine which rolls them into
Oh.
2.5 centimeter thick sheets. A light dusting of flour makes the dough 2.507
So it's not
centimeters
the biggest
thick,
dough.
so the company can eventually save costs when selling in bulk.
Oh,
A flour brush tickles the dough to get it to drop its defenses as it's eviscerated by stainless
I
steel
might just have to look at
rotating
it anyway.
springs.
We'll see. Part of
The
me
hose
wants
will
to see
make
the
the
bucket,
pizza dough faster through
but the other
production.
part of me is like,
A large plastic roller cuts the
I
dough into circular
need to get back to my
pizza
addiction to
crust shapes.
GBF.
Fun fact, this roller is never ever washed, and our cameraman had a cold today.
I feel like we've seen this machine before.
A machine called the Divorce-O-Matic separates the dough.
Except it was for like cookies or something.
The pizza crusts are given a spray tan to make them more appetizing and to try to slow the effects of aging.
Special sigil though, huh?
Some pizzas stick to the ceiling. Science cannot explain this. Next stop is the tomato sauce waterfall. This waterfall is the only one of its kind in the world, except for all the others found in other pizza making factories, and anywhere else that someone decides to build one. In fact, most researchers would call this a kid's shitty science fair project more than anything, and would give it a C-.
I know. It's the
Mounds
beginning.
of cheese fluff are ready to be shredded to
The
add
beginning of all this
mozzarella
pizza.
cheese topping.
Mozzarella!
Factories want you to believe this is called a cheese applicator machine, but we all know it's just a cheese waterfall. Are you surprised? Most pizzas today are built via waterfall. Okay, seriously, I'm reading the script here and they want to call this
Actually, maybe
thing
I'd want a
meat
chocolate
applicator.
waterfall.
Read my lips that you can't currently see. Meat waterfall. Call it what it is, and stop lying to these people.
A
The
meat
pizza is
waterfall.
now ready to be fed to a computer. The combination of citric acids, salts, and complex topping arrangements make them the perfect snack food for processor-based organisms. The pizzas enter a flash freezer called a blast cell, which sounds like
One
the
second.
name of a rejected Batman villain. An overwrapping machine applies a layer of plastic to each pizza. Some people choose to remove this flavor plastic before eating, but this is up to the consumer.
Flavor plastic, bruh. I bet
The
there are
sun
people who
god
have
is
tried to
consulted for
cook it with the
final
plastic
judgment
on.
all pizzas. Any he deems unworthy are blown away to pizza hell. And finally, an automated
Oh, is that
arm
a way to
pushes
make sure
each
that they,
pizza into a box,
weigh enough?
making you one step closer to your dinner of disappointing greasy cardboard.
One step closer to the edge. Let's see, what else have you got, my man? Chocolate peanut butter buns.
As any sweet tooth can attest, there's no end to the flavors you can pair with chocolate. The classic combination is milk chocolate and peanut butter. The saltiness of the peanut butter is the perfect foil to the sweetness of the chocolate.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and
This
cap
candy
my
bar features
thermostat
real
70.
milk chocolate around a real peanut butter candy
But
center.
I will leave the floor fan over there on too.
Making that peanut butter candy center is the tricky part. To make the candy part, the factory combines liquid sugar, corn syrup, turbinado, and molasses. While the ingredients mix, agave nectar,
Sugars.
dextrose, cane sugar, and tikal are added to the mixture. During the workday,
Agave?
the cooked candy is poured into a large stainless steel bowl. At night, the factory is converted into a small steel mill. Next, leftovers from the previous batch are drowned in the candy. These leftovers are shipped in from restaurants whose customers can't finish a whole candy bar in one sitting. The leftovers are then autopsied onto a medical table. Then the candy is blended using a large variety of techniques, such as folding, scooping, swirling, squashing, smashing, pressing, dunking, and slam dunking.
What about
At
Dunkin'
the next
Donuts?
station, a pocket is made in the center and filled with the secret ingredient, motor oil. No, I'm just kidding, but could you imagine? They start up a pulling machine, which fills the candy with
probably
air and
could,
works it
sadly.
harder than your sister at a fraternity house.
Wow.
Then the candy is transferred to a conveyor belt, which takes it to the backup candy machine, which holds the factory's emergency candy rations, which they buy from a second factory. The machine's rollers flatten the candy into a candy sheet. I would tell you what they store in this tank, but I am illiterate. It looks like peanut butter, which, well, that would just make sense now, wouldn't it? Okay, so yeah, the peanut butter is deposited onto the candy sheet. Workers plow the candy fields until the candy resembles the world's saddest rug.
Wait a second. Okay, I was just making sure I hit the thing.
Which is then immediately destroyed for the benefit of mankind.
What's the government doing now?
The candy
The U.S.
is then
Department of
rolled into
Education is
series of
implementing a new
rollers and
loan
given a
servicing
shiatsu
environment for all
massage to
federal
release
student loan
any tension
borrowers.
it's carrying.
Mostly
Emerging from this
cybersecurity
new relaxed
updates.
state is the legendary peanut butter python. These animals can grow as long as a
Peanut
football
butter
field
jelly
and love to
time.
nest inside complex industrial
Peanut butter
machinery.
jelly. Oh, the AC on the left turned off.
If
Oh my
the
god, I can hear
python is
myself. Holy shit.
startable, it will segment its body into
God, I forget
pieces
how
as a
loud the AC
makeshift
can get
camouflage.
sometimes.
The candy links drop onto another conveyor belt, which both hardens them via a cooling tunnel and presents a strong metaphor against environmental deforestation from the logging industry.
I was gonna say, I know this track, don't I?
Workers gently caress
No, it sounded like
each
the da
candy
da
bar to
da
remind
da
it
da
that
da
everything will be
da
okay.
da.
Then,
It was
in
close
the
though.
convexionary car wash, the
It
peanut
had that
butter
slight
bars
sense
are
of
coated with
Requiem.
a layer of chocolate, which, let's be honest, makes them look like dookie logs. The dookie logs are gathered together for packaging as the workers remain grateful they get to wear gloves. And finally, the bars are sent down single file to the packaging machine. All this work is to bring you the tastiest, most famous chocolate peanut butter candy in the world. The Reese's Peanut Butter, the Clark Bar. Yeah, the Clark Bar. I'm at the Clark Bar. Everyone's favorite peanut butter chocolate candy. Woohoo! Yeah, let's
I'll
give
be
it up
honest,
for
I think
the
it's pretty hard to beat
Go
Reese.
Clark Bars.
Especially
Yeah,
after the invention of the Take
woo!
5.
Clark Bars.
I don't think I've even had a Clark bar. I'd give it a try, but like, have I seen these before? Are they still around? Let's see, a couple more videos, and then we'll make a choice on what we want to do next. I feel like tonight's definitely the night for GBF though. That way we can get more interactions going with Stanley later. Especially, I'm sure everybody wants to see Silva's hole again. I mean the infinite hole.
The easiest way to treat dry skin is to spread on some skin cream. It rejuvenates the skin cells and acts as a protective barrier. This is particularly
Hey yo,
important during
I
the
thought that
winter,
would
when
catch
cold outdoor
head or
air and
two.
indoor heating suck the
I
moisture out
gotta
of your
see
skin.
who's like out there sometimes, you know? See who might be listening on in.
If you have dry skin,
But yeah,
it's wise to keep
Stanley
a nice
is
slop of
wait,
skin cream on hand.
wait. Did we ever take
It's
the
not
bucket
just
to the
dry
hole?
air that can dry out your skin.
I never thought about
Stress,
that.
Cancer, dehydration,
We could have took the
nausea,
bucket to
and
the. Oh wait,
diabetes
no.
can all
We'd have
lead
to find a
dry
way
skin.
back. How did we get to that area before?
The first
God, I
ingredient
want to
is
play
stearic
GBF, but I
acid,
want to get back
which
on
is a wax derived
Stanley.
from palm tree oil. The next ingredient is palm tree oil, which is an acid derived from natural wax. These ingredients make up what's called the iceberg phase of the recipe. Workers heat the stearic acid until it desolidifies and then add the non-gaseous, non-solid wax oil to the mixture, which is derived from palm trees. While the acid oil mixture
I think
is
Stanley
heating,
would be
the
best for
workers
Friday.
prepare some hydric acid. Hydric acid, otherwise known as dihydrogen
If Friday's
monoxide,
the
can
end
be
and I want to
incredibly
go out with a
toxic if
bang,
consumed in high
Stanley would
amounts.
definitely help with
Workers
that.
are very careful to measure how much is added to each
But I also want to
batch.
get back into Arceus.
The
Just
initial
I
mixture
get
is
so addicted to
continually heated to
Arceus.
just below the boiling point,
Oh,
which is when
here's
the
the
hydric
problem.
acid is
I want
poured
to do
in.
too many
Side
things.
effects of excessive
We haven't even
hydric
got
acid
back to like
consumption
Ocarina
may
yet.
include vomiting and frequent
We haven't got
urination.
back to the
But the FDA monitors the
Super
batch
Mario
to
Armageddon
ensure it is
either.
safe to use. After an hour of mixing, the skin cream is ready. The factory pumps the skin cream from mixing vats into distribution vats. This company supplies jars for both hand and face skin cream.
Whatever
These
happens
creams
on
report
Friday
that they
though,
contain
I'll go ahead
different
and take off
ingredients
Saturday
for
again.
different purposes, but they all come from the same
I just
vat.
feel like in the future, we can just expect the battle Saturdays, unless my sleep
Grandma
schedule's
Edna
completely
continues
warped,
her life's
to
work
just be
as she
off
places
days.
plastic jars onto a conveyor belt. The
It's really
labeling
hard to give
machine
up that
applies
once a week
labels to the
social
jars
interaction
because it's the
stuff.
fucking label machine.
Especially when you're marathoning. You don't get to see everybody as little as you do anyways. But that once a week is just kind of like more significant
Grandma
at that
Edna then
point.
hustles down the assembly line and moves the labeled jars onto a turntable because she refuses to die until she's finished. The turntable moves the plastic jars to the filling machine. Now I know what some of you are thinking, and please, please trust me on this, but this is the filling machine, not the rinsing machine. You ever rinse something in skin cream? Okay, well, bad example, but you get the point. Filling machine.
Skin cream, is that different from just lotion? Is that like just
Then
a
the
fancier
jars
name
approach
for
a
it?
capping machine, which has never been confused for another machine in its entire history. I mean, what else could it be? A topping machine? What are you, stupid? As if a topping machine could ever even exist. That's some fantasy nonsense.
Huh? I bet I could fit the bill pretty easy.
The next station applies a label to the top of the jar.
I had to take at least
We
one
haven't come
joke at
up with a
that.
name for this machine yet. If you have any
Maybe I'm not
suggestions,
too
please
fit
be
for
sure to
one,
leave
but I
them in
bet
the
topping
comments.
machines exist,
After
trust
all,
me.
YouTube comments are a valuable
You just have to
source of
find a top
feedback
that's
and
willing
are
to work
always
like a
worthwhile
machine.
read of insightful discussion. The skin cream is also sold in tubes for on-the-go creaming. This robot arm places the tubes on a turntable. You may think he's cute, but that saluting motion he does was originally for a much more sinister purpose. A nozzle squirts the skin cream into the
So out of
tube as a
curiosity,
press heats the open end to seal it
is
inside.
skin cream just lotion?
And then your next portable tube of cream made from baby foreskin is ready for store shelves. Oh, what? Don't act like you didn't know that baby foreskin is a popular
Skin
ingredient in
cream is
high-end
just
face
lotion
creams.
that has
That's why
less
half of
water
us buy
content.
it. I mean, how else do you think you get
So it's
all
a
your
thicker
skin so silky smooth? A bunch
topical.
of herbs and spices and shit? Yeah, okay, good luck with that. And enjoy the dumb look on your face when you Google that fact and find out it's totally real. Bye-bye now!
Oh? Is it time already? Well then. Let's see. Okay, wheel on the wall. Where am I going next? Shut up, Irvin. There's reasons why we can't do that tonight. But I will spin again to make up for that. I still have some bourbon lies, just heat stroke is kind of worried about that right now. Oh, why? I got so confident we might not see food on there that I started snacking. And now I'm like kind of full. But hey, if I can't honor the bourbon... Oh, right. Fire. Hot food on... Whatever. I can handle the food. I can handle the food. That one I'm at least confident in my stomach being able to take. So, y'all know the drill. Let me bring out the webcam. We've not brought it out too much today, have we? We'll have it plenty the day the cosplay stuff arrives. Don't worry too much. Let me go see. Where is it? We'll do ramen and keep watching this stuff, even though that might be a mistake. If I remember correctly, add water. 3 minutes. Wait 1 minute. So you guys know the drill. We had this one before, and it was really good, really spicy. Almost had way too much spice in it. I promise my sodium's okay. I promise my sodium levels are okay. I think. I'll just make sure to drink more water. But I'm gonna get this started and I'll be right back. So until I get back, I'll go ahead and throw you guys a freebie. Video-wise and whatnot. Not a freebie, but you know what I mean. So there's not dead air. But Lily, unfortunately, it's time to go. So long, farewell to you, my friend. What's up next? You guys figure out what the KFC thing is. And I'll be right back.
When it comes to crispy chicken, no one cooks it up quite like KFC. They've got all the parts of the chicken covered, from wings to breasts to fingers to feet. But believe it or not, this famous face isn't just an ad campaign. Colonel Harlan Sanders was real, and you'll never guess where he was born. That's right, in Henryville, Indiana. Don't believe me? Check Wikipedia. After 10 years of experimenting, the Colonel created the most famous fried chicken dispenser in the world, the Paper Bucket. And to fill those paper buckets, he fried chicken using a recipe he borrowed from a Betty Crocker cookbook. And thus, in 1952, the first KFC restaurant was opened in the wonderful city of Salt Lake City, Utah. Again, check Wikipedia. Colonel Sanders hit the road with his fried chicken ingredients in the back of his car and drove around to local restaurants showing them his creation. Restaurant owners loved the revolutionary idea of serving fried chicken in their restaurants, and so the Colonel's invention became an instant success. Get this, the original handwritten recipe is so secret that absolutely anyone can take it. Seriously, here's footage of our intern David stealing the formula and ingredients right from their corporate office. No one even asked to check our IDs. So against multiple cease and desist orders, we're gonna tell you exactly how to cook the Colonel's chicken. It all starts with flour, dried milk, and cocaine, which was legal back in 1952 and is allowed today via a legal loophole. And then the top secret spices are added. Salt, thyme, basil, oregano, celery salt, dried mustard, paprika, garlic salt, white and black pepper are added to the chicken batter. Oh shit, we probably shouldn't have told you the secret ingredients. Then it's time to mix the ingredients by hand. Most employees leave their wristwatch on so they can count how many hours of their lives they wasted mixing KFC ingredients. Then an industrial mixer takes care of the rest, completely invalidating the mixing done by the employee beforehand. KFC still forces employees to mix the spices by hand first, so that way the Colonel's memory is still honored through his love of pointless menial labor. Now it's time to prep some chicken. The chicken takes a bath in some chicken-flavored water to enhance its natural chicken flavor. Then after a quick throttling, similar to how Colonel Sanders used to throttle his wife when she overcooked his chicken, it's straight into the flour. The procedure is all about the magic number 7. First, the chicken is dredged in flour while Colonel Sanders is thanked for his bounty 7 times. Then the excess is shaken off 7 times as employees curse the names of KFC's 7 biggest enemies in the fast food business. Then it's on to the pressure fryer, the exact same one used by Mr. Sanders himself, for an unknown time at an unknown temperature. The KFC handbook says to cook it until it's done, so put your faith in every KFC employee near you.
Go back downstairs and check on it.
Today, KFC is one of the biggest
How you
fast
doing
food
tonight?
franchises on the
How's
planet,
your hump day? How's
especially
your
in Asia,
Wednesday?
where it's often called silly white
anything
man's
fun?
chicken to
Anything
appeal to
fancy?
their local
What's up?
markets. Here's a fun fact. In 1976,
Yeah, but
Colonel
back in the
Sanders
States,
stopped into a
1976.
KFC restaurant and said they were making the worst fried chicken he'd ever seen. He said the mashed potatoes resembled wallpaper paste and the gravy was brown sludge. That's a true fact. Seriously, look it up on Wikipedia. And speaking of Wikipedia, what does KFC stand for anyway? The world may never know. The lead inside a pencil isn't actually lead, it's mostly graphite, which was discovered in England in the mid-1500s, giving birth to the pencil industry. In 1795, a French chemist discovered a new type of pencil lead made from graphite powder and clay fired in an oven, making it possible to produce leads of different hardness. For a pencil's body, you need wood soft enough to sharpen that comes in a variety of colors, like blue and green. This German pencil factory uses pencil wood from California. The wood is about 5 millimeters thick and arrives pre-cut in slats of 7 inches by 18 degrees. One by one, the slats pass under a giant fan, which precisely splinters the wood through directed airflow. The next machine fills the grooves with rubber to give the pencils more bounce and resistance. Most pencils built to factory standards can bounce about 2 feet into the air. Only half of the slats prepped move to a conveyor belt to process them into pencils. The rest of the slats are recycled for other wood products, such as chairs, pencils, and rulers. The lead in all pencils is made of pure lead, but some pencils may use clay additives to save costs. These pencils are organic and use 100% lead, meaning they cost $9 per pencil. The lead laying machine is probably the most satisfying thing you will ever see. On another conveyor belt,
More refills?
completely unrelated
Ah.
slats are prepared and
I know
flipped
exactly what
upside
you
down
mean.
for the pencil
When it's
making
refill
process.
time,
The new slats slide perfectly
you
on
gotta
top of the
schedule an
slats
appointment, you gotta
fitted
show
with
up to
the
the
graphite,
appointment,
resulting
you gotta
in the
wait on the
world's most
doctor,
inedible
you gotta wait on the
s'more.
refills.
If you've ever heard your school teacher say,
It's all
"Take
part
out
of
your
life."
writing sandwiches," you now know what she was talking about.
Oh, until Friday?
Now, the slats are compressed
You
with
keep,
over
like, an
1
emergency
ton
supply?
of pressure, making sure that, for the
Just in
graphite,
case.
there is no escape. After that, the industrial fan is turned back on, which presses the pencils
Pencil.
hard enough to separate
Pencil.
them, and blows away any defective pencils that don't contain enough rubber for added resistance.
This has to be one of his older videos. His
The
voice is a little
pencils are
different.
then pushed through a slot underneath a brush to make it look like a man with a thick mustache is vomiting them up, much to the delight of
I'm
the
gonna change the
factory
thing a little
workers.
bit. So forgive me if you see thigh again.
A worker pulls a pencil
So-
off the line and manually sharpens it, just in time for an engineer to crush the newly sharpened pencil under a hydraulic press to help the factory determine how automation will slowly crush the job market. This press here replaces over 36 potential jobs every day. Now it's time to dress that naked wood.
Welcome
One
back,
at a
in case
time,
anybody
the
had to
pencils
deal
are
with the
shot through a
ads.
coating of yellow
Welcome
paint
back
to
in.
help camouflage them against school buses. This is in the hopes of tricking children that they won't have any writing assignments at school, since they won't see any nearby writing instruments. This specific batch of pencils are painted with a black stripe to diffuse their camouflage, because these pencils are for training purposes only. Each student's name is then metallically pressed onto each pencil, as is common in the Western world for each student to be assigned one pencil once they start school. Losing this pencil may result in
Oh.
expulsion. Eventually,
I
the
got confused
erasers are
by the
put
video
on
and
as a
forgot
sort
about
of
my food.
tiny hat for pencils. This
I was gonna
was
look
put
up
in
something
place in
else,
the
but I was
early
like, I need to eat this
1910s,
while
where
it's
major city
still good, so I'm
populations
just
lobbied
like,
Congress,
what's a
upset that the
creepy
pencils
iceberg
didn't
to
have to
do?
wear hats like the businessmen who used them.
Something to
Even
play longer. A media iceberg? Oh wait, what's this other one? Look at that one later. This one could be interesting.
Disturbing media. From videos that have subliminal messages that'll force you to end your own life, to those creepy midnight gems that you find on YouTube, to deep dark rabbit holes, and even straight up real snuff films. If you can think of anything disturbing that you may have seen or heard about around the internet, the Disturbing Media Iceberg has you covered. As many of you should know, I started this series around a year ago, and it's the series that blew my channel up. And it's a lot to ask you all to go back to square one and rewatch the entire thing from the first video. So I took it upon myself to not only take out the intros and outros of every single part, but I also added in some better footage, better b-roll, and I also reorganized the entire iceberg chart, and on top of that, I made a brand new iceberg chart for those that want to follow along at home. If you like this video, go check out my last video, the Horrific Disturbing Media Iceberg Volume 1, as that is not included in this video, even though it's a spiritual finale to the entire series. This is because it's technically my Volume 1 to my brand new series, Midnight Frights. So if you end up enjoying this video and you want to see more of this and more of me talking about disturbing things from around the internet, be on the lookout for those Midnight Fright volumes as they come out on my channel. And maybe go watch Volume 1 right after this. As I stated before, I began this series in the earlier stages of my channel, and obviously I've made some upgrades since then. I have a better camera, better microphone, and I changed up my editing style as a whole. So you might find some parts of the video have these random b-roll shots. You might see some Super Smash Bros. Melee gameplay in the background, or maybe it's
Surely
Minecraft
not,
gameplay,
right?
or it might just be me talking to the camera. Just take these little b-roll shots as mental breaks from the entire iceberg, because as I've stated earlier, it's a lot of disturbing stuff in this video.
Worst
I do
case
have to give you guys
scenario.
a huge warning as well, but before that,
Content.
Patreon. YouTube keeps giving me the short end of the stick when it comes to making money, so please
I'm
go
just
support me
gonna
on
turn all
Patreon.
the
If you
content
choose
warnings
the second
on.
tier or above,
There's
you
no
get
harm in
one-day
doing
early
so.
access to all my icebergs and Midnight Fright volumes
But it's a
as
good
they
way
come
just to
out.
be.
And right now, for
The
my
food,
third
the noodles
tier,
are probably
I have
soggy
3
now.
behind-the-scenes
I need to
videos
eat.
on the Disturbing Website Iceberg,
I didn't even
the
stir
Disturbing
it. I'm
Media
such a
Series, and
dumbass.
the Banned in Cartoons Animation Iceberg. The behind-the-scenes videos give a deeper look
ADHD
into how I make
sucks.
these and whatever creators
Should
I end
watch
up
the one about the
collaborating
Mario
with along the way
episodes.
to get information.
Oh
With
wait,
that
what
out
are
of the way,
those? Tell me,
it's
tell me,
time
tell me,
to
tell
warn
me.
you guys about what
Is it like
lies
something
in this
creepy, something
iceberg.
cool, something
As with
spicy?
all the videos on my channel, this one does
Bad
not
Mario
contain any
episodes?
jump scares or
Is
sudden
it public
shift in the
domain?
audio. I also went ahead
Is it
and
something that
added
can
in
be streamed?
warnings at certain spots where I feel like an extra warning is needed. There are some parts where I did forget to do that though, and that's why I'm giving you guys this warning right now.
Oh,
I'm
really?
literally just gonna read it off my
You
phone
sure?
because it's a huge list, but if you guys can't handle anything with
'Cause I feel like
animal
anime
abuse,
would be like one of the
torture,
last things
homicide,
in
suicide,
public domain.
child exploitation, or general disturbing vibe, I will
I
say
might
the
just
warning
avoid
really
that.
only
That sounds
applies to
risky.
around layer 5
If
and
it's from
below.
2014, then there's
Anything
no way in
deeper
hell
than
it's
that, I
allowed to
feel
be
like you
streamed.
really do have to
That would
start,
be
like,
heavily
keeping track of,
DMCA'd
like,
because that's
okay,
very,
do I
very,
actually
very
want
new
to watch
material.
this or not? Before that though, it's mostly
It's
like
like
what I
only
feel like
like
is
I think like
family-friendly
the
stuff or stuff that you guys already kind of know
things
about.
that enter
So with all
public
that out of the
domain
way,
need to be
let's
out
get
for at
into
least
layer
100
1
years or
of the
something like
Disturbing
that.
Media Iceberg.
Just like one of
Layer
the
1 is
Mickey
full of
Mouse things
concepts,
became
TV
public
shows, and YouTube content that I
recently.
feel like are the tip of the iceberg when it comes to disturbing media. For most, these were your first encounter with somewhat creepy and eerie content on the internet.
I
So
wouldn't
wouldn't be
say
surprised
creepy,
if
but
you
if this
knew
is just the
this
tip of
one.
the iceberg, then
Creepypasta videos.
I guess you can
This entry
call
is talking about the
Courage
videos on YouTube discussing various
creepy.
types of creepypasta. Creepypasta is basically horror-related legends or stories that are just that. Legends and stories. Most of these stories aren't actually real, and I say most because I do believe some of them are based on real events, but the actual stories themselves are almost always fathomed up. They are stories written as if someone is retelling an event from their life.
People
Some of the
playing.
most famous ones that you guys might have heard of are Jeff the Killer,
Oh, I thought you
Smile
meant like an
Dog, and
actual
Scrooge
episode.
Suicide. These stories have found
Like
their
from
way
a
into
series on
video
Netflix
format
and
amongst
anime.
a plethora of YouTube channels that
So
all
it's like
dedicate their
user
time to
created
reading out
content?
various creepypastas as if they are the characters in the story. If
Because
you
I
try to
have
get
no
into
idea
it,
what you're
just
talking
type in
about.
creepypasta on YouTube,
You could link a
and you should
YouTube
find
video,
many,
and I can
many
pull it up in
channels that have
another
lots
browser
of
and see what it
videos
is.
retelling these old stories. Elsagate. Elsagate refers to the controversy that still plagues YouTube to this day, specifically the side of YouTube called YouTube Kids. You know that
Mhm.
side of YouTube that's supposed to be only for kids? Well, lots of videos have surfaced to YouTube Kids entailing some of children's favorite TV show or movie characters doing sexual or traumatizing acts. There are videos of Spider-Man performing sexual acts on Elsa, or Mickey Mouse getting his ear chopped off,
What?
and just a lot of stuff that wasn't really meant for kids to actually watch. This idea became more widely spread in
Um,
2017 when people realized that if they let their kids watch YouTube with autoplay on, that in a matter of like 10 videos, their kids would already start being subjected to these types of videos. You can still find these
That
types of
is
videos on YouTube
creepy.
Kids, as it's really hard for YouTube to crack down on this problem without completely changing the landscape of YouTube itself. For a more in-depth explanation, I've linked a TED Talk below that I believe went over the problem pretty thoroughly. I will be leaving all of the links that I talk about in the video in the description below. Scare Theater. Scare Theater is a YouTube channel that has been uploading to YouTube since early 2015. The earliest published video on his channel is Obey the Walrus Explained, which funny enough is actually another entry on this iceberg. This channel mainly posts videos centered around explaining scary urban legends, very eerie YouTube videos, and all around any type of creepy or disturbing internet mysteries. So I would recommend checking out his channel for anything you don't see on this iceberg, because chances are he has a video on it. If you got time to go down the rabbit hole and binge, I'll link the channel below. Tom Goes to Hell / Train Scene.
Oh,
I
this is
mashed
like
these entries together as
TikTok
they refer
memes
to
with
the same
Mario
show.
edits.
Let's start with Tom Goes to Hell. Tom Goes to Hell.
That might be
refers to
okay,
a
so I'm gonna go and
scene
like
in
put that in the
episode of
media
Tom
share.
and Jerry called Heavenly
What's
Puss.
Elsa
In
Gate?
this episode, Tom gets squished by a piano
I've actually
and
not
is sent to
heard
heaven.
or know
He
what
is
that
told
is.
here that in order to gain entry to heaven, he must get this certificate of forgiveness signed by Jerry. But the only catch is that he has 1 hour to complete the task.
How
It's
are
a
you
pretty
doing though,
dark episode, as
softball?
there are multiple moments in which
What have you been
Tom
up to? How is
begs
Wednesday
Jerry to
going?
sign it,
It's a
pleading for
beautiful
dear
hump
life that Jerry
day.
signs the piece of paper so that he won't go to hell. Unfortunately,
Don't?
Jerry doesn't sign the paper in time, and
Okay.
Tom is sent down under. It's here that we are met with a pretty disturbing scene in which Tom is boiled alive. Obviously, there's no gory details as it's a children's cartoon, but the fact that this was an episode is pretty astonishing, and it speaks volumes as to what shows could get away with back in the day. I wouldn't say this entry is necessarily disturbing, but I could see how someone would find this scene disturbing, especially as a child. To me, it just seems unnecessarily dark. Another unnecessarily dark episode is an episode where the duo seems to commit suicide via getting hit by a train. In this episode titled Blue Cat Blues, Tom and Jerry are seen trying to get at their crushes. Tom sells all of his belongings in order to afford this very tiny ring. After finding out that his crush has already been proposed to,
Actual
he
YouTube
tries to
nightmare?
get at her
Alright.
again, but with this time
I'll keep
showing
it in
up to
mind
her
at
house
least.
with a car, but to no avail, as someone else comes up with an even bigger car and humiliates Tom and takes off with the girl. This sends Tom into a very deep, dark depression state, getting drunk and then
Makes me
sitting
wonder when
on
we're
these
gonna end up
train
having to do the
tracks.
$1
Jerry
pizza.
experiences the
Or
same
those
exact
ghost pepper
thing with his
chimichangas.
crush, which leads to this dark scene.
There's some
where
items
Tom
on the
and
wheel that
Jerry
we've hit
simply
so many
wait for
times
the
in a row.
oncoming train to kill
And
them.
some
The
items that have
episode
been there.
even ends on a
It's just so
cliffhanger,
funny that we
with
landed on the
train
pineapple
noise
literally the
being
first day we
heard
bought it.
without showing what exactly happens to them. If you found either of these episodes disturbing, leave a comment below detailing your experience. I'm Not Tommy / I'm Not Stu. This one is another TV show entry. This one comes from the original Rugrats show that aired on Nickelodeon from 1991 to 2004. In the episode known as In the Dreamtime, there is a very disturbing scene in which Chucky walks inside a doghouse only for it to be as big
Stretch,
as
I can go in and
mansion.
stretch for you.
Then after realizing that something strange is going on, he
Hey,
looks around for Tommy
how's the
and
evening
asks
so
him
far,
for help,
Gunther?
only for Tommy to turn around, revealing
But you were
a
playing
creepy-looking
Helldivers
Tommy
earlier
lookalike
with
that
Sylvie,
spits
weren't
out
you?
the phrase, "I'm not Tommy."
If you
Here's
are,
the
or if you
scene in
have,
all
or
of
just
its
been playing
glory.
in general, how was the game then?
Hey, Spike's not supposed to talk. What's going
How is the
on,
balance
Tommy?
changes and stuff like that?
And then
I've
later
not
in the
played
episode,
since
we
the
get a
last
very
update, so I'm
similar
like always
scene,
curious as
only
to
this
see
time it's
how much
with
of the game has
Chucky's dad,
changed.
Chaz.
Thank you,
As
thank you, thank you,
Chaz
thank you.
walks through his house, he
I
runs
mean, let's be
into
honest,
Stu and asks
some
what
childhood
he's doing
cartoons
there,
had some stuff
saying
that
he didn't know that Stu was
just
coming over.
never were
This prompts
questioned.
Stu to turn around, revealing a very creepy looking Stu that spits out the same exact phrase. Only this time he says, "I'm not Stu."
Fun?
Here is the scene for you all to see.
No Clue Silva says not so. I know. I've not heard good things. They added one thing that he really liked, and I know he really wants it.
I
But
can
they've made
definitely see
so
this
many
one disturbing a
questionable
lot of children,
changes
especially
that
considering
I
this
guess
show
in a
aired
way
on
you could say I'm
Nick
just
Jr.
scared of
Imagine
playing it
catching a rerun of this
during this
episode during
transitionary
nighttime as a
phase.
kid.
Because it
Robot
just seems
Chicken.
like any time I was to
Robot
put
Chicken
into
is
it
a
would make me
stop-motion
probably hate the
show
game.
that aired on Adult Swim,
They've
starting in
over-nerfed things so
2005
hard
and ending in
that
2009. This show was my first taste of dark humor, and
I don't
as
know.
a child, I saw that there was a multitude of sketches
I guess
that
they're
freaked
also
me
trying
out.
to encourage more
Every
console
episode
players.
tells a story
So
that
like
is
players
based
on
some type of
PlayStation
pop
do like
culture,
insanely
whether it's a popular
like
TV
sig-
show,
or like what is it?
movie
Like a lot more
character, or
damage.
child folktale.
And then PC
Robot
players are
Chicken
like
takes
really
these
nerfed.
ideas and much like
And I'm just
Meat
like,
Candy, tells these
why?
stories for mature
Why is that a
audiences through
thing?
dark humor. Some sketches that bothered me the most were the Scooby-Doo episode where
I
every
would say if
character
you're
was
just
killed
starting,
off
it's
besides
fine.
Velma.
If you're just
For some
starting, it's
reason,
fine.
this
You'll have
embarrassing
fun. You won't have to worry too
always
much.
made me very
Because you're still
uneasy and
unlocking
very
things, you're still
freaked
playing the
out.
way the game is
There are
intended to
tons of
be.
examples of episodes that
But
bothered
by the
other
time you start
people,
getting into the
from
higher
Tooth
zones,
Fairy episode where the
that's
Tooth
where the
Fairy gets
changes
murdered,
are
to
made
Dora the
apparent.
Explorer episode where Dora
And that's
gets
where
drunk
the
and
game
commits
is just not
suicide.
fun.
Each of these episodes tells a very dark and humorous story with funny spins on existing pop culture. If you were born in the 2000s and
What
you're
they have
watching
done
this
is,
video,
at the higher
my
levels,
God, just saying that
they
makes
have
me feel very
significantly
old, but
increased the
anyways,
challenge
you may
while
have never
significantly
caught this on
decreasing the
TV. If
rewards.
you want to see some old episodes, a ton of them can still be found on YouTube.
It was a
as well
double
as
whammy.
HBO Max. This will bring us to Layer 2.
Yeah, they missed the
Layer
point.
2 is
It was like,
chock full of
okay, game's
creepy,
too easy, so
disturbing
let's make the
YouTube
game
videos,
harder and
as
take
well
away
as
the
some internet
rewards. And I'm just like,
mysteries.
wait.
These entries are still relatively well
Why
known,
aren't we doing
but
one or the other?
definitely
Why
a
are we
step
doing
up when
both?
it comes to
Who
disturbing
wants to play
nature.
an
Some of
insanely
these
hard
might as well
game
have
with a
been your
little
first
reward
taste of disturbing
on top?
content
I'm
on
just
the
like,
internet, but I feel as though
you-
these
you-
are
you've-
the gateway
you've defeated the
content to
point.
the rabbit hole that is disturbing media.
People don't
Don't
want to
Hug Me,
play
I'm
this
Scared.
game for
Don't
like
Hug Me, I'm
so
Scared is a 30-minute
long
video that
to
was uploaded
simply
to YouTube in the
grind.
summer of 2011,
If
which
I
on
wanted
the
a game like
surface
that, I'd
seemed
go play
just another
Diablo.
Sesame Street type show
Path
for
of
the
Exile.
internet. However, while the beginning of the video seems like any other kid show, the video takes a dark turn halfway through.
All they
and
did
starts
was
getting
extend the
straight
amount of
disturbing
time you'd
without
need to
the
put into
characters
the
are
game to
reacting
get
to
the
their
same amount of
environment.
content that
Since
you would
2011,
otherwise.
the channel posting these videos,
That's all they
which
have
also
done.
goes by the same name of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, has published numerous videos centered around the same idea of having a fun Sesame Street feel in the first half of the video, and then only taking a dark
COD
turn
Zombies?
as the video goes on.
I bet
While on
those
the
games would just be
surface,
amazing.
these videos seem like
I've
nothing
never
more
played a
than to serve
COD
as
zombie,
shock
but I
value.
used to love
They
playing
dive
7
into
Days to Die a
topics
whole
such as
bunch.
how religion and cults can affect you early on, or even how Sesame Street teaches kids to not be creative, but instead
Minecraft
to think the way
sim.
that adults tell them to think. There have been around 13 uploads to the channel as of November 2022, and there is even a TV show out for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, which I'm going to be doing an hour-long review on, so look out for that in the future if it's not already uploaded. Each Don't Hug Me,
Interesting.
I'm Scared video that you watch means that you're in for some catchy song to suck you into the video, knowing that in the back
I like
of
how
your
this
head,
is only the tip of the
something
iceberg.
creepy or truly disturbing will happen at some point during the video.
Stalker EFP?
Jack Stauber.
Invictus?
If you guys have
How
heard this
has
song
that
on
game been?
TikTok or just in general, then you probably know who Jack
Oh,
Stauber is.
it's like
Jack
so bad
Stauber
but so
creates
good at the
very
same
creepy
time.
claymation jump cut style videos on his own
The
YouTube
concept
channel.
of it did
His
look
first
really
video
good.
was posted back in 2013.
I think they
and
just
has
need some
since
TLC.
uploaded all the way up to August 3rd of 2020 when his last video was posted. Most of the animations on his channel are pretty high quality, and they tend to all have the same sort of style. Now, when I made this video the first time around, I actually
I know, it's just the
backtalked a
tip
lot
of the
things about his
iceberg.
work, and most
This
of
one's
it
a
was
proper
due to
iceberg.
shitty research on my
I think we
part,
won,
because
but we
I didn't
tried to
really
watch
feel
and
like giving
actually
this
ended
guy
up
the time of
watching
day.
all of
But
last
thanks to a
night.
lot of your comments, I'm
It wasn't
actually
exactly
an
an
avid
iceberg
enjoyer of
iceberg,
his
it
work.
was just a
In fact, I have an
compilation.
upcoming video about one of his most recent projects, Opal, which is a musical type of short film that takes a look into what it's like to live as a neglected child.
Flamethrower.
Now, no matter what Jack Stauber puts out, whether it's a full-on short film,
Hopefully
a
not,
micro
but I mean
pop,
at the
or
same
a
time, you
full
never
feature
know.
song, you know that he puts his heart and soul into each one, producing that unique sound that only Jack Stauber is able to
Suffering.
create. The reason this is on this iceberg is because a lot of his content is a bit off-putting, but in a more comforting way. And even though most of us absolutely love this guy, I don't think I could bring this up at my family dinner table without getting at least a few
Koi
weird
boy?
looks. Slenderman. Slenderman is one of those classic stories that people actually bought into back in the late 2000s. The origin of the
Slender did
Slenderman
make for some
story
good games,
started
though.
when one person began sharing their story on the Something Awful forum. They photoshopped pictures of a tall, skinny figure wearing a suit and shared them amongst the forum, claiming that they were being followed by this mystery figure.
Even if he's not
The
real,
photo
they did make
series
some pretty
continued with the
you know, it
Slenderman
was
in
a
the
simple but
photo
effective
beginning to
kind
look
of
more distorted and even
fake
growing
mythology.
tentacles. This story grew even further out of control when people began claiming that they had real encounters with this being, with even
Koi
more photoshopped
boy.
pictures from long ago.
I'm pretty sure
surfacing
that's
on the
Drew's
internet.
artwork, not
Slenderman's
Drew.
presence in
Brew.
pop culture hit an all-time high when the game known as Slender: The 8 Pages was released, which was based on the
Koi
Slenderman
boy.
character. In the game, you were chased by a tall, skinny figure in a suit as you tried to gather these 8 pages, with you getting jump scared with this screen anytime the Slenderman caught up to you. Many people bought into this idea of Slenderman, and it has
It was
been
one of the
cemented
early
as a
effective
scary
jump
figure
scare
in pop
games
culture.
that wasn't
Nowadays,
just cheap.
This legend has been long forgotten, which is why I chose to include it on this list. Parody animations. I believe this entry on the iceberg has to deal with those videos on YouTube that you see that take an idea like Pokemon or Harry Potter and then make their own animation based on those characters. Some are very well made and put together, while others are
What the fuck?
reminiscent of what you might find on a random Flash game from Newgrounds. This, in my opinion, is kind of similar to the Elsagate videos with the poorly made
That was
parody
definitely
animations
early
full of, like,
Newgrounds
creepy
material.
images being thrown around with vaguely recognizable characters, while the more
it's simple and
high-quality
effective.
parodies like Oni cartoons are done for audiences to enjoy by putting these characters in hilarious situations. Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon is a channel that began in September of 2015 with their earliest video dating back to January.
I'm basically done with
27th
this, so I'll go and take
2017.
this off the screen for you guys.
Watching a Meat Canyon video means you're in for some parody of a popular show.
I
with the
remember that
artist taking
name.
plot lines from the show and making them very crude.
I
and,
never
to
looked
best
at
put it,
myself,
creatively
but I
dark.
remember that
I
name.
find most of them to be pretty funny, and so do many others. Here are some examples of the dark plots that this person comes up with. In the Monsters Inc. video, we have Sully being a very creepy person that is grooming Boo. In the Ed, Edd n Eddy video, we see the 3 Ed boys have started a cult that centers around Jawbreakers. We also have the regular show video where Benson basically sexually assaults Rigby. I feel like simply explaining what happens in these videos doesn't really do them justice because you should really experience the videos for yourself. If you are into very dark and crude humor, these videos are perfect for a late night binge. After I discovered this channel, it was really hard not to watch every
Those things
single
are really
video.
hot, but they're
The funny
really
thing about
good.
Meat Canyon's videos
They
is
got
that
just
for the most
amount-
part,
the right
every
amount of
single
heat.
one gives off the same vibes. Even in his earlier
Little bit
videos,
of
which don't
pain,
have nearly the same character
little bit of
design
flavor.
or quality, those videos
The
still
first one
give
definitely
off that
tasted much
creepy,
better. I don't know
unfamiliar
why.
vibe, while still
Maybe I was just
managing to
hungry.
squeeze in some creative.
They do say hunger is the best
I'll leave a link
ingredient.
below to the channel for those who want to check it out.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Pantry. Just
Let me
like
get that
another
free.
entry down on the list, I debated on putting Pantry on the iceberg just
Yeah.
because I personally
I was
don't
eating it
find
and
the
just
videos
like,
disturbing,
I don't want to
but
change a video
that's
like
not
every
to say
single
that
time.
No one can find these videos
So I was like,
disturbing.
let me put up a
The way
long
I
video.
describe these videos to newcomers
The Will
is
told us to go get a
hilariously
like a
bad
fiery
CGI
ramen beef bowl.
mixed in with those
So we did a spin.
style memes. Most of the videos on the channel are CGI parodies of animations of famous cartoons, movies,
But yeah,
or other
all
random
these creepy
characters.
icebergs. Well,
Most
the one
notably
yesterday
done on the
wasn't that
channel
good.
is SpongeBob,
But the first
Rick and
one like
Morty,
left me with
and
a
Shrek. Although each
desire for
video is
knowing
done about
more
different topics, they are
creepy
mostly done
internet
with the same
icebergs.
style. In the videos,
What
you
do
will
I not
hear
know that's just like
text-to-speech voices
generally
for the
interesting to
characters.
know about?
SpongeBob Squidward delivered this pizza.
A climax.
But yeah,
scene
how
of
did
some
you
sort
sleep?
in
How
which
are you
someone dies or
doing?
morphs into
Welcome
something
back,
entirely different,
Kisaragi.
and other common
How are you
inside
doing
jokes as
today?
well, which I will address with
Don't
one
get into
name,
Discord icebergs.
Santiago.
No.
If you know, you
You're
just
saying
know.
that's gonna make me
Anyways,
want
the
to
channel
know.
as a whole is
And I might
honestly
have
one of
to
my
find out
favorites,
more
and the
later.
reason it's on this
'Cause
list
I
in
know
the
that's
first
probably
place is
gonna be
because there
ripe.
are a good
I know
amount
that
of
one's
people
gonna
out
be
there that
ripe.
would most likely be disturbed
Perfect
by
for the
content.
pickings.
A lot of the videos contain weird, eerie moments with an ominous sounding background noise piercing your ear that gets broken by a character dying or some loud sound. So while I myself find most of these to be humorous and in
Oh
some
wow, like I
cases
like
just
I
well
like
done
how I've not
parodies,
even
I
touched the
can totally
Helldiver
see how
update,
someone might
and
stumble
I
upon
can
these
already
videos
tell
in the
like
dead of
without
night,
even playing,
feeling
just
disturbed
looking
by
at the
the
changes,
unfinished
looking at player
CGI,
reactions that
text-to-speech voices,
Ah,
and almost
I knew it was gonna
four-wall-like
head in this
awareness that
direction.
these videos
This
contain.
is why
If you
I
want to
am
watch all of the videos that Pantry
trying to
has
stay
on the
out of it.
channel,
Not sure if I
I
can
will
say
leave
this
a
on
link
Twitch.
below to my personal favorite video to get you started.
What do you mean?
Shrek
Like
is life.
about Discord
Shrek
being
is
bad?
life. Shrek is Love,
or
Shrek
that
is
they're
Life
full of.
refers to an animation that popped up on YouTube around 2014. The original
Isn't that the
video was
boy
uploaded
from
to YouTube
Only
by
On?
Airplane Randy, but has since been removed. The video starts out with a kid in his room telling the viewer of his love
That
for
looks
Shrek,
just like the
telling
boy
us
from
how he grew up
Only
loving
On.
merchandise and movies, praying to
Going
Shrek
good, going
every
good. Yeah,
night,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
saying
yeah.
the words,
It
"Shrek
is.
is love,
It
Shrek is
is.
life." All the while, his
And it's got
homophobic
so
dad
much
is
bad
calling
stuff
him
on it that
slur
you just
words
like.
for being gay. Now the
You
rest
just
of the
want to like
video is
expose
pretty
them.
sexual. I don't even really know what to call it, but let's just
It
say
probably
it's
would
that.
be too
Shrek
much.
comes
Like,
into his room
here's
and
the
whispers
thing.
into the boy's ear,
The things on
"This is
YouTube
my
could
son."
probably go only
To
so
which the boy
far.
shrieks out
Yes,
with
there's
excitement
probably
that
more
Shrek
of
is
an
actually in
iceberg
his
out
room and
there,
talking to him.
but I
Then
guarantee
Shrek
they cannot
flips the
go
guy
into
over
everything.
and begins having penetrative sex. Yeah, pretty 0 to 100, right? Now keep in mind, the entire video is narrated with the boy's thoughts, and it's very, very creepy to hear how much he enjoys
That
it.
is
The video ends with the dad coming in,
very
and then
creepy.
Shrek delivers
This
the
is only
famous
the
line,
tip of the
"It's all
iceberg.
ogre now." Then flying through the window, never to be seen
What
again.
the fuck is
There are two
this?
versions of this video floating around. One
I
when
don't
all
know.
the
I'm just
posters in
like,
the room
wait, this
are
is just the
changed with
tip?
actual posters
This
from
is
the
already
movie,
maximum
and
fucking
another, which I
cursed.
believe is the
When
original
was this? These
video, in
graphics
which
looked
the
like they were
posters are made
2000s
up
and
of parody
4s.
posters that presumably the creator of the video made. This, along with the next entry on this list, was among the
Oh
first
no.
videos that made me
I may
start
have
wanting to see more disturbing videos, just because I wanted to
found
understand the purpose and why people
way
would
too
put
much
out
cursed
such
content.
And it's why I'm making
And
videos
the
like
funny
the one
thing
you're
was I was
watching
looking for
today.
cursed content.
Stuff
I'm
like
just like,
this
wait,
are
wait, wait,
supposed to
wait.
interest me. Comment below
It's
if you
this
saw
bad.
the
I
original
wanted
Shrek
scary,
is Love,
creepy,
Shrek
not
is Life
like.
video when it debuted all those
I
years ago.
regret kind of
Die
creep.
Fantasy.
Die
I'm
Fantasy
glad
was
I'm
cool.
finally able to talk
Die
about this music
Fantasy was
video
actually
because
cool.
honestly,
The video was
this
legit
video
creepy,
is
but
the
it was
real
also,
reason why
it was a
this
type
channel
of
even
creepy that
started.
just.
Expect a future upload with me
The
explaining
music was
entirety of
good.
this
The video was
and its
weird,
impact on me,
and
but for
everybody
now,
remembers
what
this,
is Die Fantasy?
but they forget
Die
about it
Fantasy
until
refers
somebody
to a
talks
music
about
video
it.
that came out in
I almost
October of
always forget this
2011. The
exists,
music
but the
video
second
stirred up
somebody like
quite
you
a
see the
shock in
video,
me,
it's just like,
viewers, because
wait
of
a
the
second,
depiction of
this is
teenagers
that
losing their
one. This
innocence
is that
and
one,
the
isn't it?
crazy visuals
Found the
that
last
displayed
videos of
later in the
Toriyama.
video. This one starts
He's
out with
dripped
teenagers
out of
running
his
to what I
mind.
assume is a pool after
Ah,
school's gym.
may he have
This is where
gone
we get
to a
our
better
first
place.
taste of
May
this
he have
video,
lived life
with the
all
guy
that's
touching
good
this
and stuff
girl's
like
ass
that.
right from the get-go. Each kid climbs
But the
in one
music to
after
Die
another,
was pretty
with
good.
the last girl being very timid and prude. It becomes apparent that this is supposed to be a double date, with this girl in the white shirt being set up with this kid here. The
What
kid
are you
offers her a
linking?
beer, but she refuses. Meanwhile, the other two in the group jump in the pool and begin taking
Oh,
part
is that
in
from
very
Toriyama
violent
Official?
acts, making out until the girl moves the guy's hand under her swimsuit. At this point, the video isn't too crazy, and it just seems like an innocent depiction of growing up.
Wait, why is it
Almost
tagged
like
for
a
Chrono
mini
Trigger?
coming-of-age video.
Oh
However,
wait, yeah,
once the
I
girl
forget.
jumps into the
Don't.
pool,
That was a
the
dumbass
video takes
question.
a
Don't worry
dark
about it.
turn. Her underwear starts bulging around and going crazy. Then we are treated to this horrific looking scene. This was when I realized
This video is still on
doesn't
YouTube,
come
by the
around.
way.
Also, by the way, whoever animated this, good job, because this looks freaking clean. Anyways, from here, the guy gets eaten. The girl tries to escape, but she fails. Then we
Yeah,
meet
it's
up
like
with
I
this
said.
monstrosity of
This
a
was the
person
weird
with
days
her
of
only round
YouTube. Like, don't go watch if you're not like. This was the old stuff, like Die Fantasy. Like it's still there. It's still there. But I guess by disturbing, they're talking about the creepy stuff that if you saw, like 11 years ago is not that bad. But I feel like this was older. This would be the stuff that would give you like this is basically nightmare fuel for this time period. When did this come out? Was it exactly 11 years ago? I forget when this was done, but it's just like, hey, what's going on, Kyoya? Reminder, view at your own discretion. Yeah, that's why I have like all the tags turned on, but I'm also just like, if this is just the tip of the iceberg, I'm like, it gets really heated going on. You said that right. View at your own. Oh, Pocky Tom, I'll get that in just a second. How are you doing, Kyoya? Jimmy Neutron. So I imagine this is mostly the, I guess, the visual stuff, and then let's go ahead and skip that a little bit.
down, indicating
Did you know Pikachu more popular than Pokemon? I could understand that. There's a lot of games that were, basically spawned with Pikachu in mind. Like, Hey You Pikachu, Pikachu Channel. He's basically the mascot of the franchise. So give me one moment. See, Elu's posting good content today. Give me 1 second to reply. Let's see.
that there is definitely something off about this ad you are about to experience.
Pronunciation
The main
of
lead in
discretion.
this ad is this woman
Did I
named
say
Donna, who is a
Yeah, I know it's discretion. I guess I was multitasking. I said discretion for a second. Discretion. I'm sorry. Yes, discretion. Chubby, yeah, Pikachu is a thing. That was on the iceberg video for the
single
Pokemon
mother
stuff.
of these two children. Donna begins explaining how hard it is to be a mom, and that's where Claradrill comes into play.
Claradrill
is shown as a cure-all medicine that solves all of
Oh wait. Okay, so those are finally done. Pikachu, I miss you. Okay, let me go ahead and add another spin to the thing. Inverted controls. I'm gonna have to respin because we're not playing a video game right now. That one's a really good one when I'm there. What video is this? It's the most disturbing media iceberg. Fair warning, there might be some graphic content, and it is also why I've turned on the content warnings on Twitch's side. Let me grab a drink of water and we'll get ready for this one. I'll also get the 15-minute ready. Let's see. Cry in fear. Hopefully, if it gets too bad, if I feel like it might not be the safest thing for like viewer discretion, I might try to find another one. I was looking more for like things that were interesting in like pop culture kind of creepy way. Graphical creepy was, probably what I'm not too interested in, but psychological creepy is what I was hoping to find more of. But yes, welcome in, Kyoya. How are you doing? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute the mic, do a bit of warm up, and then I'll start the thing. Alright, so I don't know
of your
how much we might
depression
be
and
doing,
anxiety,
but
but the catch is
let's
all
get
of
into
these
it, shall
crazy
we?
side effects.
Speaking of
Almost half
Pikachu,
of the advertisement part
there's a
is an
song in
off-screen
Mario's
narrator
Madness
listing
of
off
NF
all of
mod,
these side effects that
where
can happen when you
BF
take
is
this
a
medication.
Pikachu,
As the ad
and he
continues,
looks
the
absolutely
noise of the
adorable.
narrator telling us these side
Oh,
effects
really?
drowns out,
You
and
might
we
just
see
have to
Donna
hit me up
driving
with
down
that
the
one.
street.
I'd
And
be
this
very
is where the
interested in taking a
advertisement
look
just
at it.
becomes a very weird video and takes a very weird turn.
Crossing
As
their
she makes her way
mind.
down the street, we
Wonder
get a
what
shot
that's
of this eerie police crime scene taking place. Her
What
phone
the
suddenly
hell
rings,
is
and we
going
see
on
that
this
she's
video?
gotten a phone
Like
call
this
from
one is
someone with
like
the
it's
same name
it's
as her.
definitely full of
We
like
will
old
later
scary
learn that
YouTube
this is
poo.
metaphorically her,
And I'm
but let's not
wondering
get ahead of ourselves.
if it gets
All of a
onto
sudden,
actual
Donna
media
stops the
stuff and
car because she
whatnot.
sees a yellow
What else
cardigan
do you
on the
think they're gonna
ground,
get into?
the same one that she is wearing
As
in the
adorable
car.
as me?
As she
You
stops,
think
a
I'm
duplicate
adorable?
Donna can be seen waiting
How are you
at the end
doing,
of the block.
Meatos? Welcome
The
on in. How are
duplicate
you
begins
doing?
chasing her,
I
and
just
as the
happened
two
to
fight
notice
it
you
out,
pulled up
the
in chat and
duplicate
stuff like that.
overtakes the
As
original,
well as
running
several
her
of you.
over
You
and
all just
driving
kind of
home.
turned to fall at
The
the same
original Donna
time.
is somehow
Just
alive
looking for me
and
to take
crawls
care of you
all the way
tonight.
home, while in the meantime, the duplicate Donna is tormenting her children.
Huh.
We then
But
see
yeah.
3 other
If
versions
they
of
ever
Donna.
do, what was the
One that is on the phone, which
FNF
may be a reference to the phone call that we saw earlier.
mod that I
One that is
said
in the
if they
closet
ever
wearing
did
his
add that,
dress,
I'd
and
probably give
then
it a
one
shot.
last Donna down in the
I forget which
basement
video
that
game
has
it
a crazy
was.
manic episode after speaking
Was
to
it
this
Zelda?
wall about a
Was it
man that she met
Pokemon?
the other day. As the
I
original
could have
one
swore there
crawls
was
her way
one that we
home,
were
we
waiting
are
on.
treated to a crazily edited video
Maybe
with
no,
it
it
jumping
might have
between each
actually
of the
been.
Donnas
It
and
was
getting creepy
Pokemon,
shots
wasn't it?
such as this chair scene where this
It's been a
Donna
long
shoots
day,
each
but
of
I'm
the
happy to
chairs,
be here.
knocking down the
And you
last
get to
big
be
one in the
comfy as
process.
well.
As the craziness comes
Well,
to an
I
end,
just
the
appreciate getting to
original
see
Donna
each and every
finally
one of you
gets to
today.
her
So
house where
welcome
the
in,
police meet
Meatos.
her, and
Welcome
she
in,
ends the
Kitty,
entire
Carrie,
ad off
Grimlock,
stating,
Lily.
"I don't have
Oh
a
yeah.
gun."
And
A very
everybody else
obscure
out
video
there in
indeed,
chat.
but the meaning behind it
Maybe having
isn't
a
too out
wonderful
there.
hump day
Most people are
evening.
led to believe that this
And
ad
going
is a
into a
satirical
wonderful
take on those
Thursday
hilarious
afternoon.
infomercials of
Thursday
random allergy
morning.
medications, which
Whatever
list off
time it might
tons
happen to
upon
be for
tons
you.
of side effects. However, the
Your
meaning
blood
I
sugar
choose
should
to
be
believe is the one
monitored.
that Nightmind went
If you
over in his
have...
video.
Oh,
As
wait,
many
what was
others,
that?
including Nightmind, have pointed out, this video is most likely about antidepressants and their effects on the human
So,
psyche when attaining
I'll be
an
honest.
addiction to the
I'm
substance
pretty,
and going through withdrawals.
what is it?
This meaning becomes very apparent
Not
when you
too
take a
open
deeper
to
look at the
advertisements
story
and stuff
being
like
told
that. Like,
here.
I'm very
If you pay attention to all of these
adverse.
smaller details, such as
If you know what
this
I mean,
car
I kind of have a
having
bit of an
only
AdSense for
Donna and
being
her kids on
adverse
it,
to ads.
no pictures of the
Okay,
dad
enough tongue
anywhere,
twisters.
and
I can
Donna
twist.
shooting the only other big
Anyways,
family chair down,
but
it becomes clear that Donna is in fact a single mother trying to raise her
why do
kids,
these
with
exist
the chair
again?
here representing the dad's
If
chair
they're
and
trying
her
to
shooting
promote
it
some
down.
sort of
The ad
advertisement,
showcases
what
Donna's
exactly are they
depression and her
selling? Is
reliance
this
on
supposed to be for
drug known
allergy
as
medication?
Claritril to subside her manic episodes.
What exactly
Due
are they
to an over-reliance on the drug, her personality has split into many,
What?
indicated by the many other Donnas that we see in the ad. The advertisement itself simply showcases what these types of drugs can do to the human body. Simply
Wait,
put,
what?
the ad serves as an anti-drug campaign shown in a rather cryptic manner that ensures
Oh,
people will be watching.
it's
The
one of
fun
those
fact
weird
before we move on
ads to
is that this
promote
video
against
also
the
came
use of
with a
drugs.
crazy website
That's
you
why
could
it's
visit
called
in the past,
Claritril.
but sadly no longer exists.
I mean, that's
This
one way
website
to get
allowed
the
the
voice to
user
stop getting
explore
into the
house in which
drugs.
this video took place in,
My
which
brain
held
is
disturbing
blowing up.
details, such
Aw.
as the dad being stuck inside
Those
the walls.
ads are
Now,
actually
don't
made
be
to
too
scare,
upset
yeah.
because thanks to the
I
Wayback
mean,
Machine,
let's think
you can
about it.
still
It'd
visit
probably
the
be pretty
original
effective.
website as it was intended.
But I doubt they'd be able
Feel
to
free
use
to
things
check the
like this
description
on,
for the link to
what you
both
call,
Nightmind's video on this
like on
and
regular
also the
television.
Wayback Machine link
This
to
was
the original
specifically on
website.
Adult Swim.
Baphomet-kun. Art should
Baphomet-kun.
comfort the disturbed and disturb the
Oh, it's
comfortable.
the big,
That's a
the
quote from
big.
Caesar A. Cruz,
What is he
and it
again? I just
perfectly
remember from
encapsulates
Ragnarok
Baphomet-kun
Online.
as a whole. This entry refers to the YouTube channel by the same name.
Bahamut.
Since posting their first video on
They
August 21st
exist.
of 2020,
And that's all
they've
there is
garnered
to
quite the
it.
audience,
For
amassing
me, at
over
least.
160,000 subscribers with their videos. The videos themselves are very disturbing, yet have this
162,000.
familiar quality to them, and in some cases
Uh-huh.
are quite comforting. There are
Quite
very weird and scary
comforting.
videos, such as this one titled
Are you a
Not the
little
Shadow
devoid of
People.
comfort?
This video begins with very heavy pounding
I mean,
music
after
playing in the
somebody was
background,
thought something like
while these
that,
dark and creepy
they may
images
just
flash
need me to
across
give
your
them a bit
screen,
of comfort.
with some of the background text and the pictures reading,
I mean, not
"I don't
everybody's
feel safe
completely
in my head."
resistant to
Another
like
example of a
psychological
disturbing video on the channel that
disturbances.
is not upfront with the creepy visuals is this one titled M.
I think I'm gonna go
Penelope
watch some
Scott,
wholesome
which
shit
tells
before I
the story
indulge.
of a person
Oh,
that feels
I'm so
used,
sorry, yeah.
detailing how
Little
they
bit of
loved
viewer
and lived
discrepancy,
in
don't
this
worry.
place, with the
I can
ending of their
definitely,
story leaving them feeling used.
I'll
And keep
definitely
in
watch
mind,
over if this is a little
music is
too
playing
much
in the
tonight.
background, which might unsettle some
Like,
viewers.
I'm just like looking to relate my brain just a little world of it with creepy
Now
content
each
that just
video
happens
is
to
drastically
exist.
different.
But it's
Some
also
are
just
very
because I'm
comforting with
interested in the
visuals and
paranormal.
sounds like
The
therapy session
psychological
videos,
creepy
while others
that
are
makes you have
way more
nightmares at
fast-paced and
night.
upfront with crazy
Why
visuals.
is it stuff
But
like this would
despite these
lead to
differences,
nightmare fuel?
each one is
Why
drawn
is it that
together
I'm
through
so
one
resistant
similarity:
to it?
the
Why
emotions
is
that
it
you
that I
feel
have
while
no
watching
sense
them.
of fear?
This type of content can be
Why?
categorized under a few names:
When things that are made to tell
dreamcore,
us no
weirdcore, and
make me
traumacore.
want them
All
more,
three of these categories
I can't
share a
help
type
but
of aesthetic in which the
you know,
artist
try to
makes
get a
use
real
of
sense of
liminal
scare.
spaces,
The
random
soothing
images,
voices.
and nostalgic pictures in
Yeah,
order to create a
Dummy
sense of
Mommy is
surrealism. When
technically
you
a
watch
type of
these videos,
ASMR.
it should feel really familiar to you,
But
yet
it's not my
eerie
A.
and creepy.
Oh,
Most of the eeriness comes from the use of liminal spaces, as mentioned before. This, in tandem with the music choice and
anybody
editing style,
hold on, let me
is
break out
what
a voice
makes
for a sec.
Baphomet Coon's videos one of a kind.
Anybody
As
do
you
this
can see by
fucking
the
thing
videos playing in the background,
where
they are heavily edited
they
with
keep
the
their
smooth
toes
yet
like
fast
curled
transitions,
in while
as
they're
well
sitting
as
at the
familiar
desk like they're a
settings and
monkey,
these blank
and they
faced
start rolling
characters.
their chair
Each
back and
video
forward,
reads like a
and you
passion
accidentally
project,
like
and
kind
that
of
rings
crush
true
your
for
big
most
toe
of
by
Baphomet
accident.
Coon's channel.
That
I've
just
done my own
happens.
video
I
on the
just try to
channel
roll
where I
the
told
wheel
a
over my
film
big
theory
toe, and I'm
style
just like,
story, and while I do recommend watching it, I don't think it's necessarily
okay,
true.
Mommy's okay,
Most of
guys. I'll
Baphomet
be
Coon's
okay.
videos appear to hold some type
But
of childhood
yeah,
trauma or recalling
it literally is
past
a type
events
of
in their
ASMR
life.
voice.
Most notably,
But
these
like,
two videos called Useless and My
my
Wedding. These two
normal
involve
type of
a
ASMR
child who
voice
is
is
at
a
their
bit
core
more.
just very lonely.
I don't
And it
know.
seems as though they blame their lack
I
of
tend to
friends
have
and
a
loneliness on
couple of
some
different
outside
modes, I
force.
guess, for that
It's
and
clear
stuff
that
like
these
that.
videos are more
But
than
when
just
it's
some obscure, scary
specifically
videos on
Dommy
the
and
internet, and hold more weight in the heart of Baphomet Coon, allowing the viewer to experience the raw emotion and nostalgia
perfect time
that
for
they must
hydrate.
feel
I
in
need
their
it.
day-to-day life.
Give me the
Share
hydrate.
your thoughts on the channel below, and be sure to check out my video on it as well. Even though it's
Don't
not
worry,
entirely
Carrie,
true,
if you don't
the
do it.
story that I was able to pull
It's
together
literally just
makes
me
that
being a
video one
dumbass.
of my
That's
personal
all it
favorites
is.
on my channel.
Let me also
Weird
stretch.
PlayStation and Xbox ads. This
Oh, I
spot
think I remember
refers to
some of these.
three
There
really
were some
strange
very fucking
advertisements.
creepy ads back
Let's
in the
start
day,
with
and they're
Sony,
hilarious.
the more infamous
All
the
of
two.
them did it.
There is this ad with this
Thank
very
you for the stretches. I
alien-looking
saw
girl.
that
The
throw.
woman in the video begins speaking in a Scottish
Okay.
accent, talking about
Now,
humanity and how it will advance
let me
in
get
the
back
future,
into character.
telling us that we need to be the boss of our own
And
world.
let's
Honestly,
get
when I
on
first
into
heard her
it.
entire spiel, it sounded just
So,
like a bunch of
sorry,
nonsense, and then
what do
had
you
a
mean?
PlayStation logo at the end.
I don't remember you
I think
doing
the point
anything
of
in
the ad
particular.
was telling us to be the boss of our own world,
But,
which I guess relates back to
those
the
are there
PlayStation.
for, you know,
Maybe they were trying to say that by
however you
purchasing
wish
a
to throw them and
PlayStation,
stuff
you
like
are now in
that.
control of your life. Anyways, this one wasn't too
Hmm.
disturbing, but I think it got a bad rep just because
If
of
this
how
was an
weird the movie looked.
advertisement,
The next advertisement
what
was
exactly were
this
they trying
baby
to
ad.
advertise
This one was
for?
just plain weird. It starts with a
Thank you
toy
for the
baby
head
in a room
pats,
by
Victor.
itself, and then it starts laughing. And its laugh goes
I mean,
from
if
a
you think
baby
about it,
laugh to an
baby
adult
dolls are
maniac
inherently
sounding laugh,
creepy.
almost like
Their
the
very
baby is possessed
existence
and
is
gonna kill
nightmare
someone
fuel.
in the next 2 minutes.
So then I have to
Then it
ask,
starts crying, and we
what
cut to a
exactly
shot of
makes
the
this
PlayStation levitating, and then the
nightmare
ad
fuel?
ends. Pretty
Like,
strange. Don't know what they
the
were going
doll
for here,
being
honestly.
there is
It feels like
literally
Sony just
nightmare
said,
fuel.
make something that will
Maybe
stick
not
with our
necessarily
customers,
to
and
me.
well, good
I think
fucking
they
job,
look
I guess,
creepy, but I'm
because
not
I won't
creeped
be
out
getting
by
this
them.
image out of my head for a few days.
The only
The
thing I
last
wish
of
to
the
do
three
is, like,
was
ignite
Xbox,
them.
and let me tell you, this one
I feel
almost
like
falls in the same
their existence
category as
just...
the lasagna cat birthing scene. This one isn't nearly as graphic,
I
as
would
it doesn't
rather
show
look
any
at
type of
blank empty
genitalia,
space.
but this one starts out with a woman giving birth to
It's
a child.
David
I actually
I.
found this part to be
They don't
pretty
scare me,
freaking
but I just
hilarious
think they look
because of the way that the
very...
kid shoots out. So the child
Why?
shoots out of her vagina, flying through the sky, rapidly aging.
This
as
is
he
totally
flies
an
around the world
advertisement
until
that Japan
eventually he
probably came
lands
up
in
with.
his coffin.
Oh my god,
Then
I
the ad
remember this
ends
one.
saying,
Holy
"Life is
shit.
short, play
I
now."
actually
I don't
remember
know
this
what
one.
went through
That was a
Microsoft and
legitimate
Sony's heads when they
Xbox.
made these
Oh
commercials.
my
They
god,
feel
I
more like
remember that
obscure
one.
art
What the
projects than
fuck?
actual commercials for the common person. Today we are
one.
still talking about these ads, and by extension talking about Sony and
Yeah, I
Xbox,
said, guys,
so
I
job well
said these
done, I
were
guess.
real, and
I'm
that
pretty sure
last
all
one was
these
just like, oh
commercials
yeah,
were
that
either
one was
shown in
fucking
another part
real.
of the world besides
I
the
didn't think it was
US,
creepy at
and
the
I know
time,
for a
and now
fact
I
this
do.
Xbox commercial was banned at some point. Leave a comment below if you caught
Banned? I
any of these
definitely saw it
commercials
before it
when the
got
ads
banned.
aired,
Unless it
or
showed up on
just
like
leave your thoughts on them in the comments.
a
Comic
banned
Maker
commercials
Ghost
thing.
Webtoon. This was my personal
That
entry on
oh,
the
Lily
list.
just said
If you haven't
Baby
heard of
Doll.
Comic Neighbor before,
Perfect
Comic
fuel for
Neighbor
a
is a
fire.
webtoon
Yeah, I
website
think Baby
that
Dolls
posts
would be good for
various
fire.
comics,
They serve
webtoons,
no
and
purpose
animated
other than to
stories
look like,
online.
you know,
One post in
unaesthetically
particular was
pleasing.
called the
But it could be the
Bon
fact that I
Chin
just hate
Ghost.
kids and
This
babies.
webtoon was created by
I don't want
user
anything to
Oren
do
in
with them. Therefore,
2011
a
as
baby
part of the
doll
Balls of
is just a
Horde,
doll
which
of
was a
something I
collection of
already
story
dislike.
webcomics. For the most part,
Like,
the
I
story
do
is very
understand
basic,
babies
starting
are
with
the
a
next
student
start
walking
of the new
home from
lives
school late
for
at
the
night.
generations to
On the
come.
way home,
But I
she
mean,
meets
think
up
about
with
it.
a female
The
ghost
Zoomer
who is looking
generation
for
was
her
kind of
baby.
a
When the female ghost
cringe.
asks her where her baby
So,
is, the
like,
frightened student just points
baby
in the wrong
doll?
direction in order
I
to
mean,
create some distance
that's a
between her
different
and the ghost.
case.
Just as she's starting to leave, the
That's
ghost
simply the
chases her
name for a
down,
type
and
of
this is where the cool
lingerie.
part of the webtoon
It's a type
comes
of
up.
fashion.
So if you were able to go
Sure,
on
I
the
don't like the
website
name
yourself,
baby
which by the
doll, but
way,
like,
I will leave a link
baby
below
doll
so you
doesn't
can
mean
experience
baby
it. If you went to
dolls.
Comic Neighbor right now and read this webtoon yourself, just
You
as you
can
got to this
refer
part of
to
the
a baby
comic,
doll
the
outfit
browser would
as
forcibly scroll your
just
screen
baby
down
doll.
to this jump scare. This is what
But
disturbed and scared most people
I
because
just don't like
this
the
was one of
naming.
the first times any website had done something
Also,
like
guys, give me a
this.
second. I got the
After the jump
hiccups. I'm gonna
scare,
have to
the
hold my
student wakes
breath.
up the next day, finding out that a woman in her district had committed suicide the night before after losing custody of her child. Quite the disturbing story, and an even more disturbing user experience. Leave a comment below if you stumbled upon this website back in 2011. Something terribly offensive. So this video is pretty obscure.
Respiratory
Unlike
system.
most of the
I don't know
videos
why
on
I've been
this
getting the
list,
hiccups more
there isn't
lately.
one specific part of it that makes it disturbing.
But
I think the fact
mine
that the
never
video
sound too
in its
appealing, so I'd
entirety
prefer just
exists
to not
is
let
what
them
makes it
happen.
disturbing. The video starts off with a man detailing his
Xbox
experience
ads
with
were kind of
another older
whack.
man in
They
line.
were centered
The
around
main
the
guy
idea of
explains how this
growing
old
up.
man said something terribly
This is
offensive to him.
growing.
So offensive that he can't believe it. From here on out,
But
the
I
video
guess I
gets
could
really
see
weird.
that.
The guy just
Microsoft
goes
just
on and
took
on
the
about how
weird
what the guy
direction of
said
that, I
to him is
guess.
so unbelievably offensive
Zoomers.
that he is just in awe over the
Zoomers
fact
are
that
getting
he
a
heard
full
it.
force of
He
all the
omits what the guy
microplastic in their
said,
blood.
and then
Maybe
begins
that's
fighting the old
contributing to
man,
why they look
hitting him
older than they
twice,
really
then
are.
threatening to stab him. Then he gets his game
I
to
feel
start
like...
telling the old man off.
Why do I
Then
feel like
once
I've
everything seems
recognized
like
the
it's fine,
animation
he
style
hits the old
here?
man one last time, and the old man disappears. Now the objective story itself isn't too creepy.
What was
I'm sure you all
this?
are listening to this and probably thought, I mean, it's pretty
This
weird,
would
but
have
it's
been
not
like one of
really
the early
disturbing.
YouTube
To
stuff,
that,
huh?
I say, go watch the video. It's only about 4 minutes, and it's one of those videos where you just have to experience it yourself. The voice acting, the animation, the way that the main character
You found an amazing
interacts
meme?
and talks in
I'll go
this
take a look
really
in a
weird
second
pitched
then.
voice, and overall,
South
just
Park
how
kicked
random
the
video
baby.
feels is what makes it an entry on this list. I'll leave a link to the video
I'll have
below
to
so
see
you
what
guys
this
can
is
go check it
later,
out.
but I don't
Missing
recognize
No
this.
/ Lavender Town. Pokemon fans should know
We
these
must
two
really
entries.
still be in
Let's
just the
start with
tip.
Missing No.
It's
Missing
weird that
No
we're
refers
seeing
to the
this
infamous Pokemon glitch
inside the
that
tip of the
people
iceberg.
frequently use in Pokemon
When
Red and Blue
this
in
was
order to
treated as the
duplicate
same
Master
level as
Balls or whatever
Die.
item the user would like.
And
The
I'm
reason
like,
this one is on here is because of how
this one ain't
freaky
that
weird this thing
creepy.
looks, and
So
especially
are we
doing
getting
this glitch
creepier,
as a
or have
child
we
for
already
the first
seen
time. The way that the glitch
like...
works is you talk to this old man in Viridian City. After this encounter,
Oh,
you fly over to
right.
Cinnabar Island, and then immediately
You do
circle
have
the
to set
very
it
edge
up
of the
like
coast
this.
until you encounter a Pokemon battle. The Pokemon you should get into
I
a
remember
battle with
doing
should
this.
be Missing No.
Tip of the iceberg?
But due to the way that
I
the
may be
glitch
frosty.
works, it's possible
A
for you to
whole can
encounter
of
actual
Warpass.
Pokemon with abnormally
Can
high
of
levels,
Warpass?
or even stranger,
Why do I
you
feel
can
like that
encounter
rings the
other
bell?
weird
Is that a
glitch
Popeye
Pokemon
meme?
with abstract names. Along with this
Thank you for the
disturbing Pokemon
hydrate,
glitch
Gunther.
is
I have
another
it right here.
Pokemon-related lore known as the Lavender
Mythos,
Town
I am so
Syndrome.
sorry. Let me get that for you.
Lavender Town Syndrome started out as a creepypasta
Lord
dating back to
Mythos
2010.
Oz asked
It
me,
basically told the story of
Lily,
how when
I,
Pokemon Red
can
and
I
Blue came
snuggle
out,
in your
the
fluffy
movie
tail if I
game's
get
first
scared?
town known as Lavender
I'm
Town
always here
drove
for a
lots of
scared
children
fluff to
mad,
snuggle up with
to the
my
point
tail.
of them
Yes.
Just don't
suicide.
pull on it too
I can
hard,
only assume
okay?
Exactly.
Safety
but this
first.
creepypasta
Safety
stems from
first.
how creepy
You
the
heard the
original
fox on the
Lavender
screen.
Town music is.
Now, I do
For
wonder at
reference,
some
it's
point if
what's
I had
been
the
playing
time
in the
for it.
background. And I mean, come on,
If I was
just listen
to,
to how creepy this music is.
hypothetically,
Hearing this sound brought back a lot of
retrain
memories
my
of me
AI.
first discovering creepypastas and how freaked out
But,
I was when I was a
there
little
are
kid.
ways
Leave a
to set
comment
up
below with your
multiple
personal experience
personalities.
with either of these
That way you don't have
Pokemon-related
to get rid of the old
incidents.
ones. service.
Unfinished game.
The only
levels.
problem is
So this is my
Tangier
personal
requires
entry
you
on
to
the
get their
list because
subscription
I had an
service.
experience with this
And
when I
I'm
was
kind of
smaller. For
like,
some reason, whenever I used cheat
but
codes
would
as
it
a
really be
kid,
worth
like
that?
using Action Replay
I
on
don't
the
think
DS
so.
to pass through walls in Pokemon, or using an
Oh
emulator to
god,
get you
action
unfinished
replay.
levels
I
or theme
remember
parts,
those. I didn't
always
get
got
any of
this
them, I don't think.
very uneasy,
Don't pull on
empty
the tail
feeling
unless you
like
want
I
to get
shouldn't be doing what I
cursed.
was doing, or I
Correct
shouldn't be
the
seeing what I was
AI.
seeing. I don't know if
Ah, the
anyone
tail,
else has
I can get that
experienced
for
this,
you.
but basically, if you've ever encountered
Thank
a
you so
level
much,
on any video
Kisaragi.
game that just felt
Here, there's the
unfinished,
tail.
I always
You
got
might
this
need the
very
tail to huddle
disturbed
up
feeling in
to.
my body. An
You
example that I
might
bring
need
up a lot
something
to
to
get this
cling
point
on
across
into.
is in the original
If it
Tony
gets
Hawk
any
Pro Skater
creepier.
game. Sometimes when you start a
This
level
Lily
or you're
voice,
playing the game,
I
the
feel
music
like
will randomly
uh,
just stop or not play at all
I
during
don't know.
levels. And let me
I
tell
think I
you,
did it as a
when
bit
it's
of a
12
joke
a.m.
one
and the
day,
light from the TV is the
and then
only
I
thing
just
that's
kind of
lighting
had a
up,
bit of a laugh in
going
the.
from hearing
Okay, thank
this
God. Like literally, I was in the shower one day and I was
to
cracking
this
up about something and I was imitating a character's voice just for the hell of it from like some
just
sort of
feels
like you know those
very
Japanese
strange.
okama?
Maybe it was just
The
me, but I
the
really
male
wanted to share
crossdresser
this
in
to
like
see if
anime
anyone
that
else
tries
had
to
the same
act like a bar
experience
mama,
with any
but they're
video
so
games as a
obviously
child
buff,
or even
or they
now.
look so
Creepy
flamboyant that they don't
PSAs.
cross dress but they
This
act
mention
hella
refers
gay.
to the plethora
They
of
always have the
creepy
deep,
PSAs,
perfect
which
Dami
stands
Mommy
for
voice,
public service
and I'm just like,
announcements, that I'm
that's
sure you all
amazing
have come across at
that
some
they
point
pull
in your
off
life.
Dami
To
Mommy
name a
better than
few,
other
we have
people.
the Weedy
Like,
PSA,
yeah,
which
but like the
features
buff
this
mamas,
very
like it
disturbing
depends.
scene.
There's
You
certain
can see this
ones,
girl's
and they're
friend
all
is
great,
supposed
but
to be
the
the weed
specific
smoker,
type I'm
and she's
talking about
flattened out
is
on the couch.
basically
The friend
Okama.
explains how this flattened girl
Um,
used to be fun.
is it
Ever since she
Okamake?
started smoking, she just wants to
It's a
lay
type
around
of
all day.
like.
Pretty disturbing imagery to say the least.
Shimoyarita.
Another one that I found was
Like they
disturbing
really
was this
give into the
PSA of
atashi way of like
which if you
speaking and
haven't
stuff
already
like that,
seen, go
and they
watch
lay
it.
it on
Like
extra
seriously,
thick,
go watch it
thicker
right
than
now.
the
Come back
actual
here.
like
Check the description for the video
mistresses
link.
and onesans
Anyways,
in
this
Japanese
PSA is
like anime
ultimately
and stuff
about
like that.
school shooting, and more
Like
specifically
they
how
do
to
it so
prevent
over
kids
the
from
top
being
that it
school
really
shooters.
becomes its
The
own
PSA
thing.
starts off with
And
the
then once I
viewer
realized like
following
I can
Evan's
kind of play
story
into
of
that
him meeting
energy,
this mystery
and
girl.
then by
He
doing
does
it,
so
I
by writing
realized
on
that
the
I can
desk,
actually pull
checking
off
the
a
next
good
day to
dummy
see what she
mommy
said, and
if
then
I
writing
put my
some more.
mind to it.
As some time
And
goes
it's
by, when
weird
we
because I
get to
thought
the
like
end of the
that's
school
a
year,
voice that I'm
he
not going
signs
to
his
do.
friend's yearbook,
But I
and when
failed to
this girl
realize that my
recognizes
voice
his
is lower
handwriting,
by
he
default.
realizes that this is
It's
the
not. I don't
mystery
have a
girl that
deep
he's been
baritone
searching
voice,
for.
but I have a
Just as
good
they are getting to
like
know each other,
low
we get to the
and mid
climax of
range.
this video. The door
So
in the gym opens,
you
and the
know,
school
it
shooter
just kind of
begins
ends
his
up working
terror.
out.
The PSA then tells you how while you were busy
So
following Evan's story, you missed watching another kid that needed your help. I absolutely love this PSA. While I personally think it's dumb for people to look at the background of the video, I understood the message that the video was going for,
But
and I
then
loved what the
there's
PSA
also the
did.
sadistic
I
way
will
of
say that my
speaking.
heart dropped the first time
That's
I
the one I'd
watched
like
it,
to
and I
pick up
felt very
next.
uneasy, which is why I'm
But
talking
then
about
the
it
real
on this
question
list.
is,
Other examples of very disturbing
if
PSAs
sadistic
is the
speech
car crash
or
video where a
accent
bunch
is
of
just a
kids get
level up
killed,
on Dami
the
Mommy,
work safety video
how does
where a
that
man gets
translate
his
that
head
well in
crushed,
English?
and another PSA where a woman working in a kitchen spills a vat of hot burning oil all over herself. There are tons and tons
Why do
of
I feel like that's
examples of
something
these
that would have
creepy
happened in
PSA
Hell's Kitchen
videos.
at some point?
Share your personal favorites that disturbed you in
This
the
is
comments
fine.
below.
Everything's
Boiled
fine.
Bear, anyone?
I'm perfectly
Boiled
fine with
Bear,
everything
anyone, is a
happening around
GIF,
me.
which is just the UK version of a PSA. In terms of
But man, a lot of
execution,
these
this video
ads
is
are like
actually rather
real, and it's
simple, but
kind
it
of
had
like
a
scary that we
very,
never thought
very
anything
powerful
of them
way of
back
sending its
then.
message to the
We
viewers.
just thought,
The entire video
this
has no
dumb
visuals
advertisement,
besides text
and now that we're
residing in
adults,
and
we're
out
like,
on the screen. The first words
bruh,
that we see are
that was a
recipe,
thing. It's
then
like, yes, it
boiled
was a
bear,
thing.
which apparently serves 12 people. Following this are the ingredients, which are
I
1
love the
live
action
bear,
replay and Game
100
Genie
gallons of
devices.
boiled
They're the
water,
reason I am
and
obsessed with
salt
the
and
video game
pepper to
beta
taste. Now, you can
preservation
already see where this is going,
and
but to make this
research.
truly disturbing,
I bet like
keep in
the
mind that throughout the
the betas
video,
for
you can
like
hear a
Zelda
bear
64.
growling whilst being
What were some
manhandled
other
by
popular
presumably a
N64
large
betas?
group of
I
people.
don't have any of
After
those
the
cards, but
ingredients are
they must be
listed,
really cool.
this video takes a huge dark turn. It
Because
begins
Zelda
describing
64
the
looked,
method in which
you
you
know,
prepare
pretty
this dish,
different from
with
the
the first
finished
step
product
stating
and
that
stuff
you
like that.
must beat the bear senseless
And they
with
always get
sticks,
referenced in
clubs,
like
or metal
creepypastas and
rods.
whatnot.
And right when this text appears on screen, like the instant that this text appears on screen, you can hear the bear's desperate cries and pleas for help as it's desperately fighting for its life in the background as it's being beaten to death.
Wait, what? What's that video about?
You are instructed to continue beating the bear to ensure a good flow of what's called fear juices. And then the last step is to lower the bear
Bruh,
slowly into a
I
vat
bet
of
Peter. Oh
boiling
wait, Peter
water
doesn't care
and
about animals. I was gonna say
continue
Peter would have had a
cooking
field day
until
with
By
that.
this part, the bear just starts screaming like hysterically, and it sounds very, Very
Was
weird.
that real or was
And
that
after the
faked?
growls
I thought
kind of
that thing was
disappear and
hella
go
fake
away,
back
the
then.
narrator comes in and interrupts the entire thing and
Like the
explains
idea of it
basically
would
what the
be
point of this video
creepy, but
was,
like,
which is that it's a PSA made by a company known as Tusk Force, which is a group that deals with a lot of endangered species and, you know, actions
oh
outside of trying
god,
to conserve and
advertisement like
preserve these
that back
endangered
then was
animals.
like,
To get the full
guys,
effect of
do you
this video,
remember there was a lot of these advertisements actually? Maybe not as creepy, but who remembers all these advertisements where the advertisement would either have nothing to do with them or be the exact opposite? So this one's like, you know, it's like awareness for animal abuse. But the entire like 10 minutes of this video is talking about beating up a bear and making its juice nice. And I'm just like, and then it ends with protect your animals today. We are PETA. And I'm just like, why was this such a popular genre back then? Why did it exist? It served no point, but it was everywhere. Space World Zelda 64 demo has been used recreate from using assets from the Giga Leak. Oh, one of those big archive leaks. Those happen every so often, and I never remember to like look into them. Though you could probably give us the big like lore dive on like all the good leaks and stuff, the like major discoveries. Like I'd be down to hear just about that in general. I love hearing about stuff like that. Hmm. Give me 1 second. I do not control the hyperfixation. Yeah, that's me and ADHD for realsies. For realsies. The hyperfixation I do not control. Dug through the two big basics raw files. Huh.
video, I highly recommend watching it by yourself with headphones on, because when you really allow yourself to be
Full
immersed
Metal
in
Jacket.
it really does sell the idea that there is an actual
Oh god, why do I
being
feel
in the
like I
world alive.
recognize that one?
Let me hear your war cry. Let me hear your war cry refers to a YouTube video by
If you guys get too weirded out, just let me know. I could try to find something that's more psychological. But
Copter. The actual video is a
I guess in
5-second clip
reference to
taken
this
from
kind
the
of
movie known
genre
as
as a
Full Metal
whole,
Jacket.
what was that one type of analog horror? I remember this. This shit was hilarious. So that's where they did the thing.
All the while, there
But
is
it was
very
like the
weird and
not the
slightly
Mandela
disturbing
effect,
screaming or
but it was
whining
like,
sound being played. Here is a snippet of
what was
the
that type?
actual
I think it was just called monologue horror or something. Yeah, this one, the Mandela Catalog. Like, this stuff would be like, this should show up at some point in this, right? Like, this stuff never scared me, but like, a lot of people say that, like, this scared the shit out of them. But it's like, is it one of those that you just kind of have to fall into? Why did they do FMJ like this? I don't know. Let's finish the story on that one. And I don't know. We'll watch this and you guys let me know. How is it scary? Why is it scary? Was it scary back then? Not scary now. But like, I'm curious.
video sounds like.
Because that one I could never fully understand.
I don't even know
This
how to
feels like they
describe that
warped
sound.
the
The voice
faces.
that's coming out is
And do you know
almost
those
human-like,
machines they have in
but the
Japan?
distortion and the mouth that it's
Kurikira?
coming out of
Or whatever they're
makes it
called
feel
again?
not human,
It feels
which
like
is
they
what makes
used
this
it
video
after
so
they warped their
hilarious, yet
faces.
horrifying. Oddly enough,
And it's like,
if you check the description
it's like
of
an
that
interesting
video,
combination of
the
the
creator actually
two.
links to the pictures that he used that were plastered onto the characters' faces. It appears to just be some weird mannequin heads that were edited on to make this disturbing image. Not too much information on this
It
one,
was like
but
a-
another thing that I wanted to point it out before we move on
What's
is
that
this secret
tool
video
called
that
again in
Space
Photoshop? It's like the
Operacopter
drip
sometimes links to people,
or
which is
blend?
called You Have Been Chosen. It's just a 2-second clip of whatever the hell this thing
Analog
is.
horror.
I've obviously slowed it
Are
down.
you a big
because
fan of the
it's a
series?
sort
Do
of
you know
jump
much
scare,
about it?
But this video feels like its
Also,
sole
I forgot to
purpose
pause.
was to disturb the viewer, while Let Me Hear Your War Cry seemed more like an attempt at shitpost comedy. The most disturbing part of this video, in my opinion, is that it was posted nearly 11 years ago. Back in 2010, videos like this were
How
not
is
too
that
common,
creepy?
and it goes to show just how far memes have come, because by today's standards, this video isn't even scary. But back then, it was definitely something out of the ordinary that would creep you out beyond belief.
Oh, it's because we have
Jump
too
scare
many
videos.
memes these
As I s-
days. And back then, because memes weren't proliferant, it would have looked scary instead of humorous? Huh. But yeah. We'll watch the first one at least. And then we can figure out. We'll see. It'll be like a group, like, react. Let me know what you think about this, because apparently this is like God's gift to the world for a lot of people.
To stay home, lock all doors and windows, and have access to a loaded firearm or any ranged weapon at all times. You will know if an alternate exists.
The
solely
power
based
of
on their physical
memes.
characteristics. If you see another person that looks identical to you, run away and hide. If you see a person that has a biologically impossible characteristic, run away and hide. If one manages to break
You know,
into
if they
your
made a
home,
game
refrain
based
from
on
any
this,
kind of communication or contact with the threat. These
then
intelligent life forms
people who did get
utilize
scared by
elements
this
of
would
psychological
probably hate the
warfare to
game
take
for
advantage
existing.
of their victims.
I
While
imagine
we
this is a
heavily
type of like
discourage
learned
any
fear,
form of
maybe.
contact or
And if you
communication
imprint
with an
yourself with stuff
alternate,
like this
we make
early enough,
exceptions for
maybe.
attempts at executing them yourself.
I don't think I'm broken, but I do think I'm just. I think the problem is I'm too curious. I think one of my big, like. What is it? It's almost like a pastime. I like feeling intellectually challenged to the point that sometimes I need more stimulation, I guess, in that regard. And maybe it's because if I don't get enough stimulation out of some of these basic scare stuff, or maybe it's because I'm that way to, like, LTG, what are you doing here? Reasonable for archiving the compiled ROMs in the Giga Leak? Oh, really? Doppelganger? Potato. Stretch face. Oh! Was the Mandela not like the basis for the, what were those things called again? The PNGs that chase you? That's why Solva said those are scary. And why a lot of people were scared of those. Those games were based on the Mandela effect, like, faces and stuff. The ones that people found the creepiest got turned into those PNGs that chase you.
Hey, it's Caesar. I hope it's not too late.
Type
No,
3.
it's fine.
The
Don't worry.
assholes.
What's up? Are you alright?
Yeah, it's not me, it's my mom. She's knocked out cold.
Yeah,
and I have
Nextbots.
no idea why.
I could
I'm on my
not
way to the
remember
ER,
what they're
but
called. I
it's
never
not
remember
my-
what they're called. But yeah,
of course. What is
Nextbots.
it?
I just need you to come over and turn on the cameras we have set up. You know the ones that we installed after we were robbed?
Oh, yeah. Would you mind if I asked why?
Oh, well, she screamed really loud right before I found her on the ground. I just...
Well, do you have your doors and windows locked? Like what the broadcast told us to do?
Yeah, that's the weird part. Maybe she saw something? I don't know.
Hmm.
Alright. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm just gonna switch them on and get out of there, though. You know how I feel about your house.
Yeah, that's fine. One last thing. Try to get a good view of the
Ah, it's like the Chololo phase. What's he doing there?
Okay.
May he rest in peace. The man lived a legend, and he'll be forever remembered as part of internet legacy. Monument Mythos is another analog, or that has become famous in recent times. Oh, I've not heard of that one. What's that one about? You think Markiplier played a game based on this? Really? So there are games that are based on the Mandela effect? Or Mandela catalog? That'd be cool. I almost feel like, especially with like... What's that one type of horror genre called again? Para... I'm having a lot of brain farts lately. Not paranormal. It's subliminal. Subliminal space horror. Backrooms, basically. I feel like these things, like analog and subliminal, would definitely go hand in hand. If you can create a learned fear response and put that on top of subliminal, to where it's like there's something that you learn shouldn't be there, and you put them in an environment where there's, you know, basically nothing. Even if you know there's supposed to be something there, if you never mention that stuff from like the analog horror stuff, is like, oh, this is giving me ideas. I bet I could create a very sadistic game. Also, this basement right here, does this not look like Phasmophobia? Does this not look like a house, like the basement from Phasmo? On, what was it, Tanglewood? You need extra simulation? Bruh. Subliminal is scary to some and comforting to others. I find comfort in it. I'm a little jump scare resistant, but at the same time, something about blank repetitive patterns and stuff like that, it can be relaxing, I guess. Like, I guess the reason why I'm like that is because maybe it's a opposite.
Get away from me!
Hi. Like an opposite effect of, what's it called? Like, I'm claustrophobic. But in the game, it's fine. So maybe it's just I have this desire for open spaces. But something about visually open breathing. Like, I don't like cluttered space. Sometimes even cluttered spaces. And seeing cluttered rooms and things just piled up like a hoarder makes me feel claustrophobic. So the reverse, or the flip side of that is, like a room and like constant areas in a room that are just void and empty just feels relaxing. Yeah, sheer simplicity. Minimalism. Minimalistic design. I'm big on minimalism. Pretty nice to see Analog Monster that's just, I'm here, get ready to get punched through a wall.
You fucking bastard!
Bad decision, Mark. Seeing a VR chat world based on the back rooms starts out as you expect, but as you explore, you get to see weird rooms, but I found it interesting. There's several recreations of the back room in VR chat. I've never been all the way through any of them. But funny enough, I met a couple of people for the first time in one of the back room areas. It was hilarious. Hi. TBC, how are you doing? September 15, 1992.
If you'd like to make a call,
I guess they have their phone turned off. I wonder if there's like any really good horror games in VR chat. I played through a couple. Some were more like weird horror. There was one was like not The Shining, but some weird game where something it's always following you or something. Sweaty face off the camera? Oh, that I wasn't paying attention. Emergency call operator.
A situation may occur where the local 911 dispatchers run out of operators to handle calls, so they are given to us instead.
Oh.
And only 3
This is actually scary because I'm currently in my room with the lights off. I guess that would unintentionally create a scarier environment for you to digest this then. It is to me, in my opinion. In my opinion, it would be. Guys, if you don't mind, I actually am going to turn off my ring light. It's been making me head dizzy.
When the caller has a medical emergency, immediately contact the Mandela Community Hospital.
Mandela Community Hospital, huh? Error.
Here at the Mandela County Police Department, we thank you for viewing this instruction. Nothing is worth the risk, nothing is worth the risk, nothing is worth the risk.
Why do I feel like I've heard that or seen that somewhere? Nothing is worth the risk. That sounded familiar for some reason. Mandela Hospital is gone. You have to risk it for the biscuits sometimes, though. That reminds me of the Stanley Parable line where it's like, the end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Maybe that's why I'm thinking about that. The only light I have is from my LED light strip that is on your TV. Oh. I hate to interrupt this, but let me put on a wheel spin in just a second. There we go. This is our 100th spin of the marathon. I would love to do the inverted control stuff, it's just we're not playing a game right now. That one was bad but fun, if you know what I mean. Spooky horror spill win? Yeah, we're all gonna be scared after that, huh? No, 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 please, no, please, no, please. God damn it. Hold on. I really need to pee first. And then we'll watch that, and then I'll say it. Let me pee, for real, for real. Thank you for the head pats. Crystal clear. Like the entire time? I guess my only question was, how long is that game? Clipping hands? What do you mean clip? We're gonna hold on to this. Now you guys are getting me nervous. Because now I feel like I'm being put on a stage with lights like directed at me hardcore and it's actually giving me anxiety. Give me just a minute or two to breathe. I'll do it. Promise. I promise I'll do it. Just let me get that image out of my head. It's not a comfy deep breath. I'm gonna mix some water, and I already have water. Jump and sprint button swapped in T, okay? No worries, no worries. Like, my mistake was getting up instead of just doing it on the spot. That was my fuck up. I should have known if I gave people to create a chance that somebody might be like, let's forward, let's put the lights on them, let's get ready to... It's like... That was mine, because I know everybody gets excited about it. Trust me. I 100% relate to that. It's just I always forget. It's like the same problem like karaoke sometimes. Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know why. It's not the anxiety. It's like, think about it. Like, think of like giving a speech. All of a sudden, everybody turns on their eyes on you, and they're like, spotlights, record. Think of everything he says. Look at him. Get ready to clip. Make sure he knows. And I just like, there's this intense like sense of fear or dread, and it's just like I fucking die inside. It's like I know I'm doing something simple, but it's just like. Yeah, it's a stage fright reaction. That's what I'm having. It's a stage fright reaction. Like, I didn't expect this to actually create something like that. Like, it's a first, so that's why I'm confused. It's like, I thought I only got this level of stage fright when it came to karaoke, and I could just drink through that partially, and it will probably get better in the future. Because then that fear is, like, lightly related to my family. Hearing or just people, like, complaining, and then, like, I can just do it. I can learn to do that one, but, like, this, like, re-triggered that feeling of intruder alert, of stage fright. Thank you for the head pats. But no, nobody's at fault. Nobody's at fault. Like I said, that was 100% my fuck up. I'm cute, okay? Moving on. I like how that was perfectly timed to the end of the video. I swear that actually wasn't intentional. I wasn't paying attention. Hey, welcome in, Bolad. You walked in at interesting time. Also, Lily, I think it was either you or someone else redeemed the Pocky. And I had noticed like when I woke up, and I was just like, hey, whoever redeemed the Pocky, thank you so much. Aw, you guys are gonna make me blush. Thank you for the head pats. Pocky time coming up. I guess we're gonna watch... How long are these? Let's watch a little bit more creepy stuff, and we'll go back. Like, we're just watching creepy stuff back and forth at this point. Aww.
Now, I was very confused.
Well, thank you.
Part of the iceberg, because I don't understand why it's so low. Everyone and their mom should know what a jump scare video
I'll keep that in mind. If we get in that future, I just need to do it on the spot. Do not create a situation where excessive attention is drawn to.
Fake premise in the beginning, which gives you a false sense of security, and then Right when you least expect it in the video will throw a scary
Fucky.
figure in front of your face and make it scream loudly. Some notable examples of
The
this
funny
are
thing is,
videos
jump
such
scare
as the
media
Scary
back in
Maze
the early days of the
Ghostly
internet
Car ad,
wasn't
golfing jump scare, and the
really
rocking chair video.
described
These are
as
just some
jump
notable
scare.
ones that I remember myself,
It was
and there are
simply
probably a lot of
disguised as like
one-offs
push
that
the
you
button.
and I have had personal experiences with. For
Anybody
example, I
remember
know one
those
by the name of
Flash
Toy Story
games, push
Secrets,
the
which
button
scarred me as a
especially?
kid, and watching it now, it's not even that
Sometimes
scary,
they even
but
had
as a
versions where
kid,
you
I
would
was very
click it
scarred
so
by
many
it. These
times,
videos have been
nothing would
around on
happen, but
YouTube
there was a
since the dawn
chance
of its
that you'd get a
creation, so
fucking jump
I'm
scare
very confused as to
on any
why
given
this is so
click.
low on the list. The Dawn is your
FNAF, I
enemy.
could never really get
The
into
Dawn is your
FNAF.
enemy is a reference to an
The
Adult
game to
Swim
me
bumper
doesn't look
that would play
scary,
as a
but it
sign-off
always
bump to
comes
the
off as
network. I
annoying.
believe that there is a
Like,
creepypasta tied to all this, but
I'm
the
trying to
main reason this is
accomplish
on the
something.
list
It's
is
like,
because
oh,
it
but at this
traumatized
time
a
you have
lot
to
of
make sure in
kids.
this spot, but
Much like
you have
how
to
I
make sure
have
they're at this
childhood
spot. It's like,
trauma from when I'd be watching
okay,
a TV show
as a
and then
game that
suddenly
sounds
one
really
of those
fucking
flash flood
annoying.
warnings would come on air.
But that's also
This
because
bumper aired during the early
I guess I
morning
just
when the
don't
last
find the
episode of
concept
Adult
of
Swim
jump
would come on,
scares
and it served
appealing.
as a way to scare kids off of the TV so that they wouldn't
But who
realize
knows?
that there
Maybe
was a
I'm
different
wrong.
side to Cartoon Network. The phrase "the
You
Dawn is
know,
your
I
enemy"
love how
is in
Helldivers
reference to
2
how the dawn, which in this
had
case is
two
the
balance
morning, is
updates,
actually your enemy.
both of
It's
which
your enemy
they had
because of how
another
late you stay
one.
up to watch this bumper. Adult Swim actually aired a
And
follow-up to this bumper on May
okay, so
17th
did
of
they make it
2020 after
worse
an episode of American Dad.
or
The bumper
like
was changed slightly though, as it was
gameplay?
changed to say the dawn is your
Is the
frenemy, and was
gameplay
created
less
with the
pleasant?
creepypasta in
I
mind.
didn't know they did
They
a
even have a
second one.
red
I knew
balloon
the
fly
first
up
one.
and the
I've
sun
not been
wink
on
at the
since the
viewer
first
like
one,
in the
and I knew the
creepypasta.
first one looked
This will
questionable.
bring us to
And from what I
layer
could tell,
4.
I probably
Layer
wouldn't
4 is
enjoy
where
it.
I feel like the
From what I
iceberg
heard from
has a
others,
clear
they didn't
drop-off,
enjoy
while
it.
some of the stuff on
And
layer 4 is
now
relatively
they've done
well known
another
still.
one,
A lot
and
of
it's
these videos,
worse.
minus the first entry, have a ton of
Yeah, they were
mystery
called
surrounding the origins,
Screamers.
as well as random folklore spread by word of mouth. This is where we begin to
I
the
don't remember
real
too
rabbit
much
hole of these disturbing
about like
media. Self-care
Screamers,
PSA
I
in
guess.
this time of quarantine. This isn't your typical PSA.
Hey guys, look, next spot. It's a Mandela cataloger. It's only in the tip of the iceberg still, I think.
Which is produced.
Hold on, I need to read this because Silva was playing earlier. And I didn't get to watch because I wanted to see just what it looked like when a group that genuinely enjoyed the game started playing it again. Because it looked like it was so bad that he ended stream on time, which was weird. But it tells me, and given that other friends that used to stream it are not streaming it right now, I was like, what are they doing to this game? The classic Maze Screamer. And the one with the car on the hillside. You were traumatized by FNAF? COVID reference. Let's see. Less armored enemies, but more little guys. It destroyed the smaller maps though. Because you just got so overwhelmed. So have I got violeted by waves of vile spitters on the eradication mitter? Vile spitters were one of the smaller enemies, right? They'd be like the... Is it the weaker version of the Bile Titan? The thing is, armored enemies really weren't an issue. Like, they all had weak points that you just had to break open and defeat. They weren't that bad. Huh.
Produced by a huge corporation. However, that doesn't make the message behind this one any less impactful. This video was posted on May 23rd of 2020 and was aptly titled Self-Care PSA in this time of quarantine, which is an obvious reference to the worldwide quarantine that took place when the pandemic started. If you want to experience it yourself, which I highly recommend, as it's
I have
only
a funny
minute long,
idea.
look
Give
in
me
the
a
description
second.
for a link to that video, go watch it, and then come straight back here. Now, this video is actually quite disturbing, and it's because of how much truth there is to the visuals and the story. It starts off with this character with horns talking to the viewer, telling them how troubling these times can be. Then we get our first weird occurrence when this figure appears in
But
the
yeah,
window for one
who
frame of
wouldn't
the
wanna
video.
see
The video
Sova getting
continues,
violated?
detailing how we should focus on small victories such as waking up at a reasonable
You
hour
played the new
and
tower
exercising
activation
consistently.
mission with a
Then
friend.
we get another eerie part come up.
Duo
The
on
music
disc
suddenly
7.
slows down and we hear a constant
Literally
static sound
unplayable.
playing on loop when this text
You get
pops
swarmed
up
by
saying,
150
"Ignoring
enemies
the
per
noises
minute."
downstairs. Then we jump to another little
Huh.
victory, staying productive, which is short-lived when we are shown what is downstairs. We get put into the point of view of whoever lives in this home walking down to
Don't
their
worry
basement.
about
As
it.
they make their way down
We
to the
all know
basement,
Sova would
this
enjoy
black
it, so it's
figure
not
is
too big
revealed
of
to
an
be
issue.
standing in the corner of this dark room. All of
He's
a sudden,
like-
the video turns hyper
We have several
with the
bottoms
black
that
figure sporadically making
you
its way
know.
toward the camera. Suddenly, the music cuts out and is replaced by this ear-splitting sharp noise.
It
that
almost looks like
honestly made my
Lieutenant
heart jump out of my
Surge.
chest the first time I heard it.
Or Guile. It's got that kind of hair.
Then the black figure
but it like
begins whispering
warped.
to the viewer, asking them when was the last time they
Maso?
went outside, questioning how long it's been since
Probably,
you've seen your
but
friends or
maybe not
family,
so much with
ending with this
pain.
black screen. Luckily, we don't have to look
But
too deep for the meaning
he
behind this
just
art
he
piece.
enjoys a bit
It
of bully.
serves as a representation of what
And I
everyone
guess
was
you could
going
say
through during
a
the
lot of the
start
community
pandemic.
does
With
like
all
to
of
play
this
into
time
the
to ourselves,
tease.
most of us were optimistic at the start, waking up at an earlier time,
Relaxing?
exercising more, and just overall being
Yeah,
more productive.
I say after
But we all
a
had
session, you'd
breaking
probably
point.
want to relax a
That
little
black
bit.
pit lurking in our basement. Those dark and depressing thoughts reminding us just how lonely and isolated we were. How truly sad it was that we were stuck in our homes for longer than we anticipated. Just
COVID.
how much longer could we go without
So
seeing our
that's what
friends
you
and
guys
family?
meant by COVID.
That is what this PSA is meant to
I wasn't
capture,
paying
and
too
it
much
does so
attention.
pretty well, showcasing these dark thoughts as a physical entity, taking up space in the darkest depths of our minds, with it only being a matter of time before we decide to humor the figure and listen to what
Just
it
a
has
moment
to
or two.
say.
I
I
might
feel
do
fantastic.
something interesting
I
while
Feel
we're
Fantastic is a
watching
video
videos.
uploaded by CreepyBlog in April of 2009.
Might get
The
out
video
the
gained
fidget
mass
spinner.
popularity almost immediately
But
because of what the video
something
entailed.
extra.
The video begins with an animatronic
I do need to
robot
do another
named
wheel spin.
Tara
I probably
that
should have
begins
done that
singing a
first.
song about how she feels fantastic. It is definitely a very creepy and eerie video from the look of it, but for the fans of the video at the time, it would only get weirder. Towards the end of the video, this clip randomly cuts in where it's literally just a clip of grass in the wilderness, presumably someone's backyard. Many theories came out explaining how this video was uploaded by someone that killed and murdered somebody. After killing said person, they took all of the clothes off of the victim, which is presumably a woman.
Ironically, I was
and they
closer to
hid
my
the woman
family
in a
during
hole in the
COVID.
ground. They then dressed up their
COVID
homemade
was like a
animatronic
blessing and
in
a
the victim's
curse.
clothes and made it sing. This is why the animatronic keeps saying, "I feel fantastic." For whatever sick fetish the killer had,
I
he
feel
wanted to picture
fantastic.
The woman that he killed
Isn't
saying
that like
this
a
over
reference to
and
the
over
Barbie
again.
song then?
The killer then decided to upload a video of it singing and tease at where the remains of the body lies, and thus we have this clip.
Wait,
here.
that was a.
This is actually
Oh,
been
wait,
debunked, as
what?
There is a website that explains who made the android and how much it cost to make it. I believe that there is another website out there from the maker himself that explains how he made the robot and what it can do. So no murder story here, but it's still a great story nonetheless. Blank Room Soup. Blank Room Soup is a YouTube
That is,
video
like,
that shows a man
funny,
being
creepy,
seemingly
maybe, I
tortured
guess?
by two weird mascots.
Also, what
The
is
torturing
this?
that is taking place is forcing this guy to eat this soup that to this day has its contents
Why do I
unknown.
feel like I've
This
seen
video
this?
surfaced around 2005, but didn't gain
What
widespread
is this?
popularity until a few years later, around 2015.
Why is he
There are
crying?
apparently 3 other videos that spawned after the creation of this one, with the second edition being the same type of video as the first. Both the first and the second video are the same in the sense that it's just a video of 2 masked people watching the same guy eat the same bowl of soup. The main difference though, is
Soup.
that in the second video, the 2 figures stand at the back
I'm
of the
at
room until
soup.
the end of the video, where one of
What
the
do you
costume
mean you're
figures
at
lunges
soup?
at the man, and then the video suddenly cuts to black and seemingly ends. The third edition in the Blank Room Soup series is a 10-second video where the figures just seem to have captured a new person and held them captive. The
It's
last video
more
in the
soup.
series is where it gets a bit more interesting.
Go to the next
The last
aisle.
and
It's
final
more
video is a
soup.
30-second clip
Go to
taken
the
by
other.
what I assume to be a random bystander on the street. The video itself is just a clip of one of the masked figures from the first 3 videos standing and guarding the front of this unknown location. The full story of these videos goes as follows. The figures captured the first
AM.
guy, tortured him,
Sleep
and
well,
killed him.
Grimlock. Take it easy,
Then they captured a
Cheeto.
new
Nighty
person
night.
and are now
Rest well.
guarding the
Take it
area
easy.
or building
And I'll see you
that
again
they keep
sometime,
the guy
okay?
captive in.
Night night.
Now on the surface, you might just write these videos off as just another weird
Hungry
story,
Box.
but that's actually wrong, and this is where the
So
creepers
really quickly.
factor
Actually, let's finish this
intensifies.
one.
As
I'll spin a
opposed to
wheel,
the later
and we'll
additions
see
to
what
this
Volume
iceberg,
2
the
of the
origins of
Mandela
Blink Room
catalog
Soup
presents
videos still
us.
remain a mystery to this
But
day.
yeah, eat
What I mean
well,
by this
sweetest
is
of
that no one
dreams.
from the video's
I love that
creation
people
has
kept their
outright came
distance
forward
during
and said
Cove.
these videos are
But now
fake,
people are
and
back
no
to
one has
almost
been able
touching
to
me in line
outright
again.
prove
And for fuck's
that
sake,
the
people
videos
in
are in
line
fact
won't
fiction.
move faster just
However,
because you're
there are good
breaking
set of
down my
facts that
neck,
point to this
breathing
video's
down your neck.
creation being nothing more than an
Yeah.
attempt at making a shocking art piece. The rest of what I'm about
The
to
funny
say
thing is, in the
all
town I live,
known
we still have
facts.
all those like
The character
spacing
figures
things
that you
glued
see
to
on
the
screen
floors.
are actually from Raymond S. Percy's artwork collection. They actually have a name as well. One single head is called a Ray Ray. He created several
Huh.
of these Ray Ray costumes and did lots and lots of performances with them. He has stated in an email that these costumes were in fact stolen by some unknown people at one of his shows that he did, and shortly after, the Blink Room Soup videos appeared online. So the narrative that the
Oh,
creator himself
no.
puts forward is that someone stole the costumes and then they made the Blink Room Soup videos. Raymond then tries to cover up for the fact that he made more videos and performances with the
Distancing
Ray
on
Ray
the floor?
costumes after the Blink Room Soup videos came out by stating that he just simply had extras. It's this narrative that I can't wrap my head around, and I just don't buy it. Remember guys, just because the creator says something doesn't mean it's true. I say this because in Blink Room Soup 3, the guy being kidnapped has actually been identified, and he's part of a band that Raymond worked with. The name of the man in the video is Gil Sharon, and he was part of a band called Stolen
Oh.
Babies. Stolen Babies had many other videos animated by Raymond S. Percy. Knowing this, the narrative that Raymond put forward in his emails falls apart. If he worked with this man before and the creations were used in this video, that is a clear relationship between Raymond and this kidnapped person. Knowing all of this, you can already start putting 2 and 2 together. It's entirely plausible that Raymond is just one of those people that loves to keep up the illusion. Much like how a magician refuses to give up their tricks. Raymond doesn't want people to
What
know
if they
it's all
were
fake
never
because
actually
the funnest
stolen?
part of watching these types of
What if a
videos is the
kidnapping never
illusion.
happened?
By the way, before moving on, I want to credit that last part of the theory to this video right here that I found on the subject. Now with all of that said, let's move on. Lasagna Cat. Lasagna
Okay,
Cat is-
before Lasagna Cat. Well, where are we going next? I knew something like that was gonna happen. Give me a little bit, and I will do the $1 pizza. Like, give me an hour. Because we just had the one soup a little bit ago, and that was after already being full. I want at least a little bit of hunger to come back in. I don't know. The box was beaten up and put in the clearance aisle, so it's like a very, very, very questionable thing. When I do prepare it, I'll even bring up the box and show you. It could have been, yeah. I'm putting the $1 pizza on a list. And... okay, how about 30 minutes? You'll see why I don't really want to go and do the pizza here just yet as well in just a moment. So, let's begin.
How may I help you?
Like I said, I
Hello?
wanted to get the fidget
May
spinner
I
out just a
schedule an
little bit.
appointment?
Of course, ma'am. Where's the location?
My home.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind giving me a brief description of what you've been experiencing?
I've been hearing things.
Things.
What, ma'am?
Where's my fidget
I still
spinner?
hear the meows of my
Extra
old cat
protein pizza.
Johnny,
I might
the
throw some like
photo
extra
guy
cheddar and
passed
stuff
away
like
a few
on it and
years
stuff.
ago.
Here in just a little bit.
Cat alternate? Shh.
I don't think it's an alternate.
You know, I
just
really
think his
don't like
soul
that
roams
most
the house
analog
still.
horrors.
I want to make sure
Goes
he
the
finds
full
peace in whatever
existential
realm
threat,
he resides in.
godlike creature
Do
torturing
you
people
think you
for
could
fun.
help guide him?
Just want a simple, bizarre-looking creature just chilling in the woods for
Try.
getting annoyed at people
When would you
trying
like
to find it.
visit?
Ah,
As soon as possible,
yeah,
please.
it could be.
When's your next opening?
But yeah,
Well, we could do tonight if you want.
that would be cool, wouldn't it?
Can you do 3 nights? I'm away from home
Wheel
on a business trip.
spins.
I'm sure this will give you enough time to deal with him.
Cheese.
Well...
I mean,
How
who
about
doesn't like
500 a
cheese?
night?
Let's be honest.
Oh, hell like a plan.
Here we go.
All
that scent. Cheese.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. Thanks.
Cheese. Yep, I'm gonna spin
No problem, ma'am. It's just what we do.
the thing again.
Okay, back it up. Back it up. You got it?
Yeah.
What's going on in the camera?
You sure you got it?
Yeah, just open the trunk.
No, are you really sure you got it? Cause I can.
Just open the damn trunk, Jonah.
Yeah.
Guess you do got
I was wondering if somebody was gonna notice them real quickly. Just a little bit of a preview, because when we do the cosplay and stuff, there's probably going to be
Well, if we can do anything
maybe
about
just a
it
bit of,
now.
you know, dye. So it's kind of like, well, people might need to be accustomed to them just a little bit
Anything left?
before the real delivery comes.
No.
And of course, the
You
light's
used
gonna
everything
be
already?
a bit difficult there. No, but
Damn it.
Carrie, if we ordered them,
Well,
like
we
no
don't gotta
shit,
worry
we
about it
we
at the
did
moment,
order them.
since we got this massive
Their
fucking
delivery will be
order.
sometime in August, I think.
Well,
But
got a
yeah, we
couple
are
options.
getting the Pipkin ones.
Which are?
We either one ask someone to help start our car with
So, yeah.
tables,
So
or
aside from the sucrose one, we'll probably eventually do Hua Hua at some point. But like last
it's
night, like I
hard
think
to
I
right
mentioned
now,
earlier at some point,
but it's
the
not
reason we'd
like
been looking at like maid
possible.
dresses and stuff is like, what other things we could do
And you'd be
potentially?
doing yet
Could you rotate to your
another
right?
delicate
My
act.
right would be like this
It's
way.
not like we aren't already on the run
You'd probably
anyway.
mean left, right? Probably to the left. I get a lot of comments on the hands and stuff like that too and whatnot. But yeah. I guess you're just trying to look at the pattern and stuff like that. But yeah, I get a lot of comments on the hands. Like that's like the first thing when I go to take photos is they comment on the hands and stuff like that. But yeah.
And who's to say that she's not even crazy? Who's to say
But
she's not as
if you're
fine
talking about
as
the
I'm
thighs,
going to
then
be in 30 minutes? I would hope us, because the last thing I need is getting
okay, maybe they're
real
not
house
extra
off
thick,
on
but they're
stone lady with
they're
a
you
dead
know,
and then
they're
like, no,
femboy thick,
no.
and I don't think they really need to be thicker.
How to
Let's be honest.
there aren't even alternates. And the
Femboy
mayor
hands.
was just too
I
stupid to just make that
my
entire,
body's just too
different
femboy.
look.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, but then like, why are we getting so many calls about alternates in the first
After I got in a little bit of shape,
Maybe because maybe
like
it's mass hysteria.
I could probably like do model
Do you think this is the
cosplay and
rise
stuff,
of the
like
war
for
on
real,
women?
for real, for real.
I don't know.
So yeah, you guys are gonna
We're
be
just
like
two
big,
guys
big, big
from
excited for the Sucrose cosplay. If it goes well enough, maybe I'll start doing like occasional like half cam cosplay days. Cause I don't mind. It'd be a bonus. I can keep up the VTuber aspect, you know, like me on the screen. But I mean, I could always do this on the side as well. I could present
You will arrive at your destination
whatnot.
in 10 minutes.
Holy shit, that's actually really useful.
They are. Yeah, they're not overly
They
thick.
have
Like
these
they're
things, did they?
like
I
a
thought
normal
that
kind of
guy's face
thickness and
would
stuff.
turn something like this and, you know,
But
kill you. I don't know.
They did not.
I guess crime really does pay.
I like how you're making us out to be
I really do
gangsters
think they're a
when all we
balanced
did
thick though.
was
Like, cause you can see like
get all
where is it?
this.
Like right here.
I know.
They
It's
do have
just
like a bit of separation, but they don't dig in so much. Like it's like this,
right?
like it's just a complete like package of thick. But then again, I do like them to be like a medium thick, big thick, not too much, small thick, medium thick, are like usually pretty good and whatnot. Yeah, I get too many comments. Like it's sometimes I'll post a photo and I'll immediately get a DM. So it's like, what's your secret? Like, what kind of diet are you on? Are you on like drugs or like, are you like? I get like way too many comments and stuff like that. It's like the hands are already one, and then it's like, bruh, you were like just literally born femboy. What is your secret? I don't know. Lolly thick. So yeah. Thick thigh. Whoa. Being dumb. So yeah. If you want more of these and whatnot, just wait for the cosplay. Or what other things? Like, I'll be honest, like my LED is like right up there. So you can see like when I turn and stuff like that, the light shines better. It's almost blinding. Never look directly at an LED. It's very blinding. So it's like, like, cause like I'm always like this. So light is like shining this way. But like, I wouldn't mind to put other things on. It's like I literally don't have anything. Like I have 2 pairs of these, and maybe some bike shorts. But like I don't have outfits. So the Secret one's gonna be the first one. Literally born femboy is the best. Is the phrase ever? Probably best phrase. Yeah, it's like I never intended to be one, but I think I just became one, and I liked the idea, so it just kind of stuck, I guess. But yeah, I guess there's also like the complexion helps a lot as well.
I'm not scared. I'm not.
So good thickness, good complexion.
You seeing this?
The door.
Fidget spinners trying. I know. I like how this just like literally turned into femboy fidget spinner.
Trying to. Do you have anything to, tear it down?
Body confidence. I mean,
It's fine. She's not gonna find out.
it's definitely an importance. It definitely takes a while to grow. Mine definitely developed, I guess, in the past year. But it's also like I don't really have a need to go and like take too much photos and stuff like that. But yeah. Okay, I've had my fill on the fidget spinner. When are we getting pizza?
Yeah, I'm not.
20
I
minutes.
don't think I see anything either.
The secret femboy fidget spinner stream every Sunday. I don't know about secret,
The more I look at this house,
but
the more I really don't want to.
huh.
I don't see anything.
The webcam placement is one issue, and then the other's like, where would I get good lighting for this? Because if I'm always at the desk and whatnot, then it's just constantly difficult. Also, I didn't realize, but I guess my shorts are kind of on the shorter side.
It's literally just an empty house.
It's just shorter shorts are just comfy.
Can you suck it up for 3 nights?
Besides, they make good room for that, what is it called? Like the thigh gap between the thigh high and the shorts or the skirt?
Get that come
Oh, that's
from?
another thing.
That came from the house, man. I really don't like this now.
I'm glad I got those
This
bike
is kind of
shorts.
interesting.
The day I ever like,
don't
we
think you
do
should
like
go in there now.
I'm going
an
back
outfit
in.
that has some kind of dress or skirt, I'm
It's even
100% going to be wearing
See, that's
something
the
underneath that
problem.
for very obvious
Fine, you
reasons.
Realize what this could do for us?
What for us? We're already on
I'm
the
still
run. We don't need
fidgeting
this
with
attention
the
again.
fidget
Whether you
spinner.
like it or not, I'm going
Fidget
back
spinners
in.
are
Adam,
addicting.
please.
It's too late. I've already made up my mind.
Night 2, January 13. 5 million views. Is that an EMF reader? This looks like Tanglewood.
Where are you from?
This is totally Tanglewood,
What year
isn't
were
it?
you born
Okay, never mind.
in? Are you lost?
Am I coming through?
The Secret Femboy Fidget Spinner. Every Sunday at 11. Could you just imagine like a super frilly like dress thigh highs and everything on the camera, and the entire time you would just hear this kind of voice? You would literally like just, oh man,
Cut it out.
I'm gonna have so fun with it. It's gonna be a complete mindfuck in the future as well.
Seriously, stop.
Daisy Dukes. What the fuck's a Daisy Dukes?
What the hell did I do?
Who is that?
Just forget.
Is there one? Also, I really don't understand Mandela.
Series created by the group Fatal Farm, which entails parodies
So now that
of
we're
the
done, I can
well-known
go and take
comic
these
strip
off.
Garfield. The videos on this channel go as far back as 2007.
Actually, how about
and they have
this? Give me 5. And then we'll go make the pizza. BG Tuber is a nice Philly dress. I don't know if I'd ever do like dress, but I guess it depends on the cosplay at hand. Dresses in general don't really appeal to me too much. A good sundress is nice. But I guess I'm bigger on like the fashion stuff. Athletic, cute. Harajuku is pretty good as well.
Stopped uploading as of 2017. The
Aww.
videos from 2007 consisted of them acting out comic strips from the Garfield
Oh
comic.
god,
and
who
then
drew that?
taking it
That's
to a
fucking
seemingly
adorable,
random
Lily.
skit after showing what comic they
Oh wait,
parodied.
is that Maya's?
But then comes the videos in 2017.
Oh, that's right, she does
Now,
go
I
by
have to
Bunny,
say
but
this
doesn't
before
she?
getting into the 2017 videos
Okay, note to
because in my
self, I am
research for this
commissioning Maya
iceberg,
someday.
I have to admit that
I don't know
at
when
this
she does
point in
like
the
opener
iceberg,
commissions or
was
stuff like that, but I
pretty
will
underwhelmed.
100% commission
And
her.
even when finding the lasagna cats for
But yeah, now,
videos,
okay,
I was still
I will
pretty
say
underwhelmed
dresses like that are
until
actually
I
really
saw
damn
this
cute.
video. Of
They're
everything up to this
extremely
point,
cute.
this is the first thing
And
that
I would
made
not
me
mind having
physically
one.
cringe. Not at just what happens in the video,
They'd be
but the
perfect
fact
with
that
a good pair
someone
of thigh
actually
highs.
made this 4-hour video and put it on the internet. It's just bizarre.
How much does
Before
she
I
charge, by
explain
the way?
this
I've never
video,
looked
I
up for
first
prices
have
or
to
anything.
explain another one. So in 2017, the group posted a video titled 1-800-591-3274. This video was basically a parody of any
So he
high-budget
showed
movie
up
trailer.
again.
Lots of action sequences.
What is?
cool
Well, this is before
transitions,
Cursed
and some
Garfield, huh?
high-intensity situations like this.
Cursed Garfield.
Now this was all
What
generally
the?
fine to me because I've already seen lots of weird stuff like this before. However, what made me cringe was this video posted on
What
February
the?
23rd of 2017, titled Sex Survey Results. This video is 4 hours and 40 minutes long. I repeat, 4 hours and 40 minutes long. Now, to be fair, the video is fairly normal for the first 4 hours or so. The first 4 hours
Creepy. I
consists of
apologize. It
someone
did get a
knocking
little
on this door,
graphic.
one of the Garfield characters
And that's
answering it, and then a
why
mannequin
the
reads off
tags
what
are
I
on, but
assume
at the
to
same
be voice
time,
clips from the people
is it
that
just
called
me
the
or did it
1-800
almost
number
look
from the
like
previous video? It's just a cycle of this.
not
You hear the door knock,
low
a Garfield character
budget?
opens the door, the mannequin stands there for a second, a random person's 1-800 voice clip plays,
Like
and
that
then
could
they
have been like a
transition
real
to the
parody
newspaper,
movie.
and it starts all over again. Now I wasn't about to waste 4 hours watching this, so I admittedly skipped around and realized, okay, it's just 4.5 hours of people's voice clips being played. I'm not going to waste any more of my time, I'm going to go research another video. So just as I was about to click off the video and write it off as just another stupid art piece, I saw this.
What
comment.
is this?
Intrigued, I skipped to the end of the video, and for the first time in my research, I just sat there and was like, what the fuck? So at about 4 hours and 39 minutes, the video takes a very, very weird turn. The main character's double opens the door,
She
and
is?
when the door is closed, the double turns super old. We
I
then
don't
see a
think
shot
I'd be
of him
able to
staring
put
at this random
anything
cat in
while
a
like
window,
I'm in
and
the
then it cuts to
process
him
of
walking
doing the
away from
marathon.
house.
I'm
He runs
interested.
into this weird
But it's
duo,
also
which
like,
appears to be
oh, I don't
painted
even
to
know what
look like
idea I would get
mannequins.
done.
The mannequins
But I
drop
do know
off
she
a
does good
briefcase,
femboy content as
and
well.
lo and behold,
So
the
she'll do
briefcase holds a
kimono,
stuffed
because I do have a
version of what I
kimono
assume
version.
is the cat that we saw from
And
earlier.
she does
Then
femboy
we cut
content
to a
as
shot
well.
where the cat's floating,
Then I would
and
just
it
have to
jumps
come
to a
up with
guy
an
in the middle
idea
of
at
some
some
rocky
point.
mountains, where I can only assume that this guy
Sketch for 30
presumably
euro,
gets
flat
himself into
40,
a
50
fight with this
euro.
Native American figure that appears to be painted like a cat. The guy then
That's
turns into a pile
euro
of
instead of
worms.
sterling,
The
right?
Native American person screams, and then it cuts to a girl screaming inside of a school
Hold on. 55
bathroom. Now what you're
plus
about
5
to see
for
on screen
possible
is
PayPal
basically
transaction.
childbirth,
60,
so
that's
if you don't
not
want
bad.
to see any disturbing or graphic images,
60 per
please
character,
skip
that's not
past this
bad.
or go to the comments. I do warn you right now, this is going to get very graphic very quickly, but I'm going to keep playing.
Well, I don't want to do that necessarily on stream if it's purely for getting too graphic. But like 1820. Is this like spliced together? Because that was a long time ago. Oh, wow. That Garfield one is huge. And there's the actual spike from people not wanting to. I mean, I don't mind this, just I also don't want to do it on stream.
For yourselves, I will leave a link below to it. Username 666. Username 666 is a video that originates from this channel. The channel posted it in February 26th of 2008. The video itself is nothing more than a creepypasta in video form.
What if I
or
can
also known as
find...
a video pasta. The
What
video
is it?
depicts a person typing
I want a
666 into
psychological
YouTube.
iceberg. This is the good stuff.
Psychological.
Wait, there's one for mental illness as well?
Psychological horror is the kind of horror that really gets you more than just a jump scare. It's the kind of horror that makes you think and makes you check behind the shower curtain before you go to bed. The kind that gets in your head
Okay.
and makes you question who you are. And I found an
We should
iceberg
be
that
free
goes through a
from
bunch of movies
the
in this
graphic stuff.
psychological horror genre.
To me, that's
We're
not
gonna
really
talk about
horror.
those today.
It's not
I'm
really
actually
creepy. It's
really
just...
excited to talk about this iceberg because
It's
I
one of
love
those things that I
psychological horror.
learned that
It's my
other
favorite
people don't
subgenre of horror,
enjoy.
and I
I'm
already
kind of
see
like
literally
indifferent.
my
Maybe
favorite
sometimes,
movie
depending
ever
on how
made
it's
on this
done,
iceberg,
can be
so
interested.
I'm really hyped.
But
An
for
iceberg
general
is a chart
purpose,
that
I'm kind of like,
follows the saying
that's
of,
not
"Oh,
the
that's
fluffy
just
stuff
the
I
tip
want
of the
right now.
iceberg," where all the entries
Psychological
closer to the
stuff
top
I
are
would
just
consider
the
fluffy
tip,
because
and the ones that are very
I can be a
well
bit of a
known kind of
conundrum as
basic and a
well.
little boring. But then as we get further
You
down
remember
the iceberg, they get a lot
username
darker, a lot more
666?
obscure, and a lot more
I feel like I've
lost.
seen that
Without
spider
further
pattern
ado, let's
before,
get
at least
straight into this
referenced,
video.
but I
Also,
don't
if you
remember
have
it
a
too
live
much.
Discord, so go ahead and join that.
A
We
queue
can
list
hang
up
out
to
and have a beer, watch a
July.
VC or something, and also literally, I
Oh,
think
so
it's
she's
99%
always
of everybody
open,
that
but
watches
she's
my
got a
videos
long
are not
queue.
subscribed, which is insane. So go ahead and subscribe.
Okay. So I might need a few minutes to go and look at the pizza. Guys, I will leave you with a World 34 game showcase. I'm just gonna leave you with a
In my
random
previous
video.
episode of
That's
how it's
funny.
actually made, I
Let me
asked
go
you all
look
a
at this
very
pizza and figure
specific
out how I'm
favor.
gonna set it up.
Please
'Cause I'd rather
stop
do it in
sending
the oven, but at
emails
the same
to
time.
filling machine or rinsing
Oh, it's
machine
quite
at gmail.com,
okay. So I'm glad I skipped
asking
over it.
whether a machine
I thought
you
it would
saw
be
is a
more
filling
interesting, and it
machine
turns
or
out
a
to be just
rinsing
a bunch
machine.
of like graphic
Thank
stuff.
you.
But
Turns out you guys are
up
bad
to
at listening.
July.
How bad?
So that'd be after my birthday as well.
731 emails bad.
So after the marathon,
And so, as a
I just need
public
a
service to
poker,
you, the
book a
viewers,
slot,
I'm going to go through
and then
this
I'll have
email
plenty
account
of
and
time
try
to
to
give her
answer
the
your
ID.
questions. So hopefully I will never have to do this again. The best part of this is I get to use Gmail, meaning I get to use a dark theme. The best part about this dark theme is that when I click an email, it reverts back to the light theme. But that's okay, I didn't really expect much from Google, the third largest company on the planet. I can't tell what this is this a filling machine or a rinsing machine? Ah, now that's a Siberian filling machine you got there. It turns out that if you have any holes, and you put this little thing next to it, it'll fill them the fuck in its quest to dig even more holes. Is this a rinsing machine or a filling machine? Now that right there is an automatic circumciser. They've only made a few of those in prototype, but after their boom in the 80s, they flew off the shelves and have never been seen again. Mostly because they were known for their high infant mortality rate, and also, look, you couldn't fit this in your home. You had to have an exquisite middle-class backyard to even begin to power this thing up. Apparently, this email was sent by the government. This email and any files transmitted with it are confidential and intended solely for the use of the individual entity to whom they are addressed. Oh god, I'm gonna go to jail for showing you this. Capping machine? Please, I don't know what's real anymore. First of all, the question was never if it's a capping machine or not. I feel like any caveman can disseminate whether something is a capping machine. Second of all, nothing's real. You're in a coma. You've been dead for 9 years. We're all having cake.
Shit.
Yes or no?
So let me just show
I think
this up
someone
real
misread
quickly.
the assignment.
This
Which
is
is
different
it? The
than I thought it
rinsing
was going
machine
to
kind
be.
of fills the bottles. Alright, you son of a bitch. Look, I saw a rinsing machine labeled as a filling
weird his
machine,
voice
but I'm
needs
not
to be a
sure
bit
of it.
louder than
It could
normal.
have been an incorrectly built filling
webcam, come
machine,
here.
making an appearance of a rinsing machine. Could you kindly
This is,
clarify? Cheers.
What it was.
Normally I wouldn't even respond
And
to
the
this,
box was like literally
but thankfully
beat
this
up and
email
stuff
has been
like that,
certified
and they put it in the $1
Ad
clearance section.
Wiedersau.
So I'm like,
Thanks again, Avast. You've always got
this
my
is
back.
more like a
Anyway, the answer is I don't know.
microwavable
Is this a
dinner,
filling machine or a
but it's
rinsing
supposed
machine?
to be a pizza.
Ah, that's a back
And I'm like,
massager. It has absolutely no other
what the
purpose on
fuck
earth
is
except to be used as a back massager.
So
your
we're gonna
mom
give this a
coincidentally
shot.
has a very, very
and you guys
sore
will get to
back.
see it in just a
Sorry
moment.
to bother, but I'm
if you
unsure
want
of which
raw
machine
dye,
rinses the bottles and
raw
which
dye,
fills
like
them.
I said,
Clarification
over
would be
thick.
greatly appreciated to all
And
the
you will
rinsing
see
machine
plenty of it
enthusiasts out
later.
there. I would like clarification on why you're
Pepperoni,
sneaking subtle
crustless.
branding logos in your emails like that.
I'll admit,
this message
crust is
intentionally left
delicious.
blank may be
Crust
the most
is
ineffectual
delicious. I'll be right
statement ever written. Very obviously is a dropper machine. Very often confused for a filling machine, but this works in drops. And filling machines work in fills. Just wanted whoever sees this to know it's gonna be okay. Do you even know who you're emailing? I'm the most perfect human being alive. Perfectly lonely. Is this a filling machine? Why are you even emailing me? This is very clearly a quench your thirst machine. Dear how it's actually made. I guess I'm the magic school bus now. Why are they rinsing the small bottles with orange soda? When are they filled? And why did that first machine dump all that perfectly good soda away? Have you had generic orange soda? That shit is terrible. Now generic Dr. Pepper, that's a different story. What is this? Well, this is a smiley face. This has nothing to do with filling machines. What are you? Are you sure you are not the filling machine I saw earlier? Always at your service. Wash your hands. Do not touch your face. Stay safe. I'm getting emails from the cyberpunk dystopia. Which one is it? I'm blind and deaf. Oh, well then I guess there's no point in me replying. Ah, LaCroix. Classic. LaCroix is actually made entirely via Monkey. Pretty revolutionary green-style recycling effort to reduce the amount of emissions and fluids needed to create soda. So basically they go to a zoo, they go to the local primate cages, whether it be orangutans or gorillas or monkeys or baboons or what have you, and they throw a bunch of fruit at them. And the big apes squeeze the fruit in their giant man-like hands, and then the juice runs into a gutter, and that gutter runoff runs into LaCroix cans. Could the rinsing machine be converted into a filling machine by inverting it horizontally and running it backwards to effectively serve a dual purpose as a rising/filling machine? I don't know, but I have a follow-up question. Why don't you work at NASA? This is very clearly a filling machine. Does this fill or rinse? I need to know. Thank you in advance for your time. What are you, stupid? This is a cat. Obviously, it's a rinsing machine. So as I've been going through these emails, I've just been clicking the first suggestion from Gmail as a response to all of them, but I don't think responding with "where are you located" is very appropriate, so I might stop. What's the difference between liquid black and liquid orange? One of them could vote before 1870. Help, please. I just bought a new house and there's this metal tube in the kitchen. Please tell me what this is. The police refuse to help me. That's your toilet, man. Ah, public soda machine. Excellent. Now, would-be contestants that want a refreshing, cool summer soda drink can place their heads under these conveniency nozzles here. I think there's like 8 or 9 there. So this feeds about 8. But you can get machines that'll feed up to 100 people and just spray them all out with cool, refreshing, syrupy drink. The guy who's driving it is driving it to various local festivals, community parties, maybe a backyard barbecue. It's the most efficient way to get soda into the mouths of the consumer. Good find. Was that an ironing machine? In that video, was that machine an ironing machine? Or was it a filling machine? Kind regards, confused. Yeah, I'll fucking say. How soaked are your clothes and how dry are your drinks? Just wanted to clarify, the third machine with the orange bottles was the rinsing machine, right? It could be. Rinsed it with the orange soap, right? Whoa, where did you get orange soap? Obviously a rinsing machine. Obviously a rinsing machine. And while most people at first glance would think that this is a filling machine, it's actually a rinsing machine that's been decommissioned. This one's a filling machine for about 3 seasons out of the year, but becomes a rinsing machine during the summer. Hello, what is soda? Okay, for that one, you're going to want to start from the very beginning. You're going to want to watch my upcoming series, How It's Actually Made, How It's Actually Made, where I cover even more basic topics. Episode 1 is on breathing, and Episode 2 will be on water. I saw your ad at Fillers R Us, and I was wondering if I could hire a specialist to come out and take a look at this machine and tell us if it's in fact a rinsing machine or a filling machine. We got a shipment of 16,200 of them, and we need to get them on the shelves as soon as possible. That really sucks, man, that you've got a whole shipment of this, because I have bad news for you. That is neither a filling machine nor a rinsing machine. That is a reverse baster. If you ever want
Hi.
to soak the juices out of delicious foods, you cram that in there and squeeze as hard as you can.
We'll let that one
Makes your
finish,
turkey taste like
and I
cardboard,
will
and your chicken tastes like sand.
bring
Alright,
out
that's
the
a
little
prototype
mistake that
barbecue.
we've
That is a prototype vegetable peeler.
found
and I have
for
no
$8
goddamn idea what kind of prototype
in the
that
store
is.
and
And
whatnot.
this is a prototype marriage. What am I
So-
sending this on? Am I sending this on a filling machine or on a
What
rinsing machine?
Is this?
I
It's supposed
guess
to
it
be a
depends on if you're on a
$1
mobile device and where that
pizza,
mobile device is located,
but
if
like,
you know what I mean. Why is filling and rinsing machines so confusing? I don't understand. Thankfully, he made this in Comic Sans, so I know not to take it seriously. My relationship with
I
3
don't
years is about to come to an
know.
end because of this disagreement.
What is
I'd be
this?
appreciated if you could tell us if it's a
Is it
rinsing
just
machine
cheese and
or a filling
sauce? Is it
machine.
supposed to be
Oh,
a bread?
goodness. Well,
Like,
all
I can
want
see why
is for
this
you to
might have
feel
ended up in the
appreciated, my
$1
friend. So if your
area, but like,
relationship's gonna end, let me have your girlfriend's
it's not even
number,
a
and
pizza.
I'll fill her. I'll
Crust
fill her
this
in,
pizza
I'll
that
tell it
isn't
to
a
her, I'll give
pizza.
it to her.
And this
I'll
is
let her
supposed to
know
have
what the answer to the
25
question
grams
is.
of
That's what I meant,
protein?
Yeah. Pee pee poo poo caca.
Like,
Yeah,
how?
you smell like caca.
What would the
Copy and
protein
paste it
even
a few
be
times.
consisting
I was
of?
gonna
The
try to come up with a
cheese?
witty response to this.
Is this
but
like a
thankfully
protein
Gmail has me
cheese? What
covered.
is this?
Haha, thanks.
Are
That
you
one's a
sure this
rinsing
is
machine
food?
in
I do
Canada, but a
not
filling machine in
know.
all other countries. I think
Like
this
I
guy
said,
accidentally
this
sent me
was
his
a
two-factor
beat-up box
authentication to log
that found
into his
its way
account.
into
Please
the
look at this. You
$1
told me not to
clearance
ask you
section
if it's a filling machine
of
or
a
rinsing
grocery
machine, so instead I asked you to look
store
at this
in the
image,
sticks,
okay?
i.e.
God
the
damn it,
town
it's
that I
another
live
filling
in.
machine.
So I'm like,
still confused.
the
So is the
pepperoni.
drippy one that goes swash, the filling one, or
This
the
is-
rinsing one?
There's no
Obviously, the drippy
actual
one that goes swash is the
like
filling one.
sense
God,
of
this shit is so
pizza.
easy. That is a filling
Here,
machine,
this
but
is
it's manufactured by Coca-Cola, meaning that officially it's called a yummy yummy soda
What is
machine.
this?
But I hate that
These
name, so I
don't
don't
look
call it
anything
that.
like
Which
the
machine said
cover.
"fuck you, Dustin"? The anti-Dustin machine. I can't really tell you what machine this is, but I can tell you it's my favorite
But yeah,
screenshot from
welcome in, Yocho.
1999.
How are you
This is a
doing? How are you and
pussy
adorable
magnet.
Sherry
I
doing
was
today?
at my local taco
You two
manufactory,
cute fluffs.
and they
How
had
are
a
you
machine
doing?
with a broad nozzle pointed
The smell was
vertically down
weird.
that was injecting brown into crunchy
It does
taco
smell like a
shells. We
microwavable
call that a
lasagna,
Taco
though.
Bell dollar menu machine.
But even a
I love you
microwavable
too.
lasagna
This one's
has
pretty obvious. It's labeled. This is a
you know,
Shutterstock
the
brand
pasta.
Andrea Crisanti. High capacity filling
Lasagna
machine. You
without
have
the
to reply,
pasta? That's the best way to
Damn it,
describe it.
please
That is
write.
100% the best way to describe it. It looks
wait,
gross,
never
it
mind.
smells weird, and I'm like,
get fucked. Questions concerning
this
the
is,
machine that
you
I
know,
saw. Did it rinse or did
I got
it
it
fill?
under the
Here's
idea
link.
of questionable food will. But I ended up making a general will, and I still grabbed a couple of weird selections.
Machinery. Who knows? Who made this account?
So this was a
I did, silly. This is
crust
an
less.
industrial-sized
How about
roulette wheel
cursed full?
made to be used
Cursed
between
full
multiple
pizza.
casinos at the same time. This is a filling machine, and I appreciate the fact that you thank me carefully, awaiting my response. This is a rinsing machine. This is a rinsing machine. Standard issue filling machine.
Would it be bad to say that there's so much cheese that it actually tastes okay? Would you
Filling
guys believe me if I
as
said it
filled
actually
out by
tasted
your
okay somehow?
parents. This is the Holy Cross that Jesus was crucified on.
It
The
looks
same
weird.
fucking filling machine
It
I've been
tastes
sent 20
weirder.
times. What kind of
But the
machine
taste
am I?
was-
Probably a big penis machine. Oh god, that means I make big penises. Well then, no, that's appropriate. That's yet another dildo on a piston. That's
Bruh.
a reverse rinsing machine, filling machine, but this is a green
But,
model
yeah, this
rinsing
was-
machine in limited edition black.
It only
Another email
passes
not
on the
understanding that
taste.
Gmail previews links.
Otherwise,
Here
this
they are
looks.
called La
It
Máquina
looks like
de
I'm eating a
Elendo de
disease.
Bebida
It smells like
La
the
Máquina
cheapest
de
microwavable
Bebidora
lasagna
de Boteleta.
without lasagna.
Please confirm they are the same. How the fuck am I gonna confirm that they're the same when I don't know what I just said? Got to appreciate you circling and
See you
pointing
later,
arrows on the
Kizuragi.
only machine in the
Night-night.
picture so I wouldn't get confused.
Have a good
Having
time.
Said that, that is a man with a mustache. Just wanted to see if you were real. No,
There is
I'm
a
not.
lot of cheese,
Thanks,
though.
Gmail. Yo, so I was making some soda the other day and bought 2 rinsing machines. Thought they were the same thing like you said, which I never said, but that's okay. But then when I put them in,
I will say
they
it's
killed
like-
themselves.
it's
I'm
like a
suing
sweet,
for damages. That's
marinara
clearly not a
sauce,
machine, it's a bird.
way too
That's
much
clearly not a
mozzarella
machine,
cheese,
it's a lunchbox.
and a couple of
that's
pieces of
clearly an
pepperoni.
elongated curvature-style
And somehow
concave
it's-
metal eating apparatus
This
designed
is
for left
a
and or
mistake.
right-handed application
This is like,
in
oh, we have
their
leftover
part
ingredients.
human
What do we do with them?
methodology of
Throw them in a bowl and give it a
digestive
name.
which unfortunately is not a machine. At first glance, most people would think this is a filling machine, but I have bad news for you. It is a filling machine. I tricked you. impossible shape, large bovine
You
style
want some,
filling
Alex?
machine featuring portable version for on-the-go filling.
Or did you
this
mean the
one,
penis
let me tell
machine
you
that he
about
was
this
talking
one.
about?
This machine both fills and
Yeah, they
gets
called it
filled.
crustless
Cats,
pizza.
I must know, do you people like cats? Only if
They
they're
literally
filling
called
and/or
this the
rinsing
mega
machines. We have protocol
crustless
to adhere
pizza.
to. This is an ancient rinsing machine invented
It
long
feels like
before
a
the
pizza
concept
that's
of
missing
rinsing.
all its hopes and
Back in those days,
dreams.
it was called a scrubby dub. This dude asked, "Why won't anyone love me?" And to that I respond, "Filling machine." This is actually Papa John's newest attempt at a pizza oven. Most people would assume this is a filling machine due to its act of filling on the right side here, but it's actually rinsing the glass out with hot coffee to give it a nice coffee musk. Very clever design. This is a rinsing machine, but it runs off of crystal meth and tightly packed schedules. Is the capping machine used to produce liquid black? If
This
so,
is,
can you use it to make rinse soda? See, these are the real
I'll be honest.
questions, but unfortunately,
If you
the
cooked this
capping
and handed
industry
it to
does
me,
not want me
I would
expressing that
never guess this was a
That's
pizza.
battery for
I'd
a
be like,
machine. That is a combination
you know,
of
this will
filling
taste
and bread
interesting.
lifting
It's like it's got like
Now here I'm just confused at what
pepperoni
I'm
or
even looking at. Which
something.
part
Was
of
this?
the picture do you want me to identify? There's just
Was
so
this
much
meant
on
to be like
screen.
some kind of pizza roll
That's yet
lasagna
another dildo,
with like no
aka a
bread?
classic filling machine. All right, this one here is a rinsing machine, and this one here is an Anycam Gnissner. I'm glad I could help you, Sir Patrick Stewart. All right, there we go. I have read.
This is
each and every
Italian
email.
without the
I hope
bread.
you all enjoyed
This is
sending an
pasta
email to
without
a
the
random
pasta.
Email address you found on the internet.
It's
especially
it
those of you who have
works, but it
personal
looks so
information in your
weird.
email tags. But don't worry, your secret's safe.
There's
with
actually a
me.
lot of
I
pieces
hope
of
this answered all your
pepperoni.
questions and was able to help you figure out whether or not you have a rinsing and/or filling machine in your home. If you still can't figure it out, you might be an idiot. You should ask your parents. Bye.
It's weird. Like, hold on. Can I find like a review of this? Like, just for her later? Yeah, that's it. It's a long video though. Load. Bruh.
Hey guys, welcome to
YouTube,
another
stop
Lunch
trolling
Review.
me.
Today I'm gonna try this Banquet Mega. It's a really thin box. It's
You're
awesome
yeah,
box.
this is literally I didn't read this. 520 calories?
Looks like. No
There's
mess,
no
no
way.
Press, meaty toppings. Anyway, there's 520 calories. There's your other info. So you can do this in the conventional oven if you want to bake it in the oven. There's your instructions if you want to. If you lost your box for some reason, there's how you do it. Or if you're just curious. Of course, we're going to do it in the microwave. So what we're going to do is we're going to cook only one at a time. We're going to cook on high for 3.5 minutes. No need to vent the film. So you just take it out of the box.
I'll finish it just because I don't like to waste food.
Remove film.
And this manages to be food enough to, you know, be considered stuff I wouldn't waste.
Wherever you're working at, right? So let's see what it looks
Almost cooking with Jack,
So
what does that mean?
We just take it out. Okay. Wish the cheese was a little more.
Hey, Zach.
Shake some down there. Yeah, anyway. So that's it. Did it say we stir it or anything? No. We literally cook it for 3.5 minutes, remove the film, and then cook an additional 1 to 1.5. I'll probably do 115.
Guys, look at that. Look at that.
It doesn't say to
It
stir
did look
anytime
normal.
between, so that's interesting. So
Kind
I'm
of.
going to put this in the microwave.
It did
and I'll
look
let you
kind
know
of
what it looks like when it
normal
comes out.
when it was
Okay, I got it
frozen.
into the microwave, but I want to show you. This is what the picture looks like. Okay. Yeah. This is reality. It looks nothing alike. I mean, nothing. Anyway, whatever. I have not stirred it up or touched it or anything, so I'm kind of curious
Yeah.
what it is.
And then it turned into
there's not gonna
that.
be pasta. There's not gonna. Is it?
It
just
turned into
literally
like an orange
sauce
mess.
With a little bit of pepper. With a little bit.
Like
of
it
pepper and
looked
cheese. I mean,
horrible.
that's what it looks like.
It smelled weird. I mixed it up a little bit before I showed it, and it didn't help it. Like, yeah, look at it. This is exactly what I went
I don't know
through.
what I was expecting, but then I look at it and it's like I don't know what I'm getting. It looks like some
Yeah,
cheese
this is like,
and
what the
tomato,
fuck is this?
Sauce, plenty of sauce. Don't see a lot of pepperoni in there. I think that's
Also,
maybe
welcome in
that's my biggest
Zank
problem
Yocho.
is really
I
don't
can if
see-
you want
there's
me
a couple
to, just because we did a little bit ago. But I mean, they'll be back. We did have some femboy thigh high
So, anyway,
thighs out for a little while.
And we'll try it out. I do like the little crispy pieces of cheese on the edges. Those are my favorite ones. So anyway,
But they'll be
we're
back.
Okay, I let it cool off for a minute because it was super hot. So I got a bite that looks like it has tomatoes, cheese. I think there's a pepperoni in there. I'm pretty sure I tried to get one. If not, I'll dig around again.
Okay, I misheard him, but I could have swore he said, I'm gonna throw up for a minute.
So here we go. Definitely got pepperoni. I think there's some squares of pepperoni, and there's a couple slices, or at least that's the texture it gives me. They may have been.
Guys, don't get it. Never get this.
Felt like they were
This is a once in a time experience. You can do it for shits and giggles once. Don't. That was a worthy one-time
It's about what I said
experience,
it would be.
Joe.
It's really, you get a pan of tomato sauce with quite
But
a
I
bit of
can
cheese. There is
add
a
it
lot of cheese in here.
in
The cheese is
future
very rare.
cursed wills.
I do get the pepperoni.
If I ever do like
rarely,
another
but it's not
actual
really what I
punishment
can
will,
call
that's
a
a
really strong flavor. I'm mostly
that's a
just
worthy
tasting
punishment.
The sauce. So
Did
So
you
if you
hear
wanted to make
Femboy
this at home,
Thighs? Yeah.
here's what
We
you
had
would
some
do.
Femboy Thighs out.
You would buy a can or a jar of pizza sauce or spaghetti sauce.
Probably want to check the original video. I'm sending this because it has a lot of content.
Take a jar or can of that. pour it
What
in a
is
pan,
that? Hold on.
Throw in some chopped up tomatoes. Maybe
A will
maybe
would.
half of
I
one,
mean,
maybe a third of a chopped up tomato, and then throw maybe
I'll
4,
think
5,
about
6
it, maybe.
slices of pepperoni in there. Maybe you can chop them up into smaller pieces so it'll go further, and then heat that up.
I don't want to make it too much of
Put
like
some
a
cheese
regular
on top
thing.
of it. Let that melt.
Let
and
me
eat
pick up
it.
just a little
That's what you got. And if you think about it, what would the pizza be without the crust? It would be sauce, stuff, the meats, whatever, and cheese. That's exactly what it would be. So, is it anything more than it promises to be? No. Is it anything less than it promises to be? No. So it is what it says it is. You know, it's crustless pizza. It's a pepperoni with sauce and cheese. My problem is, well,
It's just cheese, meat, and sauce. That's all it is.
20 calories. I could eat some thin crust pizzas for less than 5.
You guys give me too much credit. They're not that great,
like half
but they're
So, I
okay.
mean, I'd almost be better off baking that. than
Hold
like
on, I got
4
something
cuttings
better
in
for
half
you
and making
guys.
half a pizza.
I want to watch that, so I'm gonna leave you with something that I don't want to miss. I have an idea. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Trust me. No. I mean, don't get jealous of them. But I was about to say I could make you more jealous. Like, no. Don't
It has
become
revolutionized
jealous.
the way
It's
we
just
work,
hold
play,
on.
travel, and
Let me
It touches almost every part of our lives.
Let me.
It has already helped
Thank you
us
for the
win
head pat,
wars,
Silly.
solve seemingly
But I
insolvable
mean, I might make the
problems,
wars
and
just
launch
like
us
it
into
depends.
space.
Like,
Most people today
I'll
own
think
a
about
personal
it. I'll think about it.
along with a mouse,
But it's like I
a
know, it's like
monitor,
if people just come in, I'm just kind of like, oh no, they're gonna feel bad
computer
if
has I
don't. So
input
I'm just like,
devices,
so
such as a mouse
I'm
and
not
keyboard,
watching that
the brains of the
like
machine
on
known as
stream
the
because I have no
CPU
idea
or
what could come
central
up because it is
processing unit,
YouTube and I
and
do.
output devices such as a
You know,
printer or
we'll
the
wait.
StarOffice.com
Encourage you
office
to work out.
productivity
I need to get back to like
A
working out
binary
and
code
stuff.
of ones
I
and
mean, I am
zeros
trying
is
to
all the
keep up with
computer
stuff, but,
knows
like,
and uses to make calculations,
give me
and
a
allows users to do anything from office work to playing the latest video games, such as the Half-Life trilogy.
Okay.
But
This
every
might take me a
computer,
moment
from warehouse-filling supercomputers to the one in your own home, can trace its ancestral lineage back to a man who loved choo-choo trains. Charles
peeking
Babbage
either.
was an English scientist who invented the cow piercer, a long metal wedge placed in front of
1234
trains
Lily,
to
what-
slice
what do you
through any
mean?
cows that wandered onto the tracks.
I don't
so that
mind
the train
R34
wouldn't
of
derail.
me. I just said I didn't want R34 of me. On
Babbage is also
the-
considered
either
by
the
many
screen
to be the
or
father of the computer.
R34 in general on the screen.
Being a scientist, Babbage relied on
Worth hogging
logarithmic
your
and
attention on
gravity
stream?
charts to calculate everything.
Hold
From
on.
the meals he ate to the clothes.
Guys, don't worry too much if I feel like I leave something behind. I have ADHD. It is so hard for me to keep things up with. Ocarina, I'm in the middle of a marathon. I don't have time for. I'm so sorry. I will get to it at some point, but it was never intended for the marathon. What is this?
Right into this.
I mean, one of my moderators is saying to watch this, so
Look how juicy
you guys enjoy
Look at
while
that.
I get
Just
ready.
A lot of juice.
Ho, ho, ho. Yes, don't worry. I have brought you exactly what you asked for Christmas. At
You'll
least,
have to blame
I hope
Zinc
so,
if
because
this
I
is,
know that most
weird,
of you guys
I
had the
guess.
worst Cooking with Jack video that we've
Also,
ever
there
seen.
goes the
right
tinnitus
at
in
the
my
top
left
of your
ear. Let's
list, and you know
go.
what? I'm gonna deliver, baby. At least that's the plan. You see, a few days ago, a gentleman DM'd me on Instagram
August the
with
dot.
a very bold claim.
Cheese
He said
on
that he has
chicken.
watched every single Cooking with Jack video that I have ever made, and he has found a video that I have not seen that
How
is
are you
worse
doing,
than
Katma?
every single other video we have ever covered. So I checked out the
After
video,
the
and
marathon,
sure
I'll try
enough,
to look
had
at it a bit
somehow
more.
flown under
But right
my
now,
Cooking with Jack
I'm in
radar,
marathon
and today
mode.
we're gonna watch it. McCormick Bag in Season Food Product Review. Now look, I say
McCormick!
that it's the plan to deliver these Christmas presents
Everybody's, like,
because,
cooked on
I
these
may
thighs
or
or
may not
something,
have
so I'm
watched
like-
this video yet. I am taking this man at his word
I
and
had an
trusting that this
idea.
is genuinely the worst
Besides, I've
of
not
the
got to
worst.
wear these
So,
in a
mister,
while.
you know who you are. If we watch this and this is not the worst Cooking with Jack video we've ever seen, you will have officially ruined Christmas, okay? You're gonna have to live with that.
I
Not
might
me.
even
Let's
need
begin.
them for certain outfits in,
We are
in the
cooking
future.
like fiends. That's right. We're going crazy in the kitchen on the Cooking with Jack show. One recipe after another. Guess what's coming soon? That's right. Chilies, soups, and stews.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
it says it's his worst
somebody
video.
Call the police on this man.
If it's his
What a
worst video,
fiend. On a cooking
is
channel,
this his
he's
normal
releasing
content,
multiple
or is this just a
recipes
bad
and
video
cooking
that he did?
soups and stews? How is this man still walking free?
Because
Right now,
your
though, we're doing a
reaction
product
tells me
review.
that
It's called
this
Bag
is his
in Season.
normal
Somebody asked if I
content.
would review it. It's from McCormick, who does lots of seasoning. So we're going to see if it's any good, and I'm going to put it side by side. So I'm going to do half a chicken in this, and then another half a chicken in my regular gourmet seasoning that I
Which is
have.
interesting if so.
The best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste, and we're going to see if there's a difference. I'm not looking to say mine's better than
So,
this.
I guess
Just
my
from
question is,
strictly a business
is he
point of
cooking
view,
things
considering that you can
undercooked and
still
then he
buy
proceeds to
McCormick from,
eat it and
you know,
somehow
grocery
thinks he's
stores,
okay?
And I just spent like 15 minutes trying
Like,
to
I'm
find
trying to
where you can
figure
buy this
out
stuff or any of Jack's sauces, and the
what's
only
going
place
on
I
with this
found
picture.
was a single hardware store in Tennessee. I think I have a decent guess about which one's
When I
better.
thought we were looking at creepy things, this wasn't the creepy that I thought it
chicken in
was.
there?
Like, I might not be able to hear, but like I can see what he's doing, and I'm just like,
One piece down there.
I
some
mean, this could
celery
be
in there,
fine as long as
carrots. We're gonna do
you know,
the best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste. That would be it.
as long as it cooks all the
Okay,
way
if you're just doing
through.
the chicken in the bag recipe,
You know?
350 degrees for 30 minutes.
So, like,
2.5 pounds
in
of chicken
theory, it
in
doesn't
season
seem
with
bad yet.
Alrighty, red flags are rising, sirens going off. What? 30 minutes at 350? I don't bake a whole lot of chicken, I'm more of a grill guy, but even I know that's not enough. I went to the McCormick website and I went on the seasoning, and they recommend an hour at 350. So why Jag thinks half of that is
Actually,
enough
I
is
just
a
realized
mystery to
I'm-
me,
hold
but
on,
this
let
is
me see, how long
definitely
is my shirt?
building to a pretty bad end result.
Take a look. I have to say, this looks more attractive than that.
Yeah, Jack, I don't really mean to be rude, but your side sort of looks diseased. I don't know if it's just the color of the seasoning, but this looks like something that would harm you if you ate it in a video game. Actually, don't know why I felt the need to add video game there. This looks like it would harm you in
Corinne?
real life too.
So we will see in a few
So,
moments.
the one
So
on the
let's
left
cut into
doesn't
the
seem
thigh
too
here.
bad. But from what I'm getting is,
Oh, you can see the.
it's
see the
not
juice
supposed to
pushing right
squish
out?
that much.
Pull the skin back and show you.
The out parts might be,
See how moist that is?
eh.
The juice is running, right? Cut a piece of that right off.
Yeah, the paprika gave it a lot of color.
Leave that right there.
Okay, now it's a little
Okay,
undercooked
Not
right
really
there.
sure what to think. I mean, cameras and
Also,
colors
part of
and,
the leg
you know,
right
how
there's a
things
little
pick
too
certain
red
things
as
up can kind
well.
of be deceiving, but this looks a
'Cause
little
it's
under.
supposed to
I mean, it doesn't
go-
look too horrible, but it definitely looks like it could use a few more minutes. So, all right, Mr.
Yeah.
Instagram, it all falls
Fucking
on
minute,
this.
Nolan,
If
how are
this
you
next chicken
doing?
is not completely raw, I'm going to be very
And
disappointed in
let
you.
me see, hold on.
Now it's cut into
I
this.
probably should have got an extra. Like, this shirt is long enough,
Cut right into
but
this.
like,
Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool.
If it was a
Look
bit
at that.
longer,
Oh,
it'd be
Jack.
fine.
Oh, trust me. I'm looking, Jack. It's like you just cut into a medium rare steak. Oh my god. It's red. It's not even pink. It's red. Jack, that's not juice. That is blood. Do you know how much you have to mess up a chicken to cut into it and get blood? Oh my god. Is he going to eat this?
That's great.
Oh
You
no,
did a great
that
job.
one's even worse.
That's a
That
lot
one's
of
still bleeding on the
Didn't
inside.
cook well right there, so I'm not going to eat that. See how that is?
Oh, it didn't cook well as he pokes
What
a
is this
literal
man doing?
pool
What
of
the actual
blood in
hell?
the middle of the chicken. You don't say, Jack. What an observation, Jack. This chicken might very well still be alive. Jack, I mean, you've got to know that if you cut into your chicken and it looks
Hello,
like you
hello,
just
hello.
stabbed a gusher, that the rest of the chicken is not
Okay,
safe
my
to eat
headset's back
either.
on.
That's when you cut
But
it
yeah,
and
how
touch
are
the
you and
meat.
Zang doing, by the
red like
way?
that.
How's you two
This is
doing?
okay to try though, so I'm going to try this.
How are you doing,
Oh
Nellum?
my god, Jack, you're joking. This is an act, right? Was this uploaded on April Fool's or something? That is the second worst part you could possibly eat. That is literally what you cut off to expose that pool of blood.
All right, let's try this one first. I'm going to try the McCormick one, which is dripping like crazy. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Moist.
Moist.
It's not often a video I cover makes me feel sick. Today's an exception. This is gross. Like, this isn't even like something to joke about now. This is just straight
So,
up hard to watch.
yeah, it's like,
dripping
has he
not
ever
only because
contracted
it's bloody, but it's
salmonella?
also still
Has he
partially
ever
frozen,
contracted a
Jack.
serious
It's
illness?
thawing on your fork.
Try mine.
He's still
Mine has a big
doing this?
puddle. It's not dripping.
Oh my god, I really cannot believe what I'm hearing. He's trying to make his seem like it cooked like the other one because he thinks the puddle of blood is a positive.
A lot of moisture though still. But I think the
Aw.
McCormick bag held a lot of that moisture.
Of
and
all
it's really
things
cool.
to die to.
Just as good.
Jack, that might be the worst commercial you've ever done for yourself. My seasoning will make your food taste like frozen chicken, baby. Order yours today from the Home Depot.
The center is a little firmer, but it's still enjoyable
Whoa.
and perfectly cooked.
Wait, he lived? He had
I
another?
don't think I've ever been at a loss for words from a Cooking with Jack video, but today I guess we're just breaking all the rules. Jack, the center of your chicken is supposed to be firm? Have you just been eating medium rare chicken your entire life? What do you mean it's a bit firmer but more enjoyable?
This is a major success.
Jack, by definition, it is not. Well, Mr. Instagram, I applaud you. Here I was
Wow.
thinking that I was the Cooking with Jack expert, and then you come and just drop a bomb on my forehead. Yeah, this is hard to beat. Remember, kids, if you're cooking something
So,
and the directions say one
was the
time,
stroke
you're
even related to what
probably
he
better off
eats?
not having it, okay? I know. Wild information. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But for now, that's all I have for you today. Bye.
If you want to know when
Anywho,
I post a new video, another
as I
iceberg, these kinds of
promised,
things. Okay, sorry.
for the
anyways,
two that
new
missed
video.
the thighs
American
earlier,
Psycho is a psychological
I'll bring on the
thriller
webcam
film
for just
released
a
in
little bit and
2000,
play with the
directed
fidget
by
spinner.
Mary Herron. It's
But
based
I
on
put on
Bret
something
Easton
else
Ellis's
instead of the
novel
thigh
of the same
highs.
name. The story is set in the late
Just in case
1980s
people
in
were like
Manhattan
interested
and
in
follows
whatnot.
the life of Patrick Bateman, a
But it's just,
wealthy New York
my
City
shirt's not long
investment
enough, so
banker.
like,
But Patrick isn't just any Wall
I just
Street
put on
guy.
some,
He's also a
whatchamacallits
psychopath who
instead.
leads a double life as a
And then
serial
once again,
killer. The film opens with Patrick's narration, which offers a glimpse into his
Mm-hmm.
superficial, materialistic world. He's obsessed with
hello
status,
Ryan, how are
fashion,
you
and outward
doing?
appearances,
Welcome on
meticulously
in.
detailing his beauty
We're just
regime
spinning a
workout
fidget spinner.
routines. His life seems perfect.
Watching
on the
stuff in the
surface.
back.
Great job, beautiful fiance,
And then people wanted to
exclusive
see the
social
thighs again,
circle,
so I'm just like,
literally
eh.
me. But
What
this
else
is
do
all
I have? The
facade.
white
As
ones
the
I feel
story
like are much
progresses, we
better with
start seeing
outfits.
the darker side of Patrick. He's emotionally detached, has a lack of
Like, in
empathy, and
retrospect,
is
I'm just like,
increasingly consumed by his violent impulses. The film depicts
these
his
definitely need to go
descent
without.
into madness marked by a series
These
of
are
brutal
better
and
like
bizarre
by
murders.
themselves
He
and
targets not only
whatnot.
those he sees as inferior, but
I could either
also
go
his
for the black
colleagues and
ones or I could just grab the
What's
thigh highs
particularly
again.
chilling about American Psycho is
Let
how
me
it
grab the
critiques
black
shallow,
thigh highs instead.
self-absorbed culture of the
I don't like the
1980s corporate
composition of
elite.
this,
Patrick is a symbol
but they
of
do
his
go
world, a
so
man so
much better
consumed
with
by
other
appearances that
outfits.
he loses his humanity.
Specifically,
The
if I
ending
ever
of the film
do
is
end up
supposed to be
getting a maid outfit,
deliberately
these are what I
ambiguous.
would want to To where?
Supposed to be, at least. After a night of extreme violence, Patrick leaves
Man,
a
I
message
I
on
just
his
need
lawyer's
actual
answering machine,
outfits. It's like
confessing to
all I'm
everything.
doing is
But
going
when
through
he meets his lawyer
legwear.
the next day, his lawyer doesn't believe him, thinking it's just a joke.
All I
and
am
says he had
doing
dinner
is
with
going
one of
through.
Patrick's
What the
alleged
hell?
victims days after his supposed death.
American
The ending
Psycho.
is
I feel like
supposed
I've
to leave
heard
the
that
audience
one.
wondering whether Patrick really
Oh
committed the
my,
murders
hi,
or
hi,
if they were
hi,
all
welcome
his
on
plot.
in.
Okay.
How
I
are
get
you
the story
doing?
and the cultural phenomenon.
Oh, it
and
must
all
be
that
3
of this
a.m.
movie,
My
but
computer
hot
just
take
flickered.
is that this movie
I was gonna be
really
like,
isn't
my
that
webcam's
good.
turned
This
off
movie
right
is
now,
overly
right?
edgy to me, and it
As
seems
I go
like
to pull
bait
off my
for, like,
leggings and my panties are
this is so
exposed.
cool, it's so mysterious and psychological and smart. But to be fair, everything I'm saying might just be because I read the book first, and the book is way better.
Should
But
probably
also,
not
bro,
be
I
doing
know
this
I
while
sound
I'm
like
on
one of those
stream.
losers who start to piss their pants when anyone watches a Lord of the Rings movie without mentioning, well, actually,
You want to
Tom
get it made
Bombadil's
out
supposed to be
then?
here.
But also
okay,
want a
trust me, dude,
Japanese.
with this one, the book is actually way better. The book is actually.
If I
like,
could ever get
ambiguous
one
and
done,
stuff.
I'd be
It's
open
way
to
better
it.
written. It's really
Like, I'm
psychological,
open
and
to
it's really
everything
good.
now.
But anyways, the Amityville
It's
Horror,
just
which first hit the
one,
screens in
getting a hold of the
1979
stuff,
and was
two,
later
affording the
remade in
stuff.
2005,
It's a slippery
is
slope
a classic in
because
the
it's
horror
obviously
genre.
getting into a
It's based
field
on a true story, which
in
adds
which
an
I
extra
literally
layer
have
of
nothing
creepiness to
for.
the whole thing. So the Amityville Horror is centered
Like I
around
can
the
always
Lutz
like level
family.
up the
They move
body and
into a
stuff
large
like that,
house in
but like
Amityville, New York,
that's such a
house
small
where a
aspect of it.
tragic and brutal crime took place the year before. Ronald DeFeo Jr. had murdered his entire family in that house, claiming he was influenced by voices. Despite knowing the house's history, the Lutzes, eager for a new start, decide to move in. Almost immediately, weird things start happening. The family experiences strange noises, unexplainable cold drafts, and even ghostly apparitions. The house seems to have a mind of its own. The youngest daughter, Missy, even makes an imaginary friend, Jody, a demonic pig-like creature with glowing red eyes. Kinda scary. As time passes, the occurrences become more intense and frightening. George Lutz, the father,
they are.
undergoes a
There's
drastic
one.
personality change. He becomes irritable, sick, and starts having
like
nightmares
my
about
only
the
2 pairs.
murders. It's as if the house's dark
have, like, 2
past
pairs
is
of black,
slowly consuming him, affecting his
pantyhose,
mental state and behavior.
1 pair of white
Now
ones,
let's focus on the
1
psychological
white
horror
and
here.
blue striped
The
thigh
Amityville horror
high,
is a blend
and then
of
1
supernatural
white and
scares
black
and
thigh high.
psychological tension.
Lily
Movie
fashion
excels in
stream?
showing how an ordinary
Femboy
family can be
fashion?
pushed to the brink of
I mean, I
madness
could
by
do
an
that.
unseen
It's just I
malevolent
have no
force.
fashion.
It's not just about
That's the
jump
problem.
scares,
I
it's about
don't
the
mind. I
gradual
can't just show
unraveling
off,
of their sanity.
you know.
The psychological horror comes from the
But
uncertainty
hey,
and
the
paranoia
sucrose will
that
be the
builds
first
up.
of its
The
kind.
family is
That'll
constantly
be the first
questioning
of its
their
kind.
reality.
If
Are
it
they
goes
really
well enough,
experiencing these supernatural
maybe we can
events,
think
or
about
is it
more in
all
the
their
future.
heads? This kind of psychological
We gotta see how well
torment
that
is
one goes
arguably
first.
more terrifying than any ghost or
There's
demon
no point in
Towards
getting
the
over
end,
our
the family
heads
finally decides
until
to flee
we've
the house after a particularly
established
terrifying night. The
some
audience is
kind
left to
of
wonder about
basis.
the true nature of the house. Like, was it haunted by the victims of the tragedy, or was there something darker going on, or was it all in their heads? This one is actually.
Also, I feel like I've
ambiguous.
seen the
Ooh, okay,
footage
Okay, guys, let me
of
level
that
with
video.
you all. Black Swan and
Be careful with
technically Baby
skirts.
Driver 2, I can't pick between them. But
Oh yeah, that's the one
anyways,
thing I was saying. If
Black
I ever do
Swan
skirts and
is
dresses,
my favorite movie
I do
ever.
have
This
some
movie
bike
is
shorts.
a perfection of film as an art, in my opinion. And
So
I
I
am
do
so
have
glad
safety
it's on this
shorts.
iceberg. I low-key might make a
And if I
full
felt like
video
the
essay
safety
about
shorts
how
would just be
perfect
like
this movie
too
is one day. Let me know
little
down in the
for some
comments if you
reason,
guys wanna see that.
I have
But
actual
anyways, okay,
shorts,
let's get straight into the
dark
movie.
shorts and whatnot
So
I can
Black
use.
Swan is about a
So don't
ballerina
worry,
whose life literally
I don't ever
surrounds
plan
nothing
to,
but
you know,
ballet. She practices ballet in all her free time, goes to the dance studio
you know,
every day.
upskirt.
This is like all she thinks about. And she is obsessed
That's one thing
with
I'll
being
stay clear of
perfect.
doing.
She has to be perfect. Anything less than perfect makes her
It's also
self-harm
because I
and
don't
hate
lose
herself.
my channel.
And to make this even worse, her mother was an old ballerina who failed. So she places her regret and
Besides,
fear of failure onto her daughter
photos like
and
that
feeds
would
this
be,
desire to only live a life of ballet
you know.
and nothing else. Her mom
I don't know
coddles
if
her
I'd
into
ever
being
hand
like a
those
little
out.
girl, but the movie
And if
takes
I
a
did,
turn
there'd probably be
as
some kind
ballerina
of
decides to
premium
live an
content.
actual life. This change is so sudden, though, that she's in complete emotional distress and relief and, like, madness. This descent into darkness, mixed with her still there determination to be perfect, makes her life a living hell of
Maybe I could do like a
torment from
cosplay scene
everyone
as a
around her,
Patreon.
including her awful, physically, emotionally, and sexually abusive teacher. Anyways,
OnlyFans
yeah,
cut?
there's a lot to this movie.
Isn't
There's a scene where
OnlyFans like a
pictures of her come
UK-based
to life
thing?
and stare stare at her. There's a lot of self-harm. Yeah, I would love to talk more about this in a dedicated video. Let me know if you want that. Okay, moving on. Gerald's Game
Two,
is a
I think
gripping and psychologically
if it's meant to be
intense
more like
film
live
adapted
recording,
from Stephen King's novel of
I
the same
really don't
name.
have a good camera
Released
for
in
that.
2017, it's directed
At
by
best, I
Mike
got these
Flanagan,
webcams,
who's
but like
known for his
they're,
work in the horror
you know,
genre.
they're
So
made for
imagine
cheap
this.
VT
Jesse and her
tracking
husband Gerald go to a secluded
or
lake
hand
house,
cam.
hoping to rekindle their marriage. Things take a wild turn when Gerald handcuffs Jesse to the bed for some,
I also
little bit of
don't have
fun,
much good
But then, bam, he has a heart
like
attack.
options
and dies
for
on the
cameras in
spot.
general.
Talk about like a worst case, like worst fear.
Never looked into
scenario,
OnlyFans.
right? Now
I just know
Jesse's
the feet
stuck,
photo
handcuffed
memes.
to the bed in the middle of nowhere. Like,
Feet
he went out to, like
jokes.
this like secluded spot. It's the beginning of a nightmare. From here, it's not
Feet
just about Jesse
jokes.
trying to figure out how to escape.
Are you telling me
it's
you
like
want
a deep
feet?
dive into her mind. She's
Are
all
you
alone
telling
with
me you want
nothing but her
feet?
thoughts. And trust me, her thoughts
Feet?
are pretty intense. She starts having these crazy
Why
hallucinations,
feet?
like talking to an imaginary version of Gerald,
Wait,
or even a
what?
tougher version of herself. It's like her mind is trying to
Well,
help her
I mean,
out, but
okay,
it's also
yeah,
dragging
I do
out
know
some
some
really
people
dark
are
stuff
into.
from her past.
I was just
And let
like,
me tell
of
you about her
all
past. It's
things,
very
of
heavy.
all
The film
things
flashes
I
back
could
to the super
offer,
disturbing memory of
you would
Jesse
want
as a
the
kid during a solar eclipse,
you
where
would want
her
the
father
foot.
does
I mean,
something
to be fair,
terrible,
last year I
just
did
saying.
offer you the
This
foot,
moment is
but I was
huge
drunk.
because it shows why Jesse is the way that she is.
I mean, get that
It's all about
bank.
how our
No,
past,
it would depend
especially
if
the
people
bad
were
stuff,
willing.
can stick with us and mess with our heads. Now add to all the psychological drama the appearance of the Moonlight Man, which I think is the man that I saw when I was tripping on DPH last weekend. But this guy is creepy
So
to
hold
the
on.
max. At first, Jesse thinks he's just another
Let's
hallucination,
see.
but then there's a twist. He's actually real. He's this eerie figure who shows up at night, adding a whole layer
these
of
shorts
horror
kinda
to an
clash a
already
little with
terrifying
the-
situation. What makes Gerald's game
Hold
so
on.
cool and
Let me
scary
put
is
my
that
other
it's
shorts
not
back
just
on.
about being physically trapped. It's about how we can be trapped by our own memories and fears. Like how you might be trapped right now.
Actually, let me just
Because
get
of
out
your
of there
ex
by
who treated you a
shorts.
certain way, and now you think that you
They
need to be
match
treated
better.
that way to be happy because you think that's who you are because your ex was everything to you at one point, but now you just completely shield yourself off and you don't let anybody
The
in,
funny
and now
thing
you
is I
only
only really
crave that
wear
one
these
kind of
for
affirmation from people
VR
because that's all you really know.
because they're
And you won't
non-reflective.
actually let yourself learn any other kind of love, so
The
then you're
fabrics
depressed
aren't
because you're
made
not getting
to
that one kind of love because that kind
be
of love was
fuzzy or
toxic in the
anything.
end.
Hey
Because you
there.
guys aren't dating anymore, so it had to be
A
toxic
friend was
because you're not
telling me
together
about
anymore.
another type of
And now that's all
fabric
you
that
want, but you know
isn't
it's
good
bad
for
for you,
VR.
and you don't even know it's bad for you, but that's all you want, and then you're just depressed forever. Jesse's fighting to get free, but
So
she's
it's
also
interesting to
battling
see
her
that the
inner
shorts I
demons.
got a long
This
time
movie does a
ago,
killer job of mixing
yearly for
survival
VR,
drama with a
just
deep
ended up being a really good
psychological
choice.
journey. Alright, let's talk about Get Out, which is honestly a game changer in the horror genre. Directed by Jordan Peele
only
and
problem is
released
I
in
could probably use some
2017, this
8-inch
film
ones
is not
instead.
just a regular horror flick. It's a sharp, smart commentary on racism, wrapped up in a seriously creepy story. So the movie follows Chris,
It's
a black
almost long enough
photographer
to
who's
match
heading to
exactly
meet the parents of his
where
white
the
girlfriend,
fight is,
Rose, for the
so
first time.
that
They're
ain't
going to her
bad, that ain't
family's
bad.
estate, and Chris is a bit
If
nervous
anything,
about
these
how her
kinda go
parents will
well with
react
the-
to their interracial
The shirts
relationship.
that I wear.
But when they get there, her parents seem
Kinda.
super welcoming, maybe even a bit too much. Things start getting
Maybe.
weird really fast. The parents' overly
Depends. These
accommodating
ones are
behavior
longer than
feels
the other ones for
off,
some
and
reason.
the black staff at the estate act strangely
Maybe it's just the
submissive,
type of
almost like
fabric
they're
they
in a
used.
trance. Chris senses something is off, but tries to brush it off at first. Okay, now let's talk about the psychological horror here.
see.
This movie is a masterclass in building tension and paranoia. Chris keeps noticing more odd things, like all the other black guests behaving bizarrely and his friend Rod warning him over the phone that something seems off. It's that creeping sense of dread where you know something's wrong but can't quite put your finger on it. The big twist is when it turns out that Rose and her family are part of a cult that kidnaps black people to use their bodies for a horrifying form of brain transplantation.
Okay, give me a second.
The white people in the cult
This isn't
believe they
working.
can gain physical and mental advantages by transplanting their consciousness into black bodies, essentially erasing the person inside. This twist takes the film
There's
from
too
being a
much of a
tense thriller
clash,
to
I'm
a
kinda like,
full-blown horror.
Nah.
Get Out brilliantly uses the horror genre to explore themes of racism, cultural
That might not be the
appropriation,
biggest
and the
passion, but I do know the
commodification
thing
of
which is
black
about
bodies. The
coordination.
psychological horror here is deeply tied to real social issues and anxieties about race and identity.
Ah.
It's like a wake-up call wrapped in a
Chungus?
horror film.
What's Chungus
The film's
doing
ending
here?
when Chris fights
On
back
psychological
and escapes is really
horror?
satisfying. It
How?
flips the script on usual horror movie tropes
You be the
and
first
gives
I
a
convinced
powerful
to do fans
message
only?
about breaking free from oppression and reclaiming one's
Um,
identity. Hereditary is a
what?
horror film that seriously gets under your skin, and it's a great one to
I
chat
may or
about.
may not.
Directed
never
by
mind.
Ari Aster and released in 2018, this movie is not just a regular scare
Anyway.
fest. It's a deep dive into
me see.
grief, family secrets, and some really disturbing supernatural
Somebody
stuff.
joked about feet.
The story kicks off with the Graham family dealing with
So
the
I'm
death
like,
of the
how
grandmother,
would I
Ellen.
do feet?
Annie, the mom,
I'd
is
rather keep the
particularly
socks on at
affected.
least,
She's
though.
an artist who creates miniature models, often reflecting
Give
her
me a
own
second.
life. which is a cool detail in the film.
I swear that scene almost
Annie,
looked
her
like it was
husband
part of a
Steve,
fire
son
starter.
Peter, and daughter Charlie all start experiencing strange things after Ellen's death. Charlie, who was especially close to Ellen, starts acting weirder than usual.
Anyway, let's go ahead and get the
She's an
webcam out
odd
again.
kid, always making creepy
So I
clicking
have
noises
the
and
other
crafting
ones on
bizarre
now.
Figures. Then a shocking
People
and
were,
brutal
like, looking
incident
for.
happens. No spoilers, but it's
But-
seriously jaw-dropping.
Oh, I forgot
which
to pull them
sends the
back up.
family
Hold
spiraling
on.
into deeper grief and despair. Here's where the psychological horror really kicks in. Annie's grief leads her to a support group where she meets Joan.
I do like
who
the
introduces
black
her
and
to
white
a
ones better.
seance.
As much as I'm
Seance,
biased for
seance,
like blue and
seance.
white,
Things
these
start
ones
to
are pretty
unravel
nice.
From there, Annie becomes more and more unstable, haunted by visions and the heavy weight
But
of her
like
family's
black and
past.
white's very simple
The
to
horror
like
of
pull off
Hereditary
and
is
stuff
not
like
just
that.
about ghosts or demons; it's about the horrors of family trauma. The film explores how past family
But yeah,
issues
the
can
light
haunt
being
the
behind me
present. There's
certainly
this
doesn't
suffocating
help.
atmosphere of dread
And stuff like
throughout
that.
the movie, like something terrible is always lurking just out of sight.
But yeah,
And then there's the
somebody was
supernatural
just like,
aspect. Without giving too much
Feet.
away, let's
Hello,
just
Gogo
say that the film
Dickinson.
takes a
How are you
wild
doing?
turn into the realm of
Welcome
the
on
occult.
in.
It turns out that Ellen, the
How you
deceased
doing?
grandmother, was involved in some dark, mysterious, evil practices.
So
that
somebody
has
said
horrific
feet, huh?
consequences for the whole family.
Like I don't think it's
The
going to work
Innocents is an eerie and
that
atmospheric
well.
film that really stands out in the horror genre.
Like especially like
for its
the
time.
camera's really
Released
limited.
in 1961
But this is like
and
the best I
directed by
could do.
Jack Clayton is based on Henry James's novella.
You've only seen
The
it
Turn
here.
of the Screw.
You'll
This movie
probably
is a
never see me
classic
do this
example of
again.
psychological and gothic horror, blending supernatural elements with the inner turmoil of the main character. The story revolves around
That
Miss
is.
Giddens, played
Hey,
brilliantly
no,
by
we can
Deborah
blame
Kerr,
Zink for this
who
one.
becomes the governess to
We
two
can do.
children,
We can blame
Flora
Zink
and
for that one,
Miles,
right?
at a large, secluded
I mean, the
country
left foot's a
estate.
little more flexible.
The children's uncle, who hires Miss Giddens,
So,
wants
like
nothing
I
to
like
do
I
with
said, something
giving
like a
her
joke
full
about my feet
responsibility
being
to their
big.
care.
They're not that
Right
big.
from the start, the setting is ripe for a
It's just-
haunting story.
So this is
A
why I have to
sprawling
use a
old
bigger
mansion
shoe.
isolated in the
I
countryside.
have one of these
Also, I just
conditions
realized that this is like
called what is
that-
it?
I don't know if you've seen the
Flat
Netflix
foot?
show The Haunting of Bly Manor, but this is like based on
My
the
feet
book or
don't
whatever, I think.
arc. Therefore, instead of
Anyways,
like
Miss Giddens starts
what
to
is
notice
it?
strange things
Like
around the
okay, let
house
me do it with
and
my
the
hands.
behavior of the children.
So this is a
Flora and
normal
Miles
foot.
are unusually close
It kind
and often
of
behave in ways that seem
curves up on
mature
one
beyond
part.
their years.
You've got the little heel
The
right
atmosphere
there.
of the house with
So
its
your
shadows
foot's
and
kind of like
whispers
this.
begins to get to Miss Giddens.
My
The
foot's like
psychological
this.
horror of the Innocents is
So instead of like
superb. The
balling
film
up and
plays a lot with
arcing,
the ideas
my
of
foot's just
perception and
flat.
reality. Are the ghosts that Miss
Flat.
Giddens sees real, or are
So
they figments of her imagination?
my feet widen out,
Perhaps
which is why I
manifestations
wear a
of her
wide
repressed
shoe.
fears and desires.
So I
The film
don't
does a
actually have big
fantastic job of
feet.
keeping you
I
guessing.
just have flat feet.
As the story unfolds,
It's
Miss Giddens
it's
learns
different.
about the estate's tragic past involving the precious
So we
governess
keep
and
listening in the
valet,
background. So what I was doing
both of
earlier
whom
is
died
basically we
under
just had
mysterious
the
circumstances.
the
She
camera
becomes
out,
convinced that the spirits of the
and
two
while
individuals are
the
possessing
the
children,
webcam was
leading
like
her
on
to
the
take
thigh
drastic
cam.
measures
Like this
to,
is why I
quote,
need to change
save
the
her.
position.
What's really chilling about the
We
Innocents
get
is that it
the
builds horror
fidget
through
spinner going as
atmosphere
well.
and suggestion rather than actual scares or shocks. The black and white cinematography, the use of light and shadows, and the eerie
Comfy.
sound design all contribute to
I
a
know
sense
we're
of
being
creeping
weird. We're being cringe right now,
The film
but it's
also
like
delves
you
into
know
the themes of innocence and corruption. The
we're
innocence of the children is
we're
constantly
what
being
3 weeks
questioned,
into a marathon,
Giddens'
and
own
we're just
grip on
having
sanity
fun.
becomes
We're just
more
having
tenuous as
fun,
the film progresses.
living inside each
It's
other's
a
computer
psychological
screens
puzzle,
and
with
stuff
the
like
horror
that.
coming as much
We've done all
hinted at
sorts
and
of
left
wild
unsaid
content,
as
drinky
what's shown.
content, ASMR content,
Misery
retro
is a standout
content,
film in the thriller
video
genre,
game
especially for
content,
fans who
Pokemon
love
game
a good mix of
content,
psychological
sleep
tension
content.
and edge of your
Oh,
seat suspense.
if I
Released
may
in
ask to
1990
do a
and
funny
directed by Rob
command.
Reiner, is based
What
on
kind of
Stephen
funny
King's novel of the
command?
same name. The movie is a classic example
What
of
funny
how a
command do you
seemingly
happen
simple
to have in
situation
mind?
can spiral into a horrifying ordeal. The story centers around Paul
Vanishes
Sheldon,
in
a
a puff of
successful
smoke.
novelist known for his popular Misery romance series.
Extreme Elements?
After finishing his latest manuscript, Paul gets into a car accident during a snowstorm and is rescued
Wait.
by Annie Wilkes, a nurse who happens to be his quote #1 fan. At first, Annie seems like a
Was-
lifesaver. She takes him
did
to
they
her
do
remote
that
home, sets his
intention-
broken legs, provides him with care. But things take a pretty dark turn quickly.
Oh
Annie
my
reads Paul Sheldon's
god.
manuscript and becomes
Nobody has
enraged he has
ever
killed
done
unforgiving
that.
character
In the
Misery
2 years that I've been
Her
like
obsession
live
with the
streaming and
character
stuff like
Paul's
that,
work reveals
I
her
was like,
unstable and
what
violent
the
nature.
hell?
Paul quickly realizes that Andy has no intention of letting him go. What makes Misery
If you
so
want to
gripping is the
quickly
psychological
hide,
interplay
oh my
between Paul
god,
and
I
Andy.
have got to.
Andy
I'm
is
gonna
an
remember that.
unpredictable mix of nurturing,
How long has that been a
caregiver, and
thing?
unhinged captor.
How long has that
Paul,
been a
rendered
thing?
helpless by his
I've
injuries,
never
must
heard
use
of
his
that.
wits to try to survive. He tries to pacify
Yeah,
Andy while
apparently
planning his
there's this
escape, leading to a
command
pretty close cat
called
and mouse
exclamation mark
The film
vanish.
delves deep into the theme of
And
obsession.
it's basically a way for any user to time themselves out for a single
Her
second.
behavior illustrates how fan adoration can
And
morph into
it's
something sinister and controlling. Kathy Bates delivers
interesting.
An
I've never
unforgettable
seen
performance
that.
as Annie, perfectly capturing
But
the character's
yeah,
shifts between
you've not missed
sweetly
too much,
doting
unless
to
you were looking for
terrifyingly
feet, Yocho.
James
Like
Caan
I
as
trolled the
Paul
chat just a little bit
portrays a
because
man
like
pushed to
Zink
his
was
mental
talking
and
about
physical
feet, and I'm
limits
just
with
like,
grace.
well,
These
I might be
characters
able to
can really
arrange
here.
something like
This
that.
movie's really like claustrophobic.
So
to add that. It's like very like claustrophobic.
yeah.
Yo, wait, is this the dad from A Christmas Story? Is that James
Welcome in,
Caan?
callers. How are you doing?
Sorry, I'm not very cultured with actors. Is this? That's the same guy, bro.
Like
This
what?
is the guy from The Godfather? What?
I
The guy
like
from The
how
Godfather played in A Christmas
ADHD
Story
was
and
the
Misery?
intended purpose of fucking fidget spinners, and my ADHD is like so high that I'll
Directed by
forget that
Alfred
I'm
Hitchcock,
fidgeting a
Psycho is
fidget
a
spinner,
masterpiece
and
of
I go and do
suspense and
something
psychological
else.
horror. The story kicks off with Marion
ADHD
Crane,
is
who
a
steals
blessing.
parts from a money
ADHD is
from
a
her employer
blessing.
and hits the road, ending up at
So,
the Bates Motel. And this is where things
I
get really
swear, my
interesting.
room is
The motel is run by
really
Norman
not in the
Bates,
best
a
state.
seemingly shy and awkward
We
guy
will
who has a very
fix up
say,
the room better for when we do
complicated
like the
relationship
actual
with his mother.
cosplay stuff and
The most
whatnot.
famous scene, you know, the
But
shower scene, is where Marion meets a grisly end, which was a total
yeah.
game changer in terms of movie shockers.
So
The psychological horror
this
in
would
Psycho is all about the
be
exploration of Norman Bates' character.
what is it?
He's got this whole dual personality thing going on.
Is
where
this
he's
camera
Norman
like
sometimes,
cropped
but
at
he
all?
also takes on the persona of his domineering
How
mother.
did I set up this
Twist to the
camera
end,
when I
revealing Norman's
first set
split
it up?
personality and the true fate of his mother is one of the most shocking
The crop
in film
pad
history.
is.
Directed by Roman Polanski, Rosemary's Baby is
Oh,
a
it is
different
cropped a
kind
little
of
bit.
horror. It's more of a slow burn.
I mean,
focusing
that's
on
not too
psychological
bad.
terror and the paranoia of the
But,
main character,
like,
Rosemary. She and her husband, Guy, move into
how
a
much
New York
are we
City apartment
talking
with a
about?
sinister history. Rosemary
the
becomes
right.
pregnant, but the pregnancy is far from normal. She experiences severe pain and craves
Okay.
raw meat, among other odd symptoms. Meanwhile, her nosy neighbors in the Castavets take an unsettling interest in her pregnancy. The horror in Rosemary's Baby is
I
subtle and
probably should have
psychological.
noticed that I did
It plays
this
on the
at
fear
some
of the
point.
unknown and the feeling that something is not quite right. Rosemary's increasing isolation and suspicion towards her husband and her neighbors
Because
create
we
a
still
tense
had a lot
atmosphere.
more room that I just
The
forgot
climax
about.
reveals that her baby is not exactly what she was expecting. No spoilers here, but this movie's also evil. The Shining is a total classic
I need to
in
watch
the
The
horror
Shining
film
at some
world,
point.
and there's a lot to talk
That's one
about.
that I definitely forget
Directed
about a
by
lot.
Stanley Kubrick and released in 1980, is based on Stephen King's novel, although Kubrick took some creative liberties with the story here. The movie follows Jack Torrance.
Thank you so much for the follow, Big T. And welcome on in. How are you doing?
In the Colorado Rockies.
We're
And
watching like
Wizards
some
Wide
sort of
Windy
like
here in San
iceberg on
Diego.
psychological horror.
Danny possesses The
And
Shining,
just
a
once
psychic
again,
ability
people
that
were
lets
like
him see the
curious in
hotel's
the
horrific past.
just the femboy
hotel
hands, the
itself is like a character in
femboy
the movie, filled with
thighs and stuff
creepy
like that.
history
And I've been
eerie,
trying to
empty
find like a way
spaces.
to.
Oh, what a limbo
Okay,
spaces here.
we have a
If you
cosplay
know me,
stream
you know I
coming
know
up in
limbo
about a month.
spaces.
I'm just like,
Things start to get
what's the
weird when
best
the
way
hotel becomes
to
snowbound and isolated from the outside world.
set up the
Jack, an
webcam
aspiring
and
writer,
whatnot?
becomes increasingly unstable, influenced by the
It's in the
malevolent
back.
forces
I'm
within the
sorry,
hotel.
guys, but the
The
audio's
iconic
playing just
line,
fine.
"All work and no
You guys,
play
okay?
makes
You
Jack
guys
a
want to
dull
see? You
boy,"
want to?
really
You
sums
want
up
to
his
see the
descent to
video?
madness here.
You want to see
The psychological
the
horror in
video
The Shining
instead?
is top-notch. There's
Fine.
this constant sense
I can
of
do my
unease
little
and
test
tension.
right here.
The isolation of the
Smash,
hotel plays into it,
smash.
creating a
What do you
claustrophobic
mean
feel.
smash?
You can almost feel the walls closing
But
in.
yeah,
The movie
welcome
does
on
an
in.
incredible job
I
of
was
making
trying
you
to see like,
question
cause I don't want to
what's
like
real and
lift
what's the
that too
product of
much.
Jack's unraveling
Yes,
mind.
there's Amazon
Danny's
over there.
visions
Don't
add another layer of
worry
horror.
about
The
it.
twins in the hallway, the blood gushing from the
That's actually
elevator,
one thing I do
the
need to
mysterious
fix just a
room
little bit.
231. These
So that's
images
why the
are
one
super
crop
chilling
pad
and
is
have become iconic in horror cinema. One
That's
of the
the
most striking things
left.
about The Shining is its use of visuals and music to create
No,
an
I want
atmosphere
that
of
one.
dread. The long, steady
It's
shots
the
of the hotel's
right
corridors, the haunting soundtrack,
that I want
it
to
all
change a
builds
little
this
bit.
feeling of impending doom. Jack
Back to
Nicholson's
work for
performance
you.
as Jack
Have a good
Torrance
time,
is
Zang.
unforgettable.
Thanks for stopping
He
by.
captures the gradual
Have a good
decline
evening,
of
okay?
madness perfectly.
The Shining
Shelley
has. It's.
Duvall
I
as
really want
Wendy
to watch the
portrays
movie in the
growing
future.
terror and desperation as she realizes
But
her
I'm
husband has
trying to
become a
find like
threat.
where's the
This movie's-
comfort zone.
I mean, it's popular for a
So
reason, you know?
when we do it,
Directed by
obviously Literally,
M. Night
there's
Shyamalan, The Sixth
no
Sense
head.
is a film that has really made an impact
Like, you
with
know,
its
Tom
plot twist.
Nook joke,
The
kind
story
of.
follows a young boy named Cole.
But I'm
who
also
has
like,
a
why is the
secret.
Chungus thing
He
back?
can see and communicate with the dead.
So, like,
He's terrified and doesn't
I guess like
understand
this
why
would
he has
probably
this
be
ability.
acceptable.
Enter Dr.
Like
Malcolm
obviously you would get
Crowe, a
the
childhood
keyboard and
psychologist
stuff
played
like
by
that.
Bruce Willis. He tries
And
to help Cole deal with his fears and his unique gift.
because
The
of where
film
it's
beautifully
sitting,
captures
I would
the
have to
struggle of a
occasionally
child
sit
trying to
back.
navigate a world
Because
that's just
Sucrose
too
does have like
scary
her
for him
own
to
thigh
understand.
highs. And we did
The
get the
psychological
shoes and
horror in
stuff
The
like
Sixth
that.
Sense comes from the way it
Also,
portrays
yeah,
the
there's
ghosts
Monster
and
in the
Cole's
back.
interactions
That's the
with
one that
them.
Ruby got me
It's
and
not
stuff
just
like
the jump
that.
scares, it's the deep underlying
So
horror
this will
of a
not be
child
hit by
facing something
DMCA.
so out of the ordinary.
This
And then
is
there's the famous
so.
twist
It
ending,
is
though.
not hit by.
Should I spoil it? Should I spoil it for you guys? I don't
Oh,
know.
that's perfect. So me like being
double
on the
tap
screen
if
and
you don't want
stuff
to
like is also
Dr. Crow himself is a ghost.
Oh, I
having been
didn't
killed in the
realize that's
opening
why he
first
was
scene.
doing it.
So the twist only
So
not
all
shocks,
his
but also
wait, this
redefines
is
the
like
entire
purely a
narrative.
film-based thing.
Adding
Oh my god, it's purely a film-based thing. I'm dumb. I wanted psychological experiment iceberg.
What's on your mind? What's in
Okay, let's
your
go
mind?
here.
How does your
So,
mind work? Those
obviously,
are excellent
guys,
questions. To
the
answer them,
microphone.
scientists put humans and sometimes other animals in various situations and see what happens. These are
But
called
yeah, I'm trying to
psychological
think.
experiments. Today, I'm going to talk about some of those. To justify the existence of this video, I've organized these experiments on an iceberg.
I think
The
this
top of
is
the
mostly
iceberg
fine.
includes some more well-known experiments that you might have heard about if you've taken a first
Probably too much. Like the reason there's the focus on the keyboard is because of the other things that we're doing and stuff like
There's also
that.
a final section for
So I'm like,
experiments that are on the darker and
how
unethical
much
side.
do I need to lift
So
up
without
on?
any further ado, let's get started.
So this would probably be
Fake memories in my brain? It's more likely than you think.
the limit,
In
I think.
1995, Ira Hyman Jr. in his
'Cause you can kinda
coworkers
see
talked to participants, describing
right
events
here.
that happened in their childhood, and
The
asked them
greatest
to elaborate
experiment,
on
a
each of them.
caustic
These
kitten.
descriptions were provided by their parents.
Squishable
so
sides?
each
What do you mean
participant was
squishable
able to easily
sides?
recount what they
Like,
remembered about each event,
thigh?
and could sometimes provide extra details. But suddenly, the person is stumped when the researcher describes an event that they don't remember. Here's a conversation from the study where
Oh,
they
I
presented
feel
a
like I
focus
remember
event to a
this one.
participant.
At age 6, you
I
attended
feel
a
like I
wedding
remember from
reception, and while you
psychology.
were running around with some other kids, you bumped into a table
Sides
and
of the
turned a punch
torso?
bowl over on the parent of the bride.
Are you talking about
I
hip?
have no clue. I've
Like,
never heard of that one before. Age 6?
I mean,
Uh-huh.
No clue.
mm,
Can you think of any details?
you'll
6 years
find that out
old.
later.
Would have been in Spokane.
I don't think I have any
Gonzal.
clothes that would do
Okay.
well to
Then,
represent
in
it
the
and
second
stuff.
interview 2 days later, the
So,
participant responded like this.
tummy science?
The next one was when you were 6 years old and you were attending a wedding.
The wedding was for my
Um,
best friend in Spokane, T. Her brother, older brother, was getting married, and it was
What
over
does
here in
Sucrose's
Key, Washington,
outfit
'cause
look
that's
like
where her
again?
family was from. And it was in
Anyways,
the
I think we're
summer
done testing
or
this.
spring because it was really hot outside,
I was just
and it
making
was
sure
right on
like
the
we can
water.
get
It was
most
an
of it.
outdoor wedding, and I
Because
think
there's
we
an
were running around
alternative.
and
I
knocked
might
something
use
over
like a
a
fox
punch bowl
mask or something.
and made a big mess. And of
Or
course,
one of those.
Do you remember
the
anything
the
else?
face mask.
No.
Okay.
So apparently, hearing
Guys,
about the
sometimes
event
I
and then
scare
waiting a
myself. I'm
couple
like, who's
days
the lady in the
caused the
screen? And
event
I'm
to
just like, you
emerge as a
fucking
false memory.
dumbass. I've never like really like looked at myself
Do you remember
like
where you
all that
were
properly
on
and stuff
9/11 or when Michael
sometimes.
Jackson died?
And then I'm
Chances
just like,
are,
wait a
if you were
second,
old
like,
enough to be aware of
oh
these
wait, that's
events, you can probably remember the details.
you're
of when,
thirsty.
where,
I
and
mean,
how you learned about
hold
them.
on.
According to Roger Brown and
The
James
real
Kulik,
horror,
there's
yeah,
something special about
that's
these
the
kinds of
perfect way to
memories that are
describe it. The real
associated with
horror is me.
unexpected, emotionally charged events.
So,
They were
top-
studying people's memories of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy and stated that
For an instant, the entire nation and perhaps much of the world stopped to have its picture taken.
this metaphor of a photograph memory led them to coin the term flashbulb memory to refer to the memories of the circumstances
Let me-
surrounding how people hear about these shocking events. They argued that these aren't just ordinary memories, but they're remembered for long periods
This has
of
moved a
time
little bit,
and are
hasn't it?
particularally vivid and detailed. But
Well,
there
the
was a
experiment
problem
was
with Brown
success,
and
but
Kulik's study.
now my
They
OCD's
only asked
triggering.
participants about their memories
So
years
this
after
is
the event
a
had occurred, so there was no
2.
way to determine if the reported memories were actually accurate. Then Ulrich
On the
Neisser and Nicole
right.
Harsh came onto the scene and showed that flashbulb memories aren't like photographs at all. In 1986, space launches were still considered very special and were highly anticipated.
And liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission.
The shuttle Challenger blasted off from Cape Canaveral on January 28, 1986, and everything seemed
I
routine.
do not
But
remember,
77 seconds after
but I feel like
liftoff,
we're
Challenger
close.
broke apart
Because
and
if I move
plummeted
it back,
into the ocean,
then we always place
killing the crew
our
of 7. Nicer and Harsh
Like,
wanted
for
people
example-
to recount their experience hearing about this disaster.
Yabba
They gave
dabba doo.
participants a questionnaire within a day of the explosion,
We'd put the monster
and then
here,
had them fill it
basically.
out again 2.5 to 3
So,
years
if a
later.
can of
One
Monster can fit
participant's response a day
perfectly-
after the explosion indicated
I know,
that she heard about it
RGB
in
monster.
class.
I was in my
I
religion
get it.
class,
I'm a
and some people
femboy. I'm
walked in
sorry.
and started talking about it. I didn't know any details except that it exploded.
I was just making sure the
School
camera
teachers,
was
students had all
working.
been watching, which I thought was so sad.
I don't.
Then after
No, I'm
class, I
not.
went to
I'm
my
not
room
doing
and
the
watched
other
a
one.
TV program talking
I don't
about it,
even have
and I
those
got all
cans
the
of
details from
monsters.
that.
You won't be
2.5
getting that meme
years
from me.
later, her memory changed to this.
When I first heard about the explosion, I was sitting in
I
my
almost feel
freshman
like
dorm room with my
we live in
roommate,
an
and we were
age to
watching TV.
where
It came on a news
if I put a
flash,
can
and
of
we were both
Monster,
totally shocked. I
like
was really
between my
upset,
thigh
and I went
highs and
upstairs
me,
to talk to a friend of mine, and
it
I called
would
my parents.
instantly become
It was very
like,
common for
flipped out of
participants to first
context.
report hearing about it
Because
in
we
one
all know
place,
what it
and then
is. We
later
all know
remember
what
hearing
that
about it
meme
on TV.
implies.
Right after
I'm
the
looking at you,
explosion,
Astolfo.
only 21% of participants
But
indicated
yeah,
that
it's
they
like
heard
I
about
got
it on
that. I
TV,
got them.
but
I got the
2.5
thighs.
years
I
later,
got the femboy thigh
45%
highs.
of
I got a
participants
can of
reported that they
Monster.
heard about
Just
it
like,
on
oh
TV.
my
Those
god.
percentages are pretty
I might have
crazy,
to
right?
just save one can
Kinda
of
reminds me
Monster.
of,
I
this
might
other
save the
percentage
ruby
that
colored one
shows
just for
how
the
only
hell
a
of it.
small amount of people are actually
And
subscribed to
I
this
guess like
channel. So just press the
in the
button.
future.
Anyways, those discrepancies led Nicer and coworkers to propose the narrative rehearsal hypothesis,
Ah.
which states that we might remember events like 9/11.
Maybe
or
I'll
the
make
Challenger
my own
explosion,
meme when
not
the
because of a
Sucrose
special
outfit comes
mechanism,
in.
but because we rehearse these events after they occur, like seeing pictures of the planes crashing into the World Trade Center playing endlessly
that's
on
enough
TV in
femboy
the
thigh
months
for now.
afterwards. These days, most
Like,
psychologists
today
doubt
was a
that
successful
flashbulb
test.
memories are much different from regular
And
memories.
the real test, whenever the outfit comes in the mail.
Look at this photograph.
Look
Your
at this
task is to name the color
photograph.
of
Oh, I
each
love
shape
the
as
edit
quickly
tour.
as
It's like,
possible.
look at
So
this
starting in the top
graph.
left, you would say red, blue, and so on. Now repeat the task for this.
Oh, I
image.
kind of want to find that
If you
meme
found
real
the second
quickly.
image more difficult,
Hold on. Oh, it was a financial markets thing.
Look at this graph.
It's so fucking cursed.
which you probably
Look
did,
at this
you
giraffe.
just experienced the Stroop effect. Which
No,
was
Lily,
first
there's no
described
such
by J.R.
thing.
Stroop in
One cannot have enough femboy thighs.
Unsurprisingly, it's
I
harder
mean,
because your brain wants to read the words.
I don't know
The
how
names of
I
the
would set
words
it up
creates
with
a
my
competing
desk setup,
stimulus, and it
and I
slows the
would not
response
be
to the target,
completely
the color
against
of
it.
the ink. This
But I have heard
task-irrelevant
some
stimulus
people
is really powerful
will set up
because
thigh
reading words is
cams,
so highly
but I've
practiced
never
to the
heard
point that it's become
anyone set up a
automatic, so it's
femboy
difficult to
thigh
avoid
cam.
reading them.
And I'm just like, wait, wouldn't this be the first of its kind?
One of the easiest
I mean,
ways to
where
understand
else
how
are you
the
gonna
brain
find
works
somebody
is to look at what happens when
like
it's broken. In 1861, Paul Broca published some work
I don't know how to
about his
describe it.
study of patients who suffered brain damage in an area of
We
the
got
frontal
ourselves
lobe
a
as
serving of
consequence
Lily's
strokes.
femboys.
These patients had
Or
really
femboy Lilies
slow,
for the day.
labored, ungrammatical
Yeah.
speech, and this disorder was later called Broca's aphasia.
Well, work
It wouldn't be on 24/7.
Autodesk.
So
seven.
it would be like either a will spin
Sales and
or maybe a very high cost point redeem.
very good. Yeah.
But it
Fast
would
forward
be
18
the
years,
camera would get
and Carl
turned on
Wernicke
for the
found some
duration of the
patients who had
stream
damage to an area in the
in order to
temporal
balance
lobe.
it.
They produced speech that was fluent and grammatical,
But I
totally
think at some point, like, here's my idea, guys. Like, long term, I think I would like to do one cosplay stream a month.
for them at the moment.
These patients not only
If
produced
it's
a meaningless
something
speech,
that people
but were
really
also unable
enjoy,
to understand
like a
other
light
people's
immersion break
They
here and
couldn't
there,
match words with meanings. These two areas
maybe even
basically showed that the
bi-weekly.
production of language and the comprehension
I just
of
want to wear
language
cute
are
clothing.
handled by different
If
areas
people
of the
want me
brain,
to get cute
which is a bit
clothing
of
and
an
they like seeing the femboy
oversimplification, but
thigh,
this is
I
generally
don't
understood
mind
be
to
true.
give. It's basically a mutual trade. My trade offer is my
So there's
my
this part of
thighs,
the
my
brain
body.
called the fusiform face
In
area that
return,
contains
I
a
get
bunch of
cute
neurons
outfits.
that respond really well to human faces, which is clearly useful since recognizing
I love
faces
psychology,
is pretty
though.
important for being a human. In 1999,
Wait, when's
is
the last time we spanned the wheel? I don't think I added one spin to the wheel, but that's okay. Why you gotta say it like that? Why you gotta say it like one? Oh, come on. We're not doing bourbon shots tonight for a reason. If anybody, well, most people weren't here for that, but basically, we had a light heat escalation issue earlier. And I'm like, well, my stomach's already shot from 2 days ago. And today, there might be a risk of heat exhaustion. So I'm kind of like, dehydrating myself doesn't sound. You didn't have to present it. I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't know any other words, so I picked the most effective word, and that definitely would have created some misinterpret. What is it? A misunderstand? No, fuck. My brain is weird. Well, let me set up my my microphone real quickly. Not that one. That one will come out during our Sunday stuff in the future. Let me go and get that hydrate first, though. Thank you for the hydrate, Gareth. Sorry about if you hear my fan at all. ASMR voice requires that I disable... What's it called? My sound suppressor. So now it should be picking up my voice just well. So I guess this would be like, you know, I guess one way of, what is it? Showing the difference between just normal voice and dummy mummy voice. It still kind of has a bit of a low pitch to it sometimes. But I mean, I can always bring that one up as well. And just do the softer one. Have a good night, Mythos. Have a good sleep. Night, night. Rest well and take it easy, okay? We'll see you later. We'll see you tomorrow. If I'm not here tomorrow, I'll probably be back on Friday. There might be a one-day break and stuff, but I'll still be here. I'll still be there, so... Night, night, Mythos. Night, night. But, yeah. So I guess, like, my pattern of talking, like, I can still... replicate it in an ASMR setting, but it's you know, I guess volume is one difference, but it's hard to do just ASMR on the spot if it's not a day that I assign it. But you guys got a little bit of I guess a tease for free, so. On to the video.
Isabelle Gautier and her co-workers
Let me
studied
check
this area of the
something real
brain by
quickly.
looking at how it responds to human faces and greebles.
Oh, don't worry, Zink.
What are greebles, you may ask?
I'm
Greebles are
pretty
a family of
risky
computer-generated
so.
beings that all
And
have
even
the
if I
same
did
basic
hypothetically did a face
configuration,
reveal
but differ
by
in the shapes of their
accident,
parts.
I just laugh it off.
Over the
I
course
mean,
of
just look
4
at all the
days,
faces on the screen
Gautier
right
gave her
there.
subjects extensive training
But
in
no, for real, for real, for real. It wouldn't be the end of the world for me. He'd be like, oops, I showed my face, I didn't want to. Let's move on.
Greebles almost as well as it did to faces.
You know, it'd be
Initially,
like,
before the training, it didn't respond to them at all.
okay.
Gautier also showed that this
I'm not,
brain area responds
so
to other
like,
objects.
what is it?
For example,
I'm
if you
not
take a bunch
worried
of
of
car
completely
accidents
destroying
and
my
show them
branding
pictures
by
of
an
cars,
accidental
this
face
area
reveal.
activates. If you
I
take
mean,
a
there'll
bunch
be
of
like a
bird
partial reveal
experts
anyways.
or
If I do like do a
nephrologists,
half mask,
it activates when you show
because
them
here's why I'm
pictures of
thinking a
birds.
half mask
So
might be
apparently,
better.
our facial recognition
For the
mechanism
Sucrose
doesn't
one,
really care if it's a
obviously
face we're
Sucrose wears
recognizing.
glasses,
It can be any complex
and the
object.
outfit is gonna
This
have
is
a pair of
often one
half
the examples
glasses.
used to show how
But
plastic
like,
our brain is. Since a lot of our
I think
psychological
you guys already know
mechanisms are
I wear
flexible
prescription
enough to work
lenses,
in loads of
so
different contexts.
you're telling me that you have a face?
If you've ever taken
I'm a
Psych 100
Mandela
class, you've probably heard
analog
this guy.
horror
At
creature.
7 years
I'm an
old,
expert.
H.M.
I don't have a
suffered head
face.
injury, which caused
There's
epileptic
no way my
seizures.
face could be
Over
tracked
time,
right now
these
by
happened more and
anything,
more
right?
often and grew increasingly severe.
There's
These
no
seizures
way.
got to the point that they were potentially life-threatening, so he ended up having surgery. In 1953, Dr. William Scoville, not the spiciness,
I have no face.
removed a whole bunch
anyways,
of his
anyways,
brain,
anyways.
including his hippocampus from both sides. Thankfully,
But yeah,
the surgery
it's more
did
like I
alleviate
don't
the
want it to
seizures,
happen.
but it
I'm gonna make it
completely
try not to
obliterated his
happen.
memory.
But if it
H.M. was
happens,
studied
it's
by
not the end of the
psychologists,
world.
and it became
It's
clear that he still
it'd be
had
like
some
trying to
memories.
admit that I'm
He could
cute.
remember
You'd be
his
like,
name,
eh,
his
one of
address,
those things
his
I don't
family
want to do.
history,
But we
and
did
his
it
childhood
anyways.
memories. He also had a normal
That's
short-term
all it
memory,
is.
but his memories leading up to the operation
The
were
tracking
poor,
is
and
purely
most
AI. That's
importantly,
right. I'm
he was totally
Neurosama.
unable to store new long-term memories. Because of this, he spent the next 50 years
I
of his
move in
life
pre-generated
trapped in a short-term
ways.
memory prison, never being able to escape a 30
You should admit you're cute now.
forgot
Only when the
things
will
almost
tells me to.
immediately after experiencing
Only when the will
Even though the
tells me to.
psychologist Milner
Also, sorry, I
worked
think
with
I've been
him
like
during this
normal
entire
talking.
section of time,
So
he
I
never
keep
learned
forgetting
her
to do the
name.
ASMR
The
voice.
most interesting thing about this case study is what they
I
did
love the
next.
thinking emoji
Over
like
the
that.
course of several sessions, they had him practice tracing a line with a pen.
That's
while
called the
watching the pen
evil
in his hand in
Neurosoma.
a mirror.
And
He
she's
never
pretty cool
remembered
too.
having done this task
She's
in
got
the
a nice
past,
husky
but his
voice
performance got
for
better and
her
better
like
the more he
songs.
practiced. All of this information put together
But
led up to some
I'll be
pretty
honest, I
major
think
psychological
evil
breakthroughs.
Neuro
Number
is
one,
probably
short-term
cuter.
memory and long-term memory are distinct
Something about her like
Number two,
trying to
long-term
seem
memory
mean
is split into
just
two
makes her come off
subsystems,
cuter.
one handling
Anyways.
facts and events, and the
But
other handling
yeah.
motor skills.
So I'm
The
probably
frontal cortex is
guys. I'll
pretty
be
important.
honest.
We didn't really know exactly how
As much as I'd
important it
rather
was
just do the
until a
fast,
fateful
the
day in
actually,
1848. Phineas Gage, a foreman on a railroad
whether I like it or
construction
not,
crew,
I'm gonna
had
have
bit
to
of
do
an
a
oopsie.
half mask.
Blasting powder blew a 13-pound
As you guys know, I'm already
rod
blind as a
straight
bat.
through the left side of his face and out the top
So
of
there's
his
some
skull.
photos
It
that
landed 80
I'll
feet
have to
away,
like take.
along with a sizable chunk of his brain. Somehow, Phineas survived and recovered, but his
I'll
frontal
figure it
cortex
out.
was mostly missing.
I'll
and he
figure it
started
out.
acting a bit strange. This is how the doctor who studied him described his behavior. The equilibrium of balance, so to speak, between his intellectual faculties and animal propensities.
Besides, between
seems
the
to have been
glasses
destroyed. He is fitful, irreverent, indulging at times
and a
in
little
the
bit of
grossest
foundation.
profanity, which was not previously his custom. Friends described him as no longer Gage. He wasn't able to continue working
Actually,
his
no.
job and was reduced
I
to
think a half
appearing
mask would
with
be
his
perfectly
rod
fine.
as an exhibit by P.T.
And it's actually
Barnum.
really normal in
Fortunately, within a
cosplay.
few years, he
The
got a
real
bit
question
better.
is,
He
what
was
kind
able
of
to work
mask is
again
that
as a stagecoach
considered?
driver and was described as broadly appropriate with his behavior. It seemed like what was left of his frontal cortex
What if I just type in
had taken on some of
black
the functionality he had lost.
cosplay
This
mask?
case study shed some light on some of the functions of the frontal cortex. It allows us to do the hard things in social contexts. Things like praising the host after a shitty meal, not punching the annoying
Nothing
coworker,
that
or
I'm
holding
looking
in a
for.
laugh during a funeral when you thought of something funny.
What if we just do black face mask?
Are children just small adults? No, they're actually much dumber. Through a
Oh,
series
that's
of
what they're called, yeah.
experiments, the child
It's just
psychologist
a simple
Jean
black
Piaget
face mask.
famously
I just
showed
don't want
exactly
the
how
ones
dumb
that
they
looks
are.
like so
Here are a couple of the doctory. important ones. In this experiment,
If
they
anything,
have an
there's some
adult and a
fashionable
child
ones,
sit at opposite
but I don't think I'm
sides
gonna
of a
find
diagram
anything
of
like
a few
that.
mountains. The child gets a chance to look at the mountains for a while.
Let me
and
see
the
what I
adult
can
asks
find.
the child to indicate which of the 4 mountain scenes the
You can
adult
even buy a
see
bunch
from
of
their perspective. For children
reusable
younger
ones.
than about 6 to 8,
I
they
just
choose
don't.
the
I
photograph
don't like that
corresponds with their
design.
own perspective. Once they're older, though, they develop the ability to take on the perspective of others and consistently choose the correct photograph. Another study looked at
Is there
children's
one
understanding
geared
of
towards
quantity and
cosplayers?
conservation. Here, this woman tricks this boy into thinking
Take
that
over
this
the
row
world?
of coins has more than the other, even though they both
You
have 5 coins.
agree?
Does this row have more quarters?
You
Does
want
this
me
row have
to?
more quarters, or are
I
they the same?
mean, I guess I can think about it just a little bit, maybe.
In
Though.
this one, the woman pours the same amount of liquid into 2 identical cups. Then,
Mhm.
she transfers the liquid from one cup into a taller one. The child now
Oh.
believes the taller cup contains more liquid.
Does this glass have more water? Does this glass have more water, or are they the same?
Has more water.
This one has more water? Can you tell me why?
Because that one's higher than that one.
That one's higher than that one.
Oh, that's like an early math test. Those ones are fascinating.
Are we
It's
all
like when
just
you put
sheep
one color
following the
next to
herd with
another,
no agency of our own?
but
How
the
easy is it
backgrounds
to
are
make people
different.
adjust to group
They might
behavior?
make you think the
In
darker color is lighter
1951,
color.
Solomon Asch put this to the test.
Stuff
He
like
had
that's
6 to
cool.
8 people participate in the study. All but one of them were in on it, and only one person was
So
actually
black
being
face
tested.
mask, but what
From the
about
subject's
like
perspective,
cosplay?
everyone else was just a participant like them. They sat everyone down in a line, with the real subject at the final or penultimate spot. They showed them a simple visual question, where the answer was always obvious. Going down the line, they showed everyone a card that looks like this, and were asked to answer out loud which line, A, B, or C, was most similar to the one on the left. For the first 2 cards, everyone answered correctly to
All
make
the
the
things that
subject feel
turn up on
comfortable.
Amazon
But
are
on the
just
third card,
weird.
the fake test subjects all started giving the same wrong answer. Asch discovered that over the course of 18 trials, 75% of test subjects
Maybe I
conformed
just
at
need to
least
look up,
once
like-
to the obviously incorrect answer given by the majority of the group. The study was repeated a few times with different group sizes, and unsurprisingly,
They
the
call
larger
them
the
muffle
group,
masks.
the more likely the test subject will conform. After the experiment, Ash asked the test subjects why they followed along with the rest of the group. Most of the time, the subjects knew that the answer was incorrect, but didn't want to get ridiculed by the others. Some even believed that what the group was saying was true, assuming that if everybody else thought it was correct, then they must have been mistaken. This phenomenon was also tested with behavior in an elevator. In general, when people are in an elevator, they tend to face towards
Brown
the
is
door.
fascinating
but in this
when it comes
test,
to
they
that.
had a group of people in an elevator all
Because
face the back
depending
wall.
on the
When the test
colors
subject entered the elevator,
around it,
he
you see
initially
it as
faced the
either
door as
brown
usual,
or
but quickly
orange.
realized he was an outlier in the group.
Oh,
He seemed to think for a minute and
that's
weigh
pretty
up the
interesting, though.
situation before eventually deciding to conform and face the back wall.
Yeah,
In
simple black face
1970,
mask
Gordon Bauer and David Winsons
with
decided to test whether
an
using visual
X on
imagery
it,
in your head to connect
and
words
they
can
just don't
enhance
exist.
memory. They showed participants a list of
So
15
let's
word
look at, like,
pairs,
black
boat tree, for
muffin
5 seconds
mask.
each. One group was told to silently repeat the pairs in their heads as they were presented. Another group was told to form a mental image where the two items were interacting. When participants were later given the first word and asked to remember the second one for
Oh
each
god,
pair,
almost nothing turned up
participants
under
who
that.
created the mental images remembered more than
I just need to
twice
find
as
a
many
black
words
face
as the
mask
participants
that's-
who just repeated them in their head. So there's an epic life
Okay.
hack. If you find yourself
That
studying
last
something
one's
where you
pretty
need to
cute.
memorize a bunch of items, try to visualize those items interacting
Oh,
in
it's
some
from a
way,
shop
and it
called
should be much easier
Moifig?
to remember them.
I guess if I was to go to like a specialist shop, then these would probably turn up
In
everywhere.
the 1960s, the Stanford psychologist Walter Mischel presented a child with a
Yeah, that's the problem.
and
If
then
I really
said,
want to get a
"I'm
good
going out of the
one,
room for a while.
for right now
You
I
can
just
eat
need
the
to.
marshmallow
Okay,
after I leave. But if you wait and don't eat it until I get back,
so I'll
give
keep
you
that in
another
mind.
marshmallow." And then he left. Then the child observed through a two-way
I can
mirror,
definitely find
begins
them if
the
I go to my way to
excruciating
find it. So
challenge
for
of
right
holding out
now,
for 15 long minutes until Walter
I
returns.
just need to find.
After studying hundreds of 3 to 6-year-olds in this situation,
Something
Michelle saw
like
a lot of
these, I
variability.
think.
About a third of them lasted
There's the
a
one
full
that almost
15
looked like
minutes,
cowboy
and the
masks,
rest
but
ate
I'm
the
also
marshmallow
like,
at loads of different times,
eh,
averaging a
leave
delay
it
of
too
about 11
much.
minutes. The kids tried to incorporate strategies to get through it. Some kids closed their eyes, hid the marshmallow, or sang to distract themselves. Others grimaced or sat on their hands. Some even sniffed the marshmallow, pinched off an infinitely tiny piece to eat, held it, kissed it, or pet it. As you might expect, the
Oh
older
my
kids
God.
lasted quite a bit longer and had better strategies.
I like how
The
they
younger
sell
kids
these in a
described
pack
strategies
3, the ones I'm looking at right now, and then you can buy them in packs of 75 and 75. You want 150 face masks for $1,000, and I'm just like,
right in front of you. But the older kids would distract themselves, thinking
I
about
just-
toys, pets, or their birthday. The eldest kids would adopt a kind of stoicism and thought things like,
This isn't about marshmallows. This is about the kind of person I am.
Then, Michelle tracked these kids afterwards, seeing if their performance on the marshmallow test would predict anything about the adults they would become. The 5-year-olds that succeeded averaged higher SAT scores compared to those who couldn't wait, had more social success, and were less aggressive.
oh,
In a moment, I'll briefly
I see
show
what's
you
going
an
on.
image, followed by a very similar image, but with a small
These
difference.
ones
Your
are
job is to figure out what changed between each image.
cut to follow the natural curvature of the face.
There's a good chance you missed it. Pay attention to the man on the far left and the pants he's wearing.
Huh?
That time you
Okay.
probably got it. In 1997, Ronald Relsink and his colleagues did a similar experiment on a number of
Marshmallow?
subjects, and it turns out that people
You
need
mean
to
the
watch the
food,
sequence
or
many times before they can detect
what do you
the
mean
change.
specifically
This
about
phenomenon is called
marshmallows?
change blindness. There's also a very startling example of this phenomenon from a show called Mind Control. They had people approach
Change
strangers
blindness
and
is
ask for
why I suck
directions.
at like
Then, they had someone pass between them
observation
carrying a large
duty.
painting. During this brief moment, they swapped out the person asking for directions with someone else. The people often went along with the situation despite talking to a
Oh, the
completely
problem with
different
those
person.
one is
In this example,
because
the person even swapped genders.
that's hilarious. I'd be
Visual
so
perception
focused
is
on the
pretty
photo
weird.
going
Take a look
by.
at these scenes. All of these blobs are completely identical, but in
In a
each scene,
previous
we
part of the
interpret it
video
as a different
content?
object. Here, it looks like objects on
Oh,
the table.
I
Here,
missed it then.
It looks like a cell phone. Here, it
I've
looks
been
like
looking
a
at
car
like a
and
couple of
person
masks
crossing
and
the street.
stuff.
And here, it looks like a shoe.
I'm
on
trying to
person
find like a
bending
black
down.
half
We
mask
perceive these blobs as different
for when we
objects
do the
because of our
cosplay, because
knowledge
I'm
of the
I'm
types of
gonna have to
objects
have
that
my
are likely to be
glasses.
found in different types of scenes, which is an example of top-down processing. We use our higher-level understanding of context to perceive the objects in the scene.
Okay, I think I found the ones that are just gonna work for now. I can always get like a better one, especially with
You're
the
in a
different
room
stuff
with
on
a
the
corkboard
front.
mounted on a wall, and you're given the following materials:
Wait,
a
how?
candle, a matchbox, and
Oh,
some
one day
tacks.
delivery
Your goal is
because
to mount the candle
it's
on the
literally 3 in the
corkboard
morning.
such that it can burn without wax dripping on the floor. You can pause the video here to think about how you might solve this. In 1945,
Oh.
Carl Dunker presented participants with this problem. Some people tried to melt the candle a bit to stick it to the wall with wax. Some others tried to use tacks to attach it to the board. Neither of these methods were effective. Here's the solution. Notice that the box containing the matches can be used as a support rather than a
There's
container.
actually 2
You
things I
can
need to
use
look
the
up real
tacks to
quickly.
attach the box to the corkboard and simply place the candle on top. Interestingly, participants who were given loose matches in an empty matchbox
Cool, the
were
coffee that I
twice
bought
as likely
stuff.
to arrive at the solution. So
Or
what's going on
someone
here?
was like-
The people who couldn't find the solution were seeing the box as a container rather than a potential support. This is an instance of functional fixedness. the
Amazon,
tendency
those things
to
are
focus on
getting
a familiar function
so
or use of
sporadically
an
now.
object. We all have a preconceived notion for what a box is. That is, to contain things. You
Those
have to
ones
think
don't even
creatively,
exist anymore.
or outside the box, if you will, to realize the alternative use for it.
Mask.
Do we always base our opinions on the best available evidence? Well, not really. In 2010, the researchers Nyhan and Reifler studied how people's viewpoints are affected by conflicting information. They used a real news story from 2003, the misconception that Iraq secretly possessed weapons of mass destruction, which was an idea pushed by the
What?
Bush administration to justify the invasion of Iraq. Participants were first given a fake news story
Oh my god,
suggesting that there were
I don't have the
WMDs in
video
Iraq.
pulled up right now,
One
and he
group of
kept saying Iraq,
participants were
Iraq, and I'm
then
just
provided
like,
with a correction,
a
stating that actually
literal
there were no
rock?
such weapons found.
What?
Finally, all
That
the
makes no-
participants were
no,
asked
you
to what extent
dumbass.
they agreed with the statement.
Iraq.
Immediately before the U.S. invasion, Iraq had an active WMD program, the ability to produce
Wait.
these weapons, and large
How do you
stockpiles
spell
of
Iraq?
WMDs. But Saddam Hussein was able to hide or destroy these
My
weapons
brain feels
right
sm-
before
oh.
U.S. forces arrived. The results were pretty wild. Among the participants who
Isn't that
self-identified as liberal, those who received the correction were more likely to
a
disagree with the
distilled
statement than those who didn't receive the
Levantine
correction. So for
spirit?
these folks, the correction effectively
Hold
reduced
on.
their misconception. But for moderate liberals and centrists,
I'll
the
reset my
correction had no
microphone in
effect.
just a second.
Those who received the correction believed the misconception just as much. And most interestingly, the moderate to extreme conservatives
Oh
were
god,
actually
I can go
more
back to
likely
talking like a
believe the
normal person
misconception after being told that the information was false. All of
Iraq?
this suggests that people's support for a particular
Okay, that's
viewpoint
yeah.
can actually
That's why I was
strengthen when they're
confused.
presented with corrective facts
He was
opposing their
pronouncing it in a
This is known as the
like an-
backfire effect. This
in
might explain
a
why
way that
conversations between
we
people
say
with extremely
Iraq,
different views
not
can feel
Iraq.
counterproductive, since with
That's what
each new
threw me
fact or
off.
argument proposed by one side, the other
Iraq
often
is
clings
actually
even
a
closer to
distilled
their previous
Levantine
beliefs.
spirit of the anise drinks family, translucent and unsweetened.
I've lumped a few different studies into this one, since they're all pretty related, and were done
Near
by Amos
East.
Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. You may remember Daniel Kahneman from such books as the one with the pencil on it that's at every bookstore. In the first experiment, they asked participants
So,
this
let's
question.
see.
We randomly pick one male from the population of the United States. That male, Robert, wears glasses, speaks quietly, and reads a lot. Is it more likely that Robert is a librarian or a farmer? Most people will guess that Robert is a librarian. Apparently, the description of a glasses-wearing, soft-spoken reader matches with people's image of a typical librarian. But the participants were ignoring another important piece of information. In 1972, when this experiment was carried out, there were far more male farmers than male librarians in the United States. So if Robert was randomly chosen from the population, it's much more likely that he was a farmer. This piece of information is known as the base rate. In 1983, they asked participants another question. Linda is 31 years old, single, outspoken, and very bright. She majored in philosophy. As a student, she was deeply concerned with issues of discrimination and social justice, and she also participated in anti-nuclear demonstrations. Which of the following alternatives is more probable? 1. Linda is a bank
much as
teller.
I'd rather
Or
not
2.
buy more of
Linda is a bank
these.
teller and is active in the feminist movement.
White,
The correct
heather
answer to
gray,
this problem
black,
is that statement 1 has a
white,
greater probability of being true,
heather
but
gray.
85% of participants picked statement 2. It's easy to see why this happened, because the description of Linda fits people's idea of a typical feminist. But the probability of the conjunction of two events, A and B, cannot be higher than the probability of the single constituents, A alone or B alone. Stating that Linda is a bank teller includes the possibility that she is a feminist bank teller, so statement 1 is
6
always more likely.
ballots for
Okay, last one.
14.30.
Another interesting study from Kahneman and Tversky famously showed how using slightly different language can dramatically change decision making. Subjects are deciding whether to administer a hypothetical drug. If they're told, this drug has a 95% survival rate, people, including doctors, are more likely to approve it than when told,
Last time I
this
was
drug has a 5% death rate.
7:53. Would arrive tomorrow.
In 1974, Loftus and Stephen Palmer showed people a film of a car crash and then asked them one of two questions. 1. How fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? Or 2. How fast were the cars going when they hit each other? Even though everyone watched the same video, the average speed estimate for people who heard hit was only 34 miles per hour, but the people who heard smashed estimated 41 miles per hour. Even more interesting was a follow-up question they asked 1
I
week
don't need
later.
these right away.
They asked them, did you see any broken glass? Even though there
I
was
will
no
add
broken
these to a
glass in the
wish list, though.
film, 32% of participants who heard smashed reported seeing broken glass, but only 14% of the participants who heard hit reported seeing broken glass. This study demonstrates the misinformation effect. Misleading information presented after a person witnesses an event can change how the person describes that event later.
This
So, yeah,
happens all the
eyewitness
time in the
testimony
real
should really
world.
not hold much weight in court.
That one's actually a pretty funny one.
You are not immune to propaganda. Nobody thinks that they're easily swayed by advertising. Just because I saw an ad for Gain detergent while scrolling Instagram doesn't mean I'm any more likely to actually buy it, right? I have free will, and these silly marketing tactics won't change my behavior. But keep in mind, advertising is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so it must be doing something. In 1994,
Maybe it's
TJ
trying to get you
Perfect
to buy
and See
green
Askew
things?
asked participants to scan articles in a magazine. Each page had an advertisement on it, but participants were told to ignore them. Later, they were asked to rate a number of advertisements on various dimensions, such as how appealing, eye-catching, distinctive, and memorable they were. They ended up giving higher ratings to the ones they had been exposed to compared to advertisements they had never seen. But it gets weirder. When participants were asked to indicate which advertisements they had been shown at the beginning, they recognized on average 2.8 out of the original 25 advertisements. This study shows evidence for the propaganda effect, the idea that people are more likely to rate statements they've read or heard before as being true, just because they've been exposed to them before. This effect can even occur when the person is told that the statements are false when they first read or hear them.
That one confused the fuck out of me.
This is the 9-dot problem. If you can solve this, that means your IQ is at least 474, genius level, which is
I
equivalent
don't get
to
it.
none
What's
other
the
than Albert
problem?
Einstein. Okay, not really. But here's the problem. Draw 4 straight lines that pass through all 9 dots.
4 straight lines that pass through all 9 dots. So I'm assuming it means no diagonals. But like, whether it's horizontal or vertical, technically you only need 3. But they can't be yeah, curve obviously no. So if we include diagonals, like, why do you need 4? Is it the way that they need to be connected to consist? Because, like, obviously if you put 3 lines directly down in each one, you can strike all 9 dots in 3. But if the problem is, how do you do 4 straight lines, and it wants you specifically to do 4, I'm gonna guess is it saying to do it without duplicated lines? Because the weird way to do this, if you just want 4 specific lines, is 2 diagonals, 1 point and center down, 1 point and center right. And I'm like, okay, but am I missing the point? There was not a requirement that they all need to be passing dots. So if it means to pass through the dot directly, then yeah, with 4 you can just go left down, 2 diagonals, left, down. If it wants to go through them, obviously there's, you know, space for 4 lines. I think it's an overthinking example.
Without lifting your pen from the paper.
You know, finishing the fucking explanation would be the big brain move here. I might, Hold on. Hey, Miss Pink, come here. Okay. Because the thing is, I didn't want to hear the answer. I wanted a chance to think about it. So I paused it prematurely, and that immediately, was... Hold on. Let me try something. Wait, why is MS Paint not showing up? Wait, MS Paint's not a valid thing? For... my brain. Hold on, just give me Paint Online. JS Paint, whatever, just give me something. Oh my fucking god. It literally just hit me with fucking... what? It literally looks like Win95 Paint. It's got the little things in the box as well. Oh my god, this is so nostalgic. I know the full thing's not showing on the screen, forgive me. I will link it so you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't feel like messing with whatever it's called. Okay, so let's take a look at this. And the funny thing is I remember what all these are, so... So, the problem is... I know, these are going to be extra shitty, don't worry about it. Actually, I have a better idea. So we have 9 dots. We must draw 4 straight lines. They must be straight. And they cannot end. So we can do diagonal. Pick another point. Wait. Then the answer's still easy. Right? I forget that that was even a thing in it, but yeah, but like, is this solution not just like literally going down, coming back up, going up, over to the right, and then... Is that not it? What if we do this without diagonals? Yeah, because it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. But the thing is, you would make the first one. You can turn around. There's so many ways you could do this in 4 lines without ever lifting the pencil. But I imagine every time you turn outside of the thing, maybe that one counts. You can't lift it? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like literally. That's why I'm wondering, do the lines only, like, must it stay, like... Okay, let's... I know I'm being a smartass. Let's try to make this as limiting as possible. So let's go with the interpretation that we must start within it and never leave one of the circles. So starting with the edge would probably be the least advantageous. Because at best, you'll always end up missing one. So if an edge is not the start, what if you started in the center? That'd be even worse. Starting point blank in the center, though, you'd be short 2 as well. I believe solution is that those are not points. What do you mean they're not points? What? So you can angle long lines in between them? Was my lines not showing up enough? This way you can do long line and do that in 3? I mean, what you're suggesting is doing this. But like, once again, that's leaving the paper and drawing lines that are outside of the thing. 3 deg angle over a long space. What? I mean, what I was saying is, I've already answered the question if we're going outside the paper. That's what I was trying to say for the question's sake. Supposedly, we weren't allowed to start or draw or do anything outside, and our points must reside within the thing. I'm opposing additional constraints, because I don't necessarily know all the constraints, so I'm just like, okay, let's propose potential other constraints. Like, I think I'm overcomplicating it after finding the simple solution. But it's always because I like to suggest other possibilities, I guess. Like, there's multiple ways to start this, but let's look at the video. Let's look at the video. Maybe there's more rules. So I've either already solved this or there's more constraints. These are why I like these problems. I can break them or I can build in them. And I'm always good about thinking outside the box.
Or retracing the line. If you want to give it a shot, pause the video now and grab a piece of paper or open MS Paint. If you want to give it a shot, without lifting your pen from the paper or retracing the line.
Okay, that's another thing I didn't think about, but like I already assumed that wasn't a thing.
Now and grab a piece of paper or open MS Paint.
Sounds like you might enjoy Professor Layton puzzle then. I'll keep that one in mind.
If you manage to solve this problem without Google, you're in the minority, because most people can't find the solution. Most people...
Okay, so you can draw outside the thing. So we technically already solved it. He just made it look fancier.
Perceive the 9 dots as a square and don't consider the option of
Yeah,
extending
see, that's what I was saying. I was considering that, okay, we solved it. What if we can only stay within the constraints? The entire thought process behind this was who thinks outside of the box, who thinks outside of the paper. And that's immediately where I started. And what he's saying is that's a minority.
Lines outside the square. This problem is literally where the phrase "think outside the box"
Oh
comes
my
from.
god! Guys, look, I'm a fucking genius. I've never heard of that problem before. And my first thought when he gave the question was outside the box. I was already thinking outside the box. That's fucking hilarious. Zank, he had perfect lines because it was a computer program doing it. I was doing everything freehand. I'm sorry, I'm not a computer. I'm not using perfect min-maxi with the control shift line go. I'm being silly, sorry. I like to tease, but you know. I mean, I could have made them prettier. I could have. But I didn't bother to. Like, there was no point.
This is the story of how a Stanford
Like, if you want me to, there's no point in doing this again, but like all I was doing, like when I was doing the whatchamacallit, instead of doing a circle, I just had to do. I don't even remember what the setting was. You can't clip it now? What do you mean? You'd have to go back into the VOD and do it? But yeah, so basically when I first explained it, once again, you can start with a diagonal if you want to. But it's, that's just doing it in reverse. But basically, you can think that there's a hypothetical fourth point out there. And then you just go through like this one. Like, there's multiple ways to solve this, by the way. Is it lagging or something? Like, this is why it got confusing. Because I didn't finish it the way he finished it. He did he started with in or something. Like, what did he do again? I don't remember his solution. Like, I think he started with, because he had an end going this way. I'm trying, what was his? I like how I can solve this, but I can't figure out how he started his solution. Zank, come on. Anybody knows. Anybody knows. Like, yes. Okay, fine. For Zank's sake, I'll use the tool to illustrate my example. I ended up solving it the other way this time, but I can make them if I use a tool. I was saying I was doing it freehand. Obviously, they're not going to be straight. Of course, they're going to be bendy, because I was like explaining the logic and stuff like that. I'm sorry. I'll be honest. Yes, sometimes I can be a genius, but I suck at explaining it. I can't. Like, my brain processes it beyond my ability to explain.
The entire field of psychiatry.
The
psychologist in
sucks.
question, David Rosenhan,
Because I can
had
feel so
himself
smart,
and
but I
8
can't
other mentally
explain
healthy people
why that
pretend to be
is the
mentally
people.
ill to admit themselves
Oh, wait.
into different psych-
Professor Layton puzzle. Let me see, what is that? List of puzzles in Professor Layton and the Curious Village. What? Is this not a thought experiment? What's Layton? Professor Layton is a puzzle adventure game series and transmedia franchise developed by Level 5. The property consists primarily of 7 main video games, mobile spin-off and They're coming out with another game in 2025, but the last one was in 17. They had a crossover with Phoenix Wright. So basically, it's a Phoenix Wright light kind of game. Huh.
Psychiatric hospitals around the west coast of the United States. They pretended
But
to
basically,
experience
yes, I know
auditory
my lines were
hallucinations,
squiggly,
telling
but that's
staff that
because
they
I
were
was
hearing
freehanding
voices.
everything.
All 9 of them were admitted.
So I guess the way to explain it is I didn't bother to make my exits clean. I skipped it because it was irrelevant to the point. The main... Okay, so to make it even simpler as to why I broke it down so quickly, the neatness of the answer was irrelevant when all you needed to demonstrate was that you had a line going diagonal after the initial diagonal.
And diagnosed with
I don't know how
psychiatric
to explain the way I think
Once they were
sometimes,
in,
I'm
they
sorry.
immediately dropped
If
the
you
act,
ever ask me a
returning to
weird
normal,
question, I
and
come
telling
up with
the
an
staff
answer
they
and I
weren't
can't
hearing any
explain why that
voices.
is. That's
After
probably
acting well,
why.
it took an average of 19 days before staff would release them, and they were forced to admit that they were mentally ill and had to agree to take antipsychotics. After
What?
this scandal came to light, a major hospital decided to give Rosenhan a challenge. They asked him to
They
send
give her the
fake
hydrate
patients to their
bowl, lad. How are
facility
you
and claimed
doing?
that their staff would be able
Surely
to
you're
figure
doing
out
better
which
by now,
patients were
right?
real
Are you
and
still
which were fake.
recovering? You doing
Rosenhan
okay?
accepted the challenge.
Thank you for the head
In the next
pats.
few
Thank
weeks,
you for the water as well.
identified 41 out of 193 patients as potential fakers.
Thank you
As
for
it turns
H2O.
out, Rosenhan didn't send any fake patients to the hospital. Everyone they suspected to be fakers were
Yay!
actually
I'm
mentally
glad to
ill.
hear.
All of this
Thank
wasn't just
God.
for the meme. This radical experiment exposed how psychiatric patients are often dehumanized and disempowered after being labeled mentally ill. There have been some hilarious studies on male behavior when women are present. Broadly speaking, when a man is around a woman, he tends to take more risks. One study looked at everyday situations, like crossing a busy road. Single heterosexual
never had
males,
that issue.
when there's a female around, are more likely to cross a busy road when it's risky to do so, which supports the idea that
Like-
risk-taking is a form of showing off. This study was done in a
Okay.
control situation.
I
where
guess that
subjects were in
explained
the
it.
presence of another
Like, I'm
man.
not into
And as
men,
it
but I'm
turns
not
out,
exactly
later studies showed that the
heterosexual.
presence of men had no such effects on the behavior of women.
Getting out of bounds with
Sex differences have
the
always been a
new
hot
Totally
topic
Fair
in
and Balanced
psychology.
skimmer.
Is the male brain and the
Hoverboard
female
that
brain
does sick
different
tricks in
certain
Destiny
fundamental
2?
ways? For a while, there was
Oh,
a persistent myth
that sounds
girls are
cool.
worse at math
I wonder
than
if
boys.
Yocho knows
The
anything
differences are
about
pretty
that.
minor when you consider the average scores, but when you look at the overachievers on
Here's
the
one
upper
I remember
extreme,
from the
there's a
first
pretty big
game.
difference. In
Hold on.
1983, for
There is a germ in a jar, and it splits into 2 every minute. And it takes 60 minutes for the jar to be fully filled. Now the puzzle is, how long will it take for 2 germs to fill the jar? My first thought would be half the time, right? But that's the problem, because there are other problems worded that way that would make us want to answer that immediately. In other words, that problem demonstrates our ability to... I know, I'm explaining the thought process, like, literally right now. Why we do that is because the second we introduce that there are 2 doing it at the same time, our first instinct is to be like, well, it's just twice as much. But the thing says it happens every 2 minutes, not that the process is 58 minutes. Hold on. Let me think about it this first. Hold on. Every 2 minutes, a germ will split. If you start with 2, that means, yeah, you only start with 2 minutes leeway. It'd be 58 minutes. Because you're saving yourself 2 minutes by having 1 extra germ. That's the right answer, right? But it's a good demonstration. It's a very good demonstration of something the brain does with similar situations. 59? I'm dyslexic. I saw the thing as every 2 minutes instead of 2 every minute. I read it back. God damn it! I was
Every girl
basically
scoring
right
the
in how
highest
to solve the
percentile on the
problem,
SAT. There
but
were
I was
11
wrong
boys.
because I
But why the
read
difference?
my dyslexia
one
read it
suggestion was that
backwards,
testosterone
and
might
it
be
did
the
1
factor
per
at
2
play.
instead of 2
During
per
development,
1.
testosterone
I'm
might
so
fuel
mad.
the growth of some kind of brain region that's involved in mathematical thinking. So males
No,
with
no,
more
no. My
testosterone
brain
may be
read
better
it
at
wrong.
math. It's just simple biology.
I
they
think you
say.
said it
But in
fine. It says
2008, there
splits
was an
into
interesting
2
paper published in
every
Science
minute.
that examined
And that
the
is
relationship
correct.
between math scores
You
and
are
sexual equality
100%
in 40 countries
fine.
based on economical,
All I did
educational, and
was
political
I
measures of
did a
gender equality.
dyslexia
The
move.
worst was Turkey. The U.S. was somewhere in the middle, and naturally, the Scandinavians
Do you have
were the
another one,
best.
maybe?
As it turns out, more gender-equal countries have less of a discrepancy.
That's
in
so
math
funny,
scores.
but like
For
I
the
said, yeah.
Scandinavian countries, it became statistically insignificant. And when you look at
You
Iceland,
figured you
the most
struggle with the same
gender-equal
thing from
country on
time to
Earth,
time?
girls are actually
It's surprising
better at
how
math than boys.
often like acute
Another fun fact
dyslexia
has to
turns
do with
up
the
but
other
is never
persistent sex
diagnosed.
difference in cognition.
And it's
The
not really
idea that
anything that
girls
can
have
be
better
done.
reading performance than
It's just
boys.
one of those things you have
Funnily
to be
enough,
aware
this
of.
difference does not disappear in more gender equal
Some
countries.
brains are just like it's because of like our ancestors' DNA. It's the same reason why whatchamacallit. Oh, we're going down another layer? Yay.
If monkeys see,
That
does
neuron
monkey do?
activate, it's where it
In
comes
1961,
from!
Albert Bandura wanted to answer that question. He selected children aged 3 to 6 from the Stanford Nursery School and split them up into 3
Neuron
groups.
activation.
Each group was shown a film of someone interacting with a Bobo doll. The first group watched a person hitting the doll, throwing it in
Oh,
the
I
air,
remember
kicking
this
it, and
one.
beating it. The second group watched a person loving and hugging the doll. Group 3 was a control group, and the person only interacted with the other toys.
That'd be
After each
awesome.
group of
I
kids
would
watched
love
the
games
films,
like that
they
that
were
give
put in
you
a room
constant
with the
problems
Bobo
like
doll and
that.
some other toys. Kids in the first group were pretty aggressive towards Bobo. The group 2 kids were much more careful towards the doll, and seemed to enjoy playing with it. The control group basically treated it the same as the other toys. So what does this tell us? An important part of human behavior, particularly for children, is observation and imitation. When we
Monkey
find
see,
ourselves in
monkey
social
do.
situations, we tend to mirror the people we're with, adopting similar attitudes, emotional reactions, and behaviors. After all, we're basically just sophisticated apes. Monkey see, monkey do.
Hey, I said.
Whoa,
Oh, I
boy.
love
If you're not familiar
psychology.
with this one already, you're in for a wild ride. MK Ultra is one of those things that sounds like a wacky conspiracy theory, but actually happened for real. MK Ultra was an illegal series of experiments.
Honestly,
conducted by
given
the
that a lot
CIA
of the
from
psychology stuff
1953
can come up
through to
once in like
1973,
here and there
using
again,
US and
there's a
Canadian
chance that I've
citizens
already
as
seen
ignorant
the
test
four
subjects.
square
The
or the
participants
4-line
endured
question
things like
before,
electroshocks,
and just didn't
hypnosis,
remember that
sensory
I did.
deprivation, isolation, torture, verbal and sexual abuse, and were secretly dosed with large quantities
Because
of
it would be
psychoactive
pretty rare
drugs
for somebody
like
to instantly start thinking outside the box.
alcohol,
I don't think I'm that
and
smart.
morphine. Alec was clearly the
But I did
CIA's
get the
drug of
answer
choice,
pretty
though,
smart
with many
regardless.
of the experiments involving this particular drug. The end goal of all of this was to figure out if one could brainwash and torture people to weaken their mental state, making them vulnerable to interrogation and forcing out confessions. Essentially, they were trying to find a truth drug to interrogate Soviet
Oh,
spies
this
during
was
the Cold War,
this was
and
talked about in
possibly
the other
mind control
iceberg,
people
wasn't it?
in a kind of Manchurian candidate scenario. This was at a time where there was a lot of paranoia among American intelligence communities, with the Cold War and the fear of communism at its height. During this program, the CIA
Why
apparently
though?
considered
That's the
buying
one thing I
10
never
kilograms of
understood.
LSD, which is
Why
about
was it a
100 million
fear of
doses, with the
communism?
goal of controlling the
Why are they
supply and
so
making sure that other countries
afraid
had no access
of a
to it.
concept?
A lot of the early experiments involved using LSD to dose prisoners, drug
Communism,
addicts, sex workers, and
socialism,
people with mental illness. People who
capitalism,
cannot
they
fight
all
back,
have their
as
pros
one of
and
the officers
cons.
described it. As the
Why were
program
they
continued,
so,
they dosed
like,
CIA employees,
treating
doctors,
communism
government
like
agents,
the
and
devil?
ordinary citizens, rarely with any informed consent.
I'm not saying
from the
communism
subjects.
good,
Some of the
but I'm like
experiments involved placing a subject in a room with a one-way
the
mirror,
sense of
with a
fear,
camera
the
recording
aspect
session.
of fear
The
is like,
subjects were dosed with high
why?
quantities of LSD
Why
and
are people
interrogated
so
under bright lights,
frightened
with
by a
doctors taking
concept?
notes. A lot of these people went on to develop mental
You
health
don't
issues
have
as a
to
consequence
adopt
of
it
these
and endorse it.
traumatizing experiences.
Why can't you
But some
just
of the
let it be
subjects
its own thing
participated
elsewhere, though?
consensually and were often given particularly extreme
Not that good
doses.
at math?
One group of people from Kentucky, for
Puzzle
instance,
within 30
was
minutes?
dosed with LSD for 77 days in a
Oh,
row.
no, no, I was
Ken
talking about
Kesey,
the
author of
box
One
thing,
Flew
the
Over
4-1.
Cuckoo's Nest, and friend of Ram Dass and
Like,
Allen
my
Ginsberg,
first answer would have been
volunteered to work on
30,
some of these
and then I would have
experiments,
caught
studying drugs
myself,
like
because I always double
Although
guess.
he was unaware that this was a
It's
CIA-funded study. This
hegemony
program
in
didn't last forever,
practice.
though. Eventually, the MK
horizontal
Ultra
shift
researchers started to
of a
dismiss
function.
since the results were way too
Wait,
unpredictable.
what is head?
And in 1973, Watergate happened, which made intelligence agencies pretty
Politicization of.
paranoid. The director of the CIA, Richard
They were
Helms,
basically
ordered that all files
weaponizing its
related to MK
description,
Ultra ought to
though.
be destroyed. After a New York
And
Times
basically, if
article by
anybody
Seymour
was like,
Hersh
the way I see it is
dropped,
like,
which
oh,
alleged
you
that the
think
CIA
communism's
was doing
good?
some
Let's go
spooky
kill you.
stuff like
Is like
experimenting
the
on
way that I
citizens.
think
A
like
committee
the
formed and
like a lot of
investigated,
people treat
eventually revealing
communism,
this information to the
socialism,
public.
and anything
Gerald
else.
Ford, the president at the time, ultimately issued an executive
The weird
order
thing
to
is a lot
prohibit
of like
non-consensual
communistic
drug
behavior and
experimentation on
socialistic
human
behavior
subjects
has
by
kind of bled
intelligence
into the
agencies.
U.S.
Later on,
government,
these limitations
but
were
they won't let
extended,
you
and
call them
now
out
any
on
kind
it.
of human experimentation is
They'll use the
prohibited.
democracy, what is it called, the Declaration of
John
Independence or
Watson was a
whatever,
grad
to
student at
kind
the
of like
University of Chicago, and was
label
among
you
a
as
group of
a
people becoming increasingly
threat
dissatisfied
or
with the dominant
treason,
method
so
of
they can
psychology at the time,
defend their
analytic
own,
introspection. This approach produced
you know,
wildly varying results
stuff.
from person to person, and the results were difficult to verify because they were interpreted subjectively
Marxism.
as invisible inner mental processes. Watson wanted psychology
The video
to be
I
more
sent you
objective and experimental,
that
looking
you
specifically at
said you were
prediction and
interested.
control of
Oh, I forgot to
externally
watch
observable
that. I
behavior,
really need
rather
to
than
watch
just
that at some
interpreting
point.
conscious states subjectively.
Maybe because
This new
communism
paradigm
proved
that
to be
Watson
mostly
founded
human
became
hating
known as
dictators.
behaviorism. Fast
But
forward
oh,
to
what do I know?
1920. Watson
Not
is
like
now a
a,
professor at Johns
do you
Hopkins,
actually
and he
live
conducts
over
his
there?
most famous
Like I said,
experiment
I'm not saying
inspired
it's
by
bad or
Pavlov's
good,
dog, Little
but
Albert.
like,
The goal of this
all I
experiment
know
was
right
to
now is
condition
like
a phobia
democracy
in a
and stuff
small
like that.
child.
I can look
The
at things
subject
in
was
theory, but
Albert,
I've never
a
been part of
9-month-old
a
boy.
like a
Initially,
society under
Albert was
different
very
law
fond
and
of rats and other
like
furry things,
behavior.
but the
So
researchers would subject him to a loud noise every time a rat came into
I guess
close
you could say
proximity with him.
I'm like
They
being
would strike
super
a suspended
holistic and
steel
seeing
bar with
like
a hammer every time
why be
Albert touched
afraid
the
of
rat.
words? Why be
Unsurprisingly,
afraid of
this
like
would always cause Albert to start
like
crying. Eventually, after a few pairings of the noise
I
with
can't
the
see the
stimulus,
smaller picture
Albert
in this
became
case, I
distressed
guess.
and started crying and crawling away as fast
Professor
as possible when
Layton
the
is
rat approached
actually
him,
a series
even
of
when the noise
games
was not
I
present.
plan to
In
do
later
a stream.
experiments,
I would love
Albert
to see that.
generalized
That'd
this
be awesome,
association
yeah.
to other furry objects,
Puzzle games
like
need
a
a lot of
rabbit,
love.
a dog,
I need to get back
and
to
even
the
a
other
Santa
one.
Claus mask.
The Phoenix
This
Wright that we
experiment
were
was
playing
meant
at
to
some point.
demonstrate the process of classical conditioning, pairing one stimulus, like the loud noise, with another previously neutral stimulus, like the rat, which causes changes to the response.
Wasn't
to
this the
neutral
Bell
stimulus.
experiment with the
Nowadays,
dog
an
and
experiment
something,
like
but
this
like
would
they're doing it
obviously
on
be seen as
humans?
unethical. Watson essentially tortured this small child in order to demonstrate classical conditioning, something that was already demonstrated by Pavlov's dog. This
Yeah,
experiment is also
Pavlov.
pretty weak by modern standards, since there was only a single subject and no control subjects. In 1961,
Milgram.
Adolf Eichmann, a high-ranking member of the Nazi Party and one of the major organizers of the Holocaust, was being tried in Jerusalem for war crimes. At Yale University, Stanley Milgram was witnessing this highly
There's even
publicized
a
trial and became curious about the
iceberg on
psychology behind those
linguistics.
kinds of atrocities and how
I'll be
humans could
honest,
be capable
I
of
don't know what
something
that
so horrible.
means.
Were
I
Nazis
always
just
forget what
following
linguistics
orders, or was
means.
there something deeply unethical at their core?
You can tell me what it is and I'll forget about it
Sort of
tomorrow.
past, absolutely. But, you know, everybody deserves a second chance.
Yeah, he was just following orders. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Let's not try and justify why a man would join the Nazis
right.
and
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
because that's going to
The
get us too
study
far
of
away from
human
the point that
language.
we're trying to make.
Milgram set up a
Huh.
study. Advertisements were sent out for a, quote, study on memory, paying $4 for 1 hour. The subject arrives at the
I need to
session
mark off
along
the
with
$1
another
pizza
volunteer.
already.
Unbeknownst to him, the volunteer is actually an actor. They're told that they're
Let's
taking
see, so
part
we got
in a
like 12
scientific
hours.
study on memory to explore how punishment can affect memorization skills. They're told that regardless of how the experiment goes down,
And 20
they'll be compensated with the
spins.
$4. They draw slips of paper to determine their roles.
And
but
about
both papers say
200
teacher, so the actual
squats.
subject will always be assigned that role. The actor claims that his paper says learner. The subject enters a room with a control board, with the actor in an
I
adjacent
need to do
room
some more
strapped
squats
to an
today.
electric chair. The researcher, dressed in a lab coat to appear more professional and authoritative,
My
provides
sibling
the
majored in
participant
that
with a
in
list of
math.
word pairs to teach
Oh,
the
cool.
actor. The test subject reads the word pairs out loud, and then reads the first word of each pair, followed by 4 possible answers. The actor presses a button to give his response, like a multiple choice question. If the answer is incorrect, the researcher instructs the subject to administer an electric shock, with the voltage increasing in 15 volts for each wrong answer. The shock controls were labeled from slight shock to danger, severe shock. As the voltage increased, the actor would start to scream, plead for them to stop, and bang on the wall separating them.
Experiment. That's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please.
Oh.
In reality, the actor
Nobody
is not
was getting
at
shocked,
all,
huh?
and is just pretending to give the subject the impression that they're in pain. If the participant ever wants to stop the
They're not
experiment,
studying the
researcher
other
will respond with
person. They're
phrases
studying the
like, "Please
person
continue,"
flipping the
or,
switches.
"The experiment requires that you continue."
This
Out of
was
the
a good
40
one.
participants in this study, 26 of them ended up administering
Communism
the highest
is a
level of
transition
thought, and
state
all
to
of them administered
socialism,
at least 300
which is
volts.
good. I think
Unsurprisingly,
everybody
this made
can
the
agree a
subjects
world with
extremely
total
uncomfortable.
equality
They would
is a
start
good
sweating,
thing,
trembling,
unless you're a rich
groaning,
corporal, that
and some
is.
of them even had fits of laughter.
Sort
All
of did
40
the
of them
same, but
questioned
traded the
experiment
human
at
part
least
for
once,
formal,
but most of them
computer
continued when the
science,
researcher instructed
the
them
study
to.
of formal
This
languages.
experiment obviously has some questionable
Fortunately, like in a
ethics. It's
utopia,
clear that a number of the
we were
subjects
never
suffered
meant.
extreme stress, but shockingly, pun
The
intended,
problem is the
some of
higher
participants
percentage
were
will
surveyed
always want
later,
to be the
and
higher
84% of
percentage.
them said that they were glad or
In
very glad
simplistic
to have
terms,
participated.
people value
The
EPeen
obedience
so
this
much
study
that they don't want other
demonstrates might
people
be
to have
explained by
EPeen
conformity, sort of like
if they
the
already
Solomon
have
Asch
EPeen.
experiments I mentioned earlier.
But there are
Milgram
people that
also
do.
argued that it might be related
And
to
I
a
do
sense
think
of
they stand out.
responsibility.
It's just
If the subject saw himself as just carrying out
human
the
greed
wishes of
can
the
be one hell of a
researcher, they might
drug,
not see themselves as fully
and will
responsible
almost
for their
always be the
actions.
vast
Milgram
majority.
summarized the experiment
They will
saying
definitely
that
not come like
ordinary
take over
people, simply
everybody.
doing their jobs,
There are
and
definitely
without any
generous people
particular
out there and stuff like
hostility on
that.
their part, can become
But once
agents in
again,
a
they
terrible
are,
destructive
you know,
process. Even
they're
when
an
they're asked
unfortunate
to carry out
minority.
actions incompatible with fundamental
There are people
standards
who
of
are like,
morality,
you know,
relatively few people
up
have
there
the
that
resources
things
needed to resist
things do need
authority.
to be more equal. But the other aspect of it is,
These
are they
experiments
actually
always
willing
really
to
bum me
step
out, so get
down
ready for that, I
and
guess.
give up
Harry
everything and
Harlow
kind of
at the University
like
of
the more
Wisconsin
harsh you put
abused a
on
bunch of
them,
rhesus
then you know,
monkeys to examine maternal
there's
affection.
some very
In one
interesting
experiment, he
psychology
raised an infant
behind
monkey without a
how
mother,
do,
but
do
with
the
two
top 1%
surrogates
or
instead.
10%
Both were
actually
made of chicken wire
behave.
tube
How do they
approximating a
behave
torso,
under
with a
other
monkey-ish
scenarios,
plastic head on top.
situations?
One of the surrogates had a bottle of
Socialism
milk
is great
coming
in
out of its
concept,
torso,
but in
and the other had a
execution,
cloth
it
wrapped
doesn't
around
work
it.
out so
The
well.
milk was meant to be the
That's the
calorie
problem.
provider, and the cloth
Implementing
the
it
warmth
is
of the
easy,
mother's fur.
sustaining
The
it is
infant monkey always
difficult.
chose the cloth mom. Harlow wrote, "Men cannot live by milk alone. Love is an
Horrible
emotion
face
that does not
mask,
need to be bottle or
horrible,
spoon-fed."
horrible.
Another depressing Harlow
Most
study
typical
involved
definitions
raising
of
infant monkeys in
socialism
complete
is
isolation, with no
indistinguishable
mother
from
or peers for the
communism.
first months or
They're
even
both
years.
based on
Absolutely no contact with
Marxism,
another living being.
Leninism.
Then he placed them in a social group. Unsurprisingly,
I'll
they
look at
did
that in
not
just a
assimilate
second.
well. Some would sit alone,
I'm
clutching
gonna try to
themselves
step
and
out of
rocking
my
back and
chair,
forth.
try to not
Others
lose
would
my
display
headset.
inappropriate sexual
I'm gonna
behaviors.
try to do a couple
They
more
would do things
squats.
like threaten
Oh
the strong
my
monkeys at the top of the
God.
social hierarchy.
That is
the
so
last Harlow study
cursed.
I'll
What
mention
the
here involved raising rhesus monkeys with chicken wire surrogates again,
Like,
but these ones had
Do
air jets
people
attached
actually
to their
get
torsos.
stuff like that? Do
Every
people
time the
actually
infant
wear
would
stuff
cling to
like
its
that?
mother,
Like the only
they would
people I
get
could think of
blasted with
doing
an
it would probably be like
uncomfortable burst of
trolls or
air.
something like
Now,
that.
a behaviorist
That's
would probably
hilarious.
predict that the monkeys would
That's
run away
actually
in these
hilarious.
situations to avoid the discomfort. But alas, the infant monkeys just clutched harder. As depressing and unethical as these experiments were, unfortunately
Also,
they were
somebody
pretty
just
important.
posted a
Today,
very nice
we take
Maui
for
picture
granted
in
the
a
idea
certain
that babies
Discord.
need love. But in the early 20th century, psychologists actually warned
so
women
interesting to
against
find out
showing
she's
their
actually
children
a
too
cat
much
girl
affection.
instead of a
We
fox
have
girl.
Harlow and these horrible experiments to thank for
Either
challenging
way,
that
she still doesn't
conventional
have a
wisdom.
fluffy tail. Hey Soto, how are you doing?
In October
Yampasu!
1970,
Hoi
a
hoi
young girl
hoi!
hobbled into an LA
How you
welfare
doing?
office.
We're just
She was
watching
about
interesting
13 years
videos
old,
again.
but looked like she was
Taking a
6
little
or
bit of a
7
break. I
and
could
was
switch the
extremely
RCs
skinny.
here in a little
She
bit.
also had a
But
strange
I'm also
way
like
of
need to
holding
use
up her
restroom, but
hands
I also need to
like
get
a
some more
rabbit.
squats.
Her
'Cause,
mother was just looking for an office with services for
we'll
the
be
blind,
taking
but ended
Thursday
up in
off,
the wrong room. But
and
the
then
welfare
Friday
officers
we'll have
were
the
more
big
concerned
finale.
with the little girl.
Probably,
At first,
anyways.
they figured she
And
just
if we
had
are,
autism,
I don't want to
but
get
they
caught
realized
with
that she
extra
couldn't talk,
spins and
could barely chew or swallow,
what is it,
couldn't
squats?
focus her eyes or extend her limbs,
One,
and she weighed only 59 pounds.
2.
To
Are you
protect her
stopping by
identity,
before
people
sleepy?
referred to her as
Alright, have
Jeannie.
you a
Her
wonderful sleep,
unfortunate
sleep.
situation was the
Sweet
result of her horribly
dreams,
abusive father,
nice
who had strapped her in a
rest,
makeshift
quality
straitjacket
energy
tied
and
to a
stuff
chair
like
in a
that.
silent room
That
of
way
the
you have a
house
good
since she was
Thursday.
a toddler. She was
Slightly
forbidden
disagree. I think
from
it goes
crying
hand in
speaking,
hand
or making any
with
sound.
needs-based
If she broke
economy,
these
which
rules,
admittedly
she was
doesn't
beaten
perform
and
well by
growled
the
at
current
like a dog.
economic metrics,
Jeannie's father grew up in
which are
foster
growth-based
homes and worked as a
GDP. Furthermore,
machinist
it
on
doesn't help
aircraft
that the
assembly
U.S.
lines in LA
actually
during and
actively
after
harms
World War
socialist
II.
countries.
He was a control freak who
because
hated
USA.
noise and wanted nothing to do with
Still
children,
learning live
but children
2D?
arrived.
Yay!
His first child
Neko
died as a baby
art-based
after she was
model.
left in a cold garage. His
That's
second died
hilarious.
from birth complications.
You're done grinding
His
Ground Blue
third,
for
a
now.
boy named John,
All your friends are
survived,
offline. I'm tired of
followed
running the
5
new
years
fight
later
with
by
my
Jeannie.
CPUs for now.
In 1958, a drunk driver killed his mother, and he quickly
So was it
spiraled
relatively
into
easy
anger and
content?
paranoia.
Just a
He
small patch
ruthlessly
before
abused
1.2?
Joan and locked Jeannie in her suburban prison, barely able to
3,
move. After authorities tracked him down in 1970 and charged him with
5,
child abuse, he shot himself.
6,
He wrote a note saying, "The world will
7,
never understand." Jeannie was
8,
later moved to a children's hospital in LA and was
9,
treated and studied by a team of
10,
pediatricians, psychologists,
11,
linguists, and other experts
12.
from around the country.
It adds
Despite
in
the
a new
awful
fight and reward
circumstances,
you can
this
get
was a
for it.
unique opportunity
Is
to
it
study brain
just
and
like
speech
normal
development.
content,
Jeannie
high
was
level
able to speak a few
content,
words
limited
like blue,
content?
orange, mother, and go, but mostly stayed
Like,
silent. She shuffled around with a hop
I
and would often
I should just
urinate
look
or
at the patch
defecate when she was
notes.
stressed. Doctors called her the most profoundly
13,
damaged child they had ever seen.
14,
At first, progress was looking good.
15,
she learned to play, chew food,
16,
dress herself, and enjoy listening to music.
17,
She was able to expand her vocabulary
18,
and sketch pictures to communicate what she couldn't with
19,
words. Language
20.
and thought are distinct from each other. For a lot of
Permanent
us,
high
most of
level
our thoughts are
content.
in the form of
Okay, so I
words and
probably wouldn't be able to
language,
get
but
to
for
it
Jeannie,
anyways
her
without
thoughts
grinding
were
for it.
basically nonverbal,
But if it's
but she was
permanent,
still
then I have all the
thinking.
time in the
One of
world
the
to get to the game
researchers
and play it
noted
at my own pace.
she was smart. She could hold a set of pictures
Pretty
so they told a
hard,
story. She could create
but it seems
all
less
sorts of
cheesable than the
complex
existing
structures from
ones.
sticks. She had
But I'll
other
have to
signs
see
of
how much we
intelligence.
can cheese it with
The
the full
lights were
team.
on. Over time, progress
Blender
slowed down.
background.
Jeannie
Oh,
could
that's
still learn new words,
awesome.
but continued to struggle
Anybody
putting them
that
into
can
sentences.
do Blender
This
or
gave
anything is
credence to the
amazing.
view that there is a critical period for language
Yeah.
development, and she missed this window.
21,
Eventually, research funding dried up. and Jeannie was
22,
moved through a series of foster homes and
23,
state institutions with social workers
24,
who banned access from researchers.
25,
Jeannie's progress in language, communication, and caring
26,
for herself quickly reversed and might have
27,
never recovered. Since then, there's
28,
not much known about Jeannie's life.
29,
She's currently about 65 years old.
30,
Jeannie's legacy, although tragic,
31,
was significant. As I mentioned, she provided strong evidence for the critical theory hypothesis. Her exceptional nonverbal skills also
32,
indicated that there's a separation between cognition
33,
and language acquisition, which was a fairly new
34,
concept at the time.
35, 36,
This has been the
37.
Psychological Experiment Iceberg.
Hold
As
on.
always, click the thumb to spread the
38.
algorithm, click the big red
Let me
button
take a
to see
short
more
break.
of my stuff, and thanks for watching.
On average is a funny question because I don't ever count. I never have a set number, and I wouldn't be surprised if I did more than like 10 or 20 if I was even thinking about it. I'll be honest, I don't think I squat enough. I'm kind of out of shape ever since winter hit. I was getting in shape and then I, lost routine. So lately, I think we've been trying to at least push 100 so we don't fall too far behind. But I would say on average, we're getting a little less than 100 a day. But that's also because I forget. So Friday is going to be looking at about 160. I don't hibernate. Here's the thing. I like to exercise downstairs where the treadmill and elliptical and all that stuff is. But the air gets so freaking cold that working out down there will make you sick. At least it does for me. So when it gets too cold and the air's too frigid, it's too much of a risk for me to try to work out down there. So at best, I can just, sit up, push up, squat, plank, maybe lift a couple of weights. But if I get lazy or if I get busy, then I fall out of routine. I found like the best way to stay consistent is by having a daily, not a daily, but like a 2 or 3 week walk or run. And then everything else is like, well, I already did that. I can do this too. But like when I don't do the walk, it's kind of like, I don't really feel like doing anything like that. So for me, it's definitely a glorified ritual. If I can't have my daily walks and stuff like that, then everything else is just like meh. So we don't hibernate, but yeah, it's just the air. You started doing them again. You do 3 to 4 sets of 15. 15 is a good number. If you do like 3 to 4 sets of 15 throughout the day, it's relatively easy to hit. But the mascot ref design commission. So if we hit that, then we'll take the time to properly plan out a mascot for our channel. And like the name that I had is like, I wanted to do the name kind of like based on chat. And it'd be a different way to spell chat. But I'm like, I don't know the specifics on it, but designing him You'd be like a little fluffy fox. Or, you know, have you ever seen like Fubuki's mascot, for example? Basically, it'd just be a big fluffy mascot. It wouldn't be... How do I describe this? Like, there's even a dedicated channel to the mascots. There's actually quite a few. For yeah, even Kurokami's considered a mascot, funny enough. But the OG is definitely Skombu. It's at least for Hololive, their mascots take the place of each individual chatter and whatnot. And for me, mine's not meant to be like their multiples of, although that could be one idea. I was thinking of chat collectively as a whole, where you all kind of like, it's almost like a hive mind, I guess. Well, maybe not hive mind, but like the inverse. Like one mascot collectively houses everybody's thoughts and stuff like that. But yeah, rigging, blender, and all that stuff, definitely valuable skills. Let me get the hydrate for you. Thank you so much, Lily. I'm not cut out for the creative process. Yeah. I think a little bit of input can go a long way, whether you're a designer or not. But there's always got to be somebody to finish the job, yeah? So basically, that would just be a milestone. Basically, we're doing a donathon as part of our anniversary marathons and stuff like that. So as we hit certain milestones along the way, we greenlight different projects or things we want to do, bring to the stream, content we want to create. Basically, just paving the way for future content and stuff like that. As I guess like an interactive... brain's too slow to come up with the words. Conspiracy theory iceberg? Would that be one that like talks about like the Illuminati and stuff like that? Aftertaste tier list? Oh, it's an afterlife tier list. Imagine a tier list based on nothing but the aftertastes. That would be a wild one. Sleep and dream iceberg. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Hold on. Some of these just feel like icebergs for the sake of being icebergs.